Go! Lu Zhou was not interested in the giant beast that was attracted by the 9 leaves. Yi Tianxin was enough to deal with it. He continued to observe Zhao Yu's avatar. Without the golden lotus, she would also face the same problem as Yu Shangrong. For this reason, even if she could absorb Lian Xing's 1,000 Realms whirling cultivation base, she would only reach the 10-leaf stage at most. He still needed time to figure out how to activate birth charts without a lotus. This problem could not be solved in a short time. Even with Lu Li's knowledge and all the resources in the Yellow Lotus domain, he and Zhu Honggong still could not find a solution with all the resources in the Yellow Lotus domain. Based on this, it was clear that this was not an easy problem to solve. At this moment, she called out, "Xiaoma!" Understood. Li Xiaoma seemed to have a tacit understanding with Shi. He smacked his hands on the ground, and the astrolabe at the bottom disappeared immediately. The talismans on the ground lit up one after another, and their flames connected, forming a square boundary. When the flames surged up to the astrolabe at the top, black ring lights fell one after another from the sky. "You're helping her to sprout leaves?" Lu Zhou was surprised when he saw this. As the black rings of light fell, he could clearly see circles of light falling from Zhao Yu's avatar as well. She said, "Pavilion Master, you have sharp eyes. I drew a support-type formation above these formations as well. Although it took me an entire night to prepare, the result is worth it. With the Great Void energy and the 1,000 Realms whirling cultivation base, it might help Miss Fifth activate her birth chart." Lu Zhou sighed and pointed at Zhao Yu's avatar. "I'm afraid not." She had been focused on the formations, so he did not notice the abnormality of Zhao Yu's avatar. Therefore, he was shocked and confused when he turned around and saw that there was no lotus under Zhao Yu's avatar. This was beyond Xi's comprehension. In the Black Lotus domain and the Red Lotus domain, there was no cultivation method of severing one's lotus after all. This technique was unique to the Golden Lotus domain. No matter how knowledgeable Shi was, it was impossible for him to know this. Moreover, his missions were all centered in the Red Lotus domain, so how could he be privy to the matters in the Golden Lotus domain? Without a lotus, there would be no lotus seat and birth palace. Without a birth palace, there was no way to activate the birth chart. She sighed. "What a pity." At this moment, Li Xiaoma pointed at Lian Xing and called out, "Brother Shang." Shi looked over. He frowned and moved the astrolabe lower. "You want to self-destruct?" The 1,000 Realms whirling astrolabe with 4 birth charts returned to its original size and flew toward Lian Xiang. With the help from the astrolabe, energy seals formed a cylinder barrier around Lian Xing immediately, trapping her. Meanwhile, as the black circles of light continued to fall, Zhao Yu's avatar grew stronger and more vivid. Pan Zhong said excitedly, "The leaf is about to appear." As soon as Pan Zhong's voice fell, another leaf appeared among the 9 leaves that revolved around the avatar. The golden light flashed before the avatar increased in size. Swoosh! Immediately after that, the formations on the ground disappeared. Shi smiled and put his astrolabe away. "It's a success." When the astrolabe disappeared, the black energy seals disappeared as well. Similarly, Lian Xing was nowhere to be seen. Lu Zhou looked at Zhao Yu and confirmed that the Great Void energy had returned to its rightful owner. As for Lian Xing, he did not bother with her at all. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu looked at the 10-leaf avatar in front of her in a daze. There was a hint of disbelief in her eyes as well when she looked at her avatar. After a long time, Shi broke the silence and said with a smile on his face, "Congratulations, Miss Fifth." Li Xiaoma, Pan Zhong, and Zhou Jifeng followed suit and congratulated Zhao Yu. "Congratulations, Miss Fifth." Zhao Yu did not dare to be arrogant, so she humbly and courteously thanked Shi and Li Xiaoma. "Guardian Xin. Guardian Li, thank you for helping me." "You're welcome." Shi was rather moved. He had prepared himself to be ostracized and suppressed after joining the Evil Sky Pavilion. After all, a newcomer was always targeted. However, contrary to his expectations, nothing like that happened at all. Boom! 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 At this moment, a thunderous noise rang from north of Golden Court Mountain. Xianxia smiled and said, "A birth chart beast should have arrived. I'll go and deal with it." Lu Zhou nodded. Xianxia and Li Xiaoma did not waste time and flew north of Golden Court Mountain. When Xianxia arrived, he saw Cheng Huang fighting against two beasts. One of its paws was pressed against one beast while it bit the newly arrived birth chart beast. Boom! 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 The huge beast that arrived first was drenched in blood and could no longer struggle. After a short moment, it died miserably. The birth chart beast was much stronger, but it still paled in comparison to Cheng Huang. Tianxin would help out from the side from time to time by tossing out her amorous hoop at the birth chart beast. Xianxia smiled wryly as he said with a helpless expression on his face, "It seems like we're not needed here." Li Xiaoma nodded as well. "Well, she's someone with the Great Void energy after all." "Great Void," Xianxia muttered to himself. At this moment, Li Xiaoma reminded Xianxia, "Brother Shun, even if we're not needed, we still have to take action." Xianxia nodded. "You have a point. Collecting life hearts is our specialty after all." Xianxia flashed next to Yi Tianxin before he bowed and said, "Miss Sixth, leave this to me. This birth chart beast is called the damask bird. Its life heart is 2 inches below the navel, and its vital parts surround its hearts. If it's not precise, we risk damaging the life heart." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxin nodded. "I understand." Xianxia raised his right. A black astrolabe appeared immediately. It emitted a mysterious energy and black smoke. Its visual was rather impactful as it streaked across the sky. Those who had never seen Thousand Realms whirling were naturally shocked and in awe when they saw this. Yi Tianxin asked, "So this is the astrolabe from the Thousand Realms whirling avatar?" Xianxia said, "Miss Six will have one sooner or later. After sprouting the 10th leaf, once your cultivation base is stable, you can activate your birth chart. Once you activate your first birth chart, you'll be able to form the Thousand Realms whirling avatar. However, the process of forming a Thousand Realms whirling avatar is rather difficult. Nevertheless, once you've completed it, your strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Needless to say, with the Thousand Realms whirling avatar, you'll naturally have an astrolabe as well." I can form the Thousand Realms whirling avatar?" Yi Tianxin asked. Xianxia thought to himself, "The big shots in the Evil Sky Pavilion are really modest. She can make Cheng Huang submit to her, and she possesses the Great Void energy. Is there anyone who thinks she won't be able to form the Thousand Realms whirling avatar?" Outwardly, Xianxia said, "Miss Sixth, you must be joking. Those with Great Void energy can activate at least 8 birth charts. At that time, we'll have to rely on you." After Xianxia finished speaking, he leaped out. The birth chart disc on the astrolabe lit up before 4 beams of black light shot out from the astrolabe. In just a blink of an eye, they accurately pierced the birth chart beast's 4 vital parts. Xianxia's expression remained unchanged as he withdrew his astrolabe. When the 4 beams of light subsided, a crystal-clear heart could be seen. Yi Tianxin was shocked. This skill was beyond one's imaginations. The power of a Thousand Realms whirling expert was truly unbelievable. Initially, she did not have any thoughts about forming the Thousand Realms whirling avatar. She was contented staying at the 9-leaf stage all her life. It was not a bad thing for her to stay quietly in the Evil Sky Pavilion and guard it all her life. However, expectations began to take root in her heart when she saw the mysterious and powerful astrolabe. How could she remain unmoved as a cultivator? After collecting the life heart, she looked at the falling damask bird. Boom! The damask bird's corpse stirred up a cloud of dust when it landed on the ground. Meanwhile, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng, who was hovering above the Evil Sky Pavilion, gulped when they saw this scene. "Is this the Thousand Realms whirling avatar? What do you think? Such a powerful beast was killed with just a strike. Why do I feel like he's stronger than the pavilion master?" Zhou Jifeng said. Pan Zhong looked at Zhou Jifeng from the corners of his eyes and said sarcastically, "Then, how do you think the pavilion master managed to make these experts submit to him? With his personality and charm." Swoosh! When Pan Zhong turned to look at Zhou Jifeng, not even Zhou Jifeng's shadow could be seen. At this time, Xianxia and Li Xiaoma appeared a few meters in front of Pan Zhong. Xianxia said, "Excuse me for embarrassing myself in front of you, Brother Pan." "No, no, no, Guardian Sheng. Your strength is amazing," Pan Zhong said. "It's just 1,000 realms whirling avatar. It's not worth mentioning. If you have any errands or chores in the future, don't hesitate to ask both of us for help," Xianxia said as he patted his chest and pointed at Li Xiaoma. Pan Zhong thought to himself, "It's over. Zhou Jifeng was right. We might not be able to hold onto our positions as errand boys anymore." At this moment, Zhou Jifeng suddenly called out from below, "Brother Pan, Guardian Shen, Guardian Li, we have visitors at Golden Court Mountain. Should we invite them in or refuse them?" "Visitors? You can have a look yourself." Pan Zhong and Xianxia, who were hovering in the sky, looked at the foot of the mountain. As expected, flying chariots were arriving near Golden Court Mountain one after another. Xianxia said, "There are so many visitors. We should be careful." "You have a point. I'll inform the pavilion master," Pan Zhong said before he descended. Xianxia and Li Xiaoma followed suit. The duo handed the life heart to Zhao Yu while Pan Zhong headed to the eastern pavilion to inform Lu Zhou about the visitors. Lu Zhou originally did not want to see any visitors, but after considering the future development of the Golden Lotus domain, he said, "Let them all in." "Understood," Pan Zhong said before he went to the foot of the mountain to receive the visitors. In the great hall of the Evil Sky Pavilion, it was almost noon at this time. Lu Zhou had already arrived in the hall. "Tian Sex Nan Gongwei greets Senior Ji," Nan Gongwei said as he led 2 disciples into the hall. "Luo Sex Feng Yiji pays respect to Senior Ji," Feng Yiji said as he entered the hall. Every time a person entered the hall, they would bring a heavy box with them. "The Ancient Saints Cults Zhu Tianyuan's greets Brother Ji. Long time no see." Zhou Yukai of the Big Dipper Academy pays respect to Senior Ji. The 4 protectors of the Nether Sect pay respect to the Patriarch. Hua Chongyang, Bai Yuqing, Yang Yan, and Di Qing entered the main hall one after another. Huang Shiji of Penglai Island and Li Jini have come to visit Senior Ji. Huang Shiji and Li Jini, one old and one young, appeared in the main hall as well. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. He did not expect news of his return would spread so quickly. At this time, all of the sect masters and prominent figures in Great Yan's cultivation world were present. When they saw Lu Zhou's black hair, they were in disbelief. However, when they thought about the shackles being broken and cultivators being able to sprout the 9th leaf, resulting in the restrictions on one's lifespan being lifted, they did not think it was too strange. No one bothered finding out why he had gotten younger. She was inwardly speechless when he saw the visitors standing at the side respectfully while they held their gifts. He turned to Pan Zhong and asked discreetly, "The pavilion master is so highly revered?" Pan Zhong smiled upon hearing Xianxi's words before he replied, "Guardian Shen, you've just joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, so it's only natural you don't know much about it. In Great Yan, the Evil Sky Pavilion is inviolable." Xianxi nodded, thinking it was reasonable. After all, the pavilion master was indeed someone with charm and vision. Most importantly, he was a prominent figure from the Blue Lotus domain. It was not surprising that so many important figures were here to curry favor with the pavilion master. As the saying went, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. After everyone had arrived, they bowed in unison. Lu Zhou had placed too much importance on formalities, so he waved his hand and said, "Dispense with the formalities." Lu Zhou looked at the people present. There were many unfamiliar faces among the visitors. Fortunately, he had the eye of truth so he could see those who harbored malicious intentions. However, there was no one like that among the people present in the hall. Zhu Tianyuan broke the silence first as he asked, "Brother Ji, how's my useless son doing recently?" This question directly hit the nail on the head. Lu Zhou answered honestly, "You should worry about yourself. His life is now much more comfortable than yours." "Ha!" Zhu Tianyuan was puzzled. Lu Zhou continued to say, "He's now the sect master of the Flood sect and an overlord of a domain. An expression of disbelief appeared on Zhu Tianyuan's face immediately. Him? Brother Ji, there's no need to comfort me. If that rascal misbehaves, you can just beat him up. You don't have to care about my feelings. Do I look like a liar to you? Lu Zhou said solemnly. Zhu Tianyuan hurriedly said, That's great. My son is following in my footsteps. After Zhu Tianyuan finished speaking, he grabbed the person next to him and said, Mr. 8th of the Evil Sky Pavilion is my son. The person who happened to be standing next to Zhu Tianyuan was none other than the newcomer, Xianxia. When Zhu Tianyuan saw the unfamiliar face of the person next to him, he repeated himself, Mr. 8th of the Evil Sky Pavilion and my son. Xianxia was a little dumbfounded. Is this really Mr. 8th's father? Then, he hurriedly looked at Pan Zhong for clarifications. Pan Zhong, naturally, knew what Xianxia was asking even if Xianxia did not speak. He nodded, indicating Zhu Tianyuan was telling the truth. Upon obtaining confirmation from Pan Zhong, Xianxia did not dare to be negligent and cupped his fists together before he said, Senior, nice to meet you. I don't think I've met you before. May I ask who you are? I'm Xianxia. I just joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, Xianxia said. Then, he turned to the side before he continued to say, This is my brother, Li Xiaoma. Zhu Tianyuan smiled. I see. The duo continued to exchange pleasantries for a brief moment before they fell silent. At this moment, Lu Zhou swept his gaze across the crowd and said, I've been away from Great Yen for a long time, and I wonder how much things have changed here? The Evil Sky Pavilion managed to gain a foothold in Great Yen due to everyone's help. No, Senior Ji is being too courteous, Nan Gongwei said. In fact, we rely on the Evil Sky Pavilion, especially Miss Sixth and Cheng Huang. They often deal with the fierce beasts in Great Yen. Without the Evil Sky Pavilion, our cultivation bases wouldn't have improved so quickly. Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet. He placed one hand on his back as he stroked his beard and looked at Nan Gongwei. This was a good opportunity to understand their strength. Although this group of people did not represent the entire strength of the Golden Lotus Domain or Great Yen, they were prominent figures from major sects. After a moment, Lu Zhou asked, What's your cultivation base? Nan Gongwei replied with a hint of pride, I've only just sprouted the 9th leaf. Feng Yizhi chimed in, I've broken the shackles in the Golden Lotus Domain and has obtained 9 leaves. Li Jini also replied and said she had 9 leaves. Shortly after, Zhou Yukai cupped his fists together and said, The Big Dipper Academy has 5 9-leaf cultivators, but I'm the only one who's present today. After Zhou Yukai finished speaking, everyone looked at him in surprise. It seemed like most of the visitors were at the 9-leaf stage. On the other hand, the 4 protectors of the Nether sect looked embarrassed. Hua Chongyang said, I'm lucky to have sprouted the 9th leaf. However, my 3 brothers were heavily injured during the battle in Yu Province. Took a long time for them to recover. In fact, it's considered quite good that they're able to preserve their Danshan seas of qi. Although they only sprouted 6 leaves, there's no doubt that they've cultivated diligently. Upon hearing this, Huang Shiji said, This isn't your fault, and it's understandable. These things can't be forced. Everyone nodded. They did not look down on the 4 protectors of the Nether sect. At this moment, Lu Zhou asked, There are no 10-leaf cultivators? Everyone. The hall was as silent as a graveyard. Lu Zhou's question stumped everyone. In fact, it could be seen on their faces that they were skeptical about sprouting the 10th leaf. Meanwhile, Xianxia was surprised. He did not know much about the Golden Lotus Domain. He only knew that the Black Tower Council planned to implement the captive plan here. After a moment, he looked at Lu Zhou and said, Pavilion Master, this is actually a good thing. Lu Zhou asked, puzzled, What do you mean? The Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council have always monopolized birth chart beasts. Before implementing the captive plan, they would inspect a domain in advance. Although 9-leaf cultivators aren't strong, they're the key to attracting elementary birth chart beasts. We'll be one step ahead of them if we monopolize the birth chart beasts here first. 9-leaf cultivators aren't strong? These words caught everyone's attention immediately. In Great Yen, 8-leaf cultivators were top experts. However, this person just said that 9-leaf cultivators were not strong. The 9-leaf stage was what every cultivator dreamed of in the Golden Lotus domain. At this moment, Xianxia seemed to realize the error in his words. He hurriedly bowed and explained, "It was a slip of the tongue. It's not my intention to belittle everyone. I hope you can all forgive me. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng." "It's okay. We're not petty people," Zhu Tianyuan said with a smile. Everyone nodded in agreement. They were all experienced people. How could they get angry over a few words? At this moment, Lu Zhou said in a slightly raised voice, "Xianxia is the new guardian of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Although his words might sound unpleasant, I agree with what he said. 9 leaves are indeed too weak." Since the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion had spoken, the others could only accept it. Lu Zhou called out, "Xianxia, your orders, pavilion master?" Xianxia bowed. Lu Zhou waved his hand, signaling Xianxia to reveal his cultivation base. Xianxia understood Lu Zhou's intention and nodded. Understood. A look of anticipation could be seen on everyone's faces as they looked at Xianxia, who had just joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. All of a sudden, primal chi surged and Xianxia disappeared from the main hall, leaving an extremely faint afterimage in his wake. Following that, he reappeared outside of the hall. He raised his hand and pushed it skyward. Everyone hurried out of the main hall to have a better look. Buzz! An astrolabe appeared in the air. Initially, it only had a diameter of a few meters. However, it rapidly grew in size, and it did not take long before it covered the sky. The black astrolabe and its birth chart disk caused the entire place to darken immediately. At this moment, Xianxia withdrew his hand, and the black astrolabe disappeared, allowing light to return. Xianxia felt rather proud. Ever since he joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, this was his most glorious moment. From what he gathered, apart from the pavilion master, he had the highest cultivation base. Similar to earlier, Zhu Tianyuan was the first to break the silence. He nodded as he walked over and said, "Not bad. Not bad. Your energy seal can even cover the sky. It's comparable to mine." Xianxia. Zhu Tianyuan nudged Xianxia and asked in a low voice, "Is it the demonic Zen? How did you manifest that huge disk? Will you teach me?" Xianxia was very confused. Even if this was not his strongest technique, it looked magnificent and cool. It clearly showed the level of his cultivation base. The astrolabe and the glowing birth charts were the unique signs of 1,000 realms whirling cultivator. Zhu Tianyuan continued to say with a smile, "What kind of move was that? Come on, teach me." Did Zhu Tianyuan really not know about the astrolabe and what it represented? Or did he really mistake a wolf for a stray dog? Xianxia coughed to cover up his embarrassment before he said, "This? I'm afraid I can't teach you." Zhu Tianyuan laughed before he said good-naturedly, Hey, are you underestimating me? I've created many fighting techniques, you know. I'm sure you've never seen anything like them before. Come on. If you teach that technique, I'll teach you 2 of my techniques." The cultivators present had never seen 1,000 realms whirling avatar in their lives. How could they have recognized the astrolabe or understood what it represented? Pan Zhong, who overheard the entire conversation, felt incredibly embarrassed. He hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Zhu Tianyuan's arm before he said in a hushed voice, "Senior, this guardianship really can't teach you that." "Why not?" Zhu Tianyuan asked in confusion. Pan Zhong replied, "That move is unique to 1,000 realms whirling experts. It's only natural, it can't be taught." Everyone turned to look at Xianxia in unison when they heard Pan Zhong's words. When Pan Zhong saw his words had caught everyone's attention, he continued to say, "That's right. Guardian Shen and Guardian Li are mystic realm experts." Despite Pan Zhong's words, there was still a hint of disbelief on everyone's faces. Upon seeing this, Pan Zhong turned around and said, "Guardian Shen, forget about the astrolabe. It's better to show your avatar." Xianxia nodded in understanding. Buzz. The sound of energy resonating rang in the air. Soon enough, a black lotus that covered half the area in front of the Evil Sky Pavilion's main hall appeared in front of everyone's eyes. 10 dazzling leaves like the blades of assassins that caused everyone to shudder could be seen as well. The birth palace on the lotus seat with distinct zones shone, illuminating its surroundings. Following that, a black avatar appeared and rapidly increased in size. 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, 400 feet, 450 feet. In Great Yen, most experts were stuck at the 8-leaf stage. If it were not for the 1,000-year limit of their lifespans, there would be 8-leaf cultivators in every corner of Great Yen. 8-leaf cultivators were rather outstanding with their avatars that were 100 feet tall in Great Yen. However, after the lotus-severing technique appeared in Great Yen, cultivators who managed to sprout the 9th leaf saw an increase in their avatar's height from 100 feet to 150 feet. So, what was that 450-foot avatar? Naturally, these people were not fools. They knew the height of an avatar represented one's cultivation base. Although the height of 450 feet exceeded their understanding, they knew this was a height that they could not reach. After a moment, they recalled Pan Zhong's earlier words. So this was the mystic realm? Meanwhile, a black astrolabe appeared at the back of the 450-foot avatar. The 12 lines on the astrolabe were very distinct, and the 4 birth charts shone dazzlingly. Zhu Tianyun gulped as he looked at the avatar. Ah, indeed, something like this can't be taught. Meanwhile, Xianxia enjoyed the admiration from the crowd. Perhaps, he had been in the Black Tower Council for too long and was constantly inundated with cruel missions like searching for and killing birth chart beasts. Even if the missions were completed beautifully, he would only receive some token reward from the Black Tower Council. If he performed exceptionally well, he would maybe receive perfunctory praise from the Upper Council. Therefore, Xianxia did not immediately withdraw his avatar. Even if he had to waste a little primal qi, it did not matter to him. The visitors continued to look at the avatar in admiration and praised it. After a long time, Lu Zhou's voice finally rang from the main hall. That's enough. Now that Lu Zhou had spoken, Xianxia no longer dared to show off. He bowed immediately. Understood. In just a blink of an eye, the avatar vanished into thin air. Everyone was still in a daze. However, a hint of envy could be seen on their faces as well. Xianxia said, "Sorry for showing you a joke." Zhu Tianyuan's expression was rather unnatural at this moment. He wanted to nudge Xianxia with his elbow again, but he did not feel it was appropriate. In the end, he only said, "I apologize. My eyes aren't discerning enough." "It's nothing. It's just a small trick," Xianxia said modestly. Everyone nodded in approval. They assumed a high and mighty mystic realm expert would be arrogant. They did not expect Xianxia to be so courteous and humble. Finally, all of them shuffled back into the main hall. When everyone returned to their positions, Lu Zhou walked down the stairs and swept his gaze across them as he said, "I asked Xianxia to reveal his cultivation base for 2 reasons. He paused briefly before he continued to say, "First, is to tell you that you must not be a frog at the bottom of the well. Apart from the Red Lotus domain, there are also powerful experts from the Black Lotus domain and the White Lotus domain. Second, when you reach the 10-leaf stage, you'll attract the birth chart beasts. In the coming days, I want all of you to leave a person from your sect here to learn from Xianxia. He'll teach you the way to sprout the 10th leaf to activate your birth charts, and the way to kill birth chart beasts. Only by getting stronger can we stop others from seizing control of the Golden Lotus domain." Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, the cultivators were overcome by emotions. Nan Gongwei stepped forward and said, "Pavilion Master's magnanimity is truly awe-inspiring." Everyone followed suit and bowed. Truly awe-inspiring and admirable. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou looked at Xianxia and asked, "Guardian Xian, what do you think?" Xianxia was slightly taken aback. When he regained his senses, he nodded and said, "I'll follow Pavilion Master's orders. Then I'll leave them to you." Understood. Following that, the leaders of the sect began to select people to learn from Xianxia. Nan Gongwei hurriedly said to Elder Chu Nan, "Elder Chu, your ability is not bad. When you return, you should handle the affairs of the Tian sect on my behalf. I'll reluctantly stay behind." Chu Nan was startled by these words. He said, "Sect master, you can't do this. The sect can't be without its master for a day. If you're not around, it'd be difficult to keep the others in line." Nan Gongwei mulled over Chu Nan's words for a moment before he said decisively, "Then how about this? You can temporarily take over the position of sect master." Chu Nan said, "It's inappropriate for me to temporarily take over the sect master's position. Moreover, people will know I'm borrowing your power to deal with matters, and they won't be convinced. I think it's better for me to stay behind." Nan Gongwei hardened his heart and said determinedly, "Fine. Then you can just become the sect master. At that time, I'd like to see who dares to object." Chu Nan. This scene was repeated in the other sects as well. Meanwhile, everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion felt rather speechless when they saw this. Xianxia did not expect this level of enthusiasm as well. He suddenly recalled something and said after he bowed, "Pavilion Master, I'm afraid we can't activate the birth charts without a lotus." This matter had been lingering in his mind since he saw Zhao use lotus-less avatar. It was beyond his comprehension. Everyone froze upon hearing Xianxia's words. Lu Zhou nodded. He placed his hands on his back and said, "Currently, their cultivation bases are stuck at the 9-leaf stage. We'll discuss this once they reach the 10-leaf stage. Meanwhile, we'll start collecting life hearts from birth chart beasts." "Understood," Xianxia said. "If it's possible, we should mobilize and unite all the cultivators to seize the birth chart beasts as our own. At the same time, we'll think of a way to hide them from the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council." Li Zhou nodded. "I'll leave this matter to you." "Understood." Xianxia bowed. Then, he said to everyone, "Everyone, please guide us." Naturally, no one dared to be negligent. "You're too courteous and humble, Guardian Xin." At the same time, everyone wondered how Lu Zhou managed to make 2 mysterious experts submit to him. Meanwhile, somewhere in the White Tower Council. "Sir, the team we sent to the Golden Lotus domain had 4 people. All of them are dead," a cultivator said respectfully. A middle-aged man who was practicing with his sword in the hall looked over and asked, "Who killed them?" "The Black Tower Council," the cultivator replied. "The Black Tower Council?" The middle-aged man sneered. "The Black Tower and White Tower Councils had an agreement. How dare they attack us?" "It's said that it was over the Great Void Energy," the cultivator said. "Captain Tung told me that before he left. I don't know if there are any truths in those words." The middle-aged man frowned. "The Great Void Energy? That's right. This matter must not be made public. I'll speak to the Black Tower Council personally." "Understood." Over the next few days, Xianxia imparted his knowledge of the 10-leaf stage and birth chart beasts to the 9-leaf cultivators. There was no need for him to teach so many people. After all, once these people returned, words of his teachings will naturally spread. 3 days later, in the eastern pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Zhao Yu's problem with the Black and White Lotus cultivators had been dealt with for now. With Si Wuya and Mingshi Yin in the Red Lotus domain, there was nothing for Lu Zhou to worry about. The most important thing for him now was to think of a way to collect life hearts to increase his disciples' cultivation bases. After a while, Lu Zhou brought out the map of the birth charts and placed it in front of him. He muttered to himself, "Where can I find the 5th life heart?" He had the life heart from the Damask birth now, but an elementary life heart like that was of no use to him. Apart from that, Zhao Yu, who had regained all her great void energy, did not need the life heart for the time being as well. If he wanted to find an intermediate or advanced birth chart beast, he would have to wait to go to the Moonlight Woodland or the Endless Ocean. Based on Yi Tianxian's description, the Moonlight Woodland was incredibly dangerous. Is the Moonlight Woodland more dangerous than the Endless Ocean? Lu Zhou wondered. Since he had never been to the Moonlight Woodland, he could not answer this question. Lu Zhou had Dijiang so he could quickly fly to the Endless Ocean. However, let alone the sea beast king. He might not even be able to encounter the stronger sea beasts that lived in the depths of the ocean. Moreover, even if he could encounter them, he had to prepare himself. After all, even Lu Li had fallen into a miserable state because of the sea beasts. Lu Zhou shook his head after a moment, dismissing his thoughts. Following that, he used the heavenly writing power to observe Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong had already arrived in the southern kingdom. The environment was slightly gloomy, but the duo did not seem to be in any danger. Subsequently, he checked on Zhu Honggong. Similar to before, Lu Li was still engrossed in finding ways to activate birth charts for someone without a lotus. Lu Zhou would cultivate, draw the lucky draw, and observe his disciples every day. This went on for a month. Apart from that, he had gained a basic understanding of the Black Lotus domain from Xianxia. Similar to what he had seen with the Eye of Truth, Xianxia confirmed that the Black Lotus domain was called Great Yuan. Great Yuan unified and ruled the cultivation world in the Black Lotus domain. In fact, half of the upper council members in the Black Tower Council were part of the ruling force in Great Yuan. Lu Zhou also learned that every 3 years, the Black Tower Council would recruit talented cultivators from the thousands of sects in Great Yuan. Xianxia also told Lu Zhou that the force that did not have a good relationship with the Black Tower Council and the Dark and Light Alliance. The Dark and Light Alliance was like a union that was formed by cultivators from various sects. The members did not only consist of experts, but they consisted of sectless cultivators and weak cultivators as well. This meant that the Dark and Light Alliance had a huge number of members. There were tens of thousands of members at the bottom level alone. All of the members of the Black Tower Council added together did not even have 1,000 people. Meanwhile, Xianxia also did his best to recall all information of runic passages that he knew and the method to hide the Great Void Energy before sending them to see Wuxia using the formation in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou also managed to conceal Zhao Yu and Yi Tianxing's Great Void Energy with talismans during this time. Another month passed. In the Eastern Pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou, who was cultivating, suddenly sensed movement. He brought out a black talisman and lit it up. Soon enough, a projection of Yan Jinluo appeared in front of his eyes. Yan Jinluo greeted Lu Zhou as soon as he saw Lu Zhou. "Brother Lu, long time no see." Lu Zhou looked at Yan Jinluo and said, "Nothing good happens whenever you contact me." A sheepish expression appeared on Yan Jinluo's face immediately. Lu Zhou had hit the nail on the head. Lu Zhou said, "Speak." Yan Jinluo nodded. A month-long meeting was held in the Black Tower Council recently. They've agreed to temporarily put their differences aside. I'm afraid they're going to attack the Red Lotus domain and the Golden Lotus domain. Brother Lu, you must prepare yourself for this. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. How many people will they deploy? After Wu Guangping's death, a blackguard named Shun, she betrayed the Black Tower Council. This is unprecedented in the council. Moreover, there was a skirmish between the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council recently, and both sides suffered casualties. As a result of that skirmish, the two forces have completely broken off their relationship. Therefore, the White Tower Council might send their people to the Red Lotus domain or the Golden Lotus domain as well. Two forces attacking at the same time. Lu Zhou thought about letting Si Wuxia handle the strategizing. Since the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Councils were enemies, as the saying went, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." He wondered if he should provoke them. Whatever it was, it would be bad if the two forces really sent their armies over. Outwardly, Lu Zhou only nodded and said, "All right. Apart from that, I suspect Lu Li has lost his cultivation base. Otherwise, with his strength, he would have made talismans to contact me. If possible, I'd like to ask for Brother Lu's help to contact him," Yan Jinluo added. Lu Zhou replied truthfully, "I'm afraid that'll be difficult. That kind of communication talismans requires one to be 1,000 realms whirling cultivator. I'm afraid my disciple isn't at that level yet." "All right, we can only wait then. As long as he's safe, it's fine. You can rest assured. If anything happens to him, I'll definitely annihilate the family of the person who harmed him," Lu Zhou said. "I'm grateful for your words, Brother Lu." Yan Zhenlua said before the projection was cut off. Following that, Lu Zhou looked outside the window. Suddenly, ding! Killed one birth chart beast. Reward, 6,000 merit points. Ding! Killed 10 targets. Reward, 5,000 merit points. Domain bonus is increased to 5,000 points. Birth chart beast. Lu Zhou quickly recited the mantra for the heavenly writing power. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Xiangrong stood side by side in what looked to be dark ruins. They looked at the life heart they just obtained and the corpses strewn on the ground. I killed 5, Yu Zhenghai said. I killed 5 as well, Yu Xiangrong said. However, there's the birth chart beast. The birth chart beast was much stronger than the cultivator. Yu Zhenghai nodded. Indeed, it was stronger than the cultivators. However, second junior brother, you might not have seen it, but the killing wound on its body is a wound from a saber. There's a killing sword wound as well. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At this moment, the two disciples raised their heads and looked up ahead. Many jackals and leopards had appeared at the edge of the forest up ahead. However, since these were low-level fierce beasts, the duo was not interested in them at all. Further ahead is the heart of the Southern Kingdom. According to the map that 7th junior brother gave us, it's the former capital of the Southern Kingdom, Yu Zhenghai said. What Master is looking for is likely in the capital. However, it's like there are powerful enemies there. It's best for us to act cautiously, Yu Xiangrong replied. I agree, Yu Zhenghai said before he flew toward the capital of the Southern Kingdom. The duo flew, and before long they saw much bigger ruins. Dilapidated buildings with vines climbing all over them. Overgrown weed, and wild beasts foraging for food appeared before their eyes. The duo flew over a dilapidated building and hovered high above the ruins before they looked at the ruins in a radius of a few thousand meters. The dark sky looked as though it had not seen the sun for a long time, and the air and earth always seemed damp. After a while, Yu Zhenghai looked at the map and pointed at the capital. Over here. The duo searched the ruins for a long time before Yu Xiangrong suddenly saw something familiar. Stone forest formation. Yu Zhenghai followed Yu Xiangrong's gaze to the side of the fallen capital and saw a stone forest formation similar to the one they saw when they sprouted their 10th leaf. Yu Zhenghai said unhappily, If it weren't for 7th junior brother, I would have destroyed it. Yu Xiangrong's expression remained calm as he said, The life heart we obtained. The birth chart beast the duo killed and the stone forest formation here indicated that someone had already made preparations. Whoosh! At this moment, a huge black circle appeared near the stone forest. It flashed with inscriptions as it shot up into the sky. Yu Xiangrong said, It's a runic passage. Kill or avoid. Second junior brother, you decide. Yu Zhenghai said. Yu Xiangrong calmly replied, In Master's absence, eldest senior brother is like the father. It's only right for eldest senior brother to make the decisions. The runic passage grew brighter and brighter as the energy fluctuations intensified. At this time, the duo said in unison, Avoid. Swoosh, swoosh. In just a blink of an eye, the duo vanished into thin air and concealed themselves behind the nearby rubble and debris. Buzz. The runic passage buzzed loudly before 3 black-armored cultivators wielding long halberds appeared. After hiding behind the rubble of a building, Yu Xiangrong and Yu Zhenghai hid their auras. The primary return pill, Yu Xiangrong said as he tossed a pill to Yu Zhenghai. The primary return pill was something that Wuxia asked the geniuses from the Sky Research Court to develop. Its only purpose was to restrain and hide one's aura and the great void energy. After taking the pills, the duo who lacked auras now was as unassuming as the weed in the ruins. Meanwhile, the 3 cultivators holding long halberds who had just appeared from the runic passage looked to the left and the right as they stood in a triangular formation. The captain stood at the lead while the other 2 stood at the back. The trio carefully surveyed the dark and damp surroundings. After a long while, the captain said, We've lost the birth chart beast. Captain, I'll go investigate, one of the blackguards said before he flew close to where Yu Zhenghai and Yu Xiangrong were hiding. Upon seeing this, Yu Shangrong brought the life heart out and looked at it with a thoughtful expression on his face. Should I throw it out or not? Yu Zhenghai looked at the life heart as well. He could not help but feel that the life heart was like a hot potato now. Although the duo was confident and strong, they were not foolish enough to fight the three blackguards. In the end, Yu Shangrong did not throw the life heart out. Instead, he returned it to the pocket near his chest. Upon seeing this, Yu Zhenghai nodded. Not long after, the blackguard that flew out returned. Captain, after investigating, I found that the birth chart beast has been killed. Apart from that, 10 low-level cultivators from foreign tribes are dead as well. The captain of these blackguards lifted his head and looked at the sky. Despite the dark sky, he could still roughly guess the time based on it. The muted sun that was covered by the dark clouds was slightly inclined to the west. After a moment, he said, "The stone forest formations alert just sounded not too long ago. The person who killed the birth chart beast and the 10 cultivators shouldn't have gone too far." One of the blackguards said, "However, if it was an expert, I'm afraid he or she would have gone far away by now." The captain did not reply. "Captain, do you want to investigate?" "No need. It's getting more and more difficult to monopolize the birth chart beasts in the Red Lotus domain. Don't forget that Lord Wu is dead." The two blackguards nodded. The captain walked toward the stone forest formation instead of returning to the runic passage. His two subordinates quickly followed suit as well. Yu Shangrong tilted his body slightly as he watched the three blackguards through a crack between the rubble. He was puzzled and wary. Since the birth chart beast was dead, why did they enter the stone forest formation? After entering the formation, the blackguards stood in different positions. Subsequently, they stabbed their long halberds into the ground. In just a moment, the inscriptions and the stone pillars lit up as energy buzzed. Thud, 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 thud. Soon enough, a blurry mountain-like shadow appeared at the edge of the ruins. Yu Shangrong, who was highly experienced, could tell in an instant that it was the sound of footsteps. The footsteps were something faster than those of a horse and sometimes slow. Sometimes they were light and sometimes they were heavy. Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai focused their eyes at the end of the ruins. As time passed, the shadow grew more and more distinct. It did not seem like much from a distance, but as it drew closer, a frown appeared on the duo's faces. The shadow was hundreds of feet tall, and its eyes shone with a dim light. "What is this?" Yu Shangrong asked through voice transmission. Yu Zhenghai replied solemnly, "This beast is 700 to 800 feet long and is 300 feet tall. Its fur is full, and its eyes are as bright as the moon. It is very similar to a wild cat, and its primal chi is abnormally strong. It has to be an intermediate birth chart beast, at least." "So what kind of birth chart beast is this?" Yu Shangrong asked. "I don't know," Yu Zhenghai replied. "If 7th junior brother were here, he'd be able to identify it." When the birth chart beast flew past the ruins and drew close to the stone forest formation, the three blackguards shot up into the air immediately. The captain looked at the cat-like birth chart beast and nodded in satisfaction. "Our luck is not bad. This beast is called Liangchu and is an incredibly rare intermediate birth chart beast. Activate the formation flags now. Try to take it down in the shortest time possible." "Understood." The two blackguards replied in unison. Buzz. The long halberds that doubled as formation flags buzzed loudly before they grew to 1,000 feet tall, turning into the 8 desolate and 6 harmony flags. They made an ear-piercing crackling noise when they appeared. Meanwhile, Liang Chu's eyes glinted. It seemed to know it was in danger and immediately turned to flee. "Evil creature. You want to run." Hundreds of tentacle-like black energies shot out of the stone formation and restrained the cat-like beast's legs. Liang Chu roared as it trashed around to free itself. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, who were looking at the rampaging Liang Chu, were taken aback by its speed. It looked like a blur of shadow as it trashed back and forth, stirring up the dust. Yu Shangrong said in shock, "Its speed is almost comparable to master speed." "Indeed." Boom, boom, boom. The formation flags in the sky shot out energy swords after energy swords at Liang Chu. They landed on it before they vanished. Liang Chu grew even more frenetic as the energy swords left marks on its body, causing its fur to fall off. It was clearly infuriated. It seemed to have discarded its intention to flee as it suddenly pounced toward the three blackguards. Swoosh! Alas, it had only leaped 50 meters up in the air when hundreds of tentacle-like black energy pulled it down. Boom! Liang Chu crashed heavily on the ground. It seemed like the stone forest formation was very strong. When Yu Shanrong broke the stone formation back then, he only felt the formation was a little complicated and did not think much of it. However, at this moment, he began to feel he might have underestimated it. At this moment, the captain of the blackguards said in a deep voice, "Do it!" The trio surrounded Liang Chu in just a blink of an eye and brandished their long halberds. Along with the 8 desolate and 6 harmony flags, they dealt heavy blows to Liang Chu. Although Liang Chu was big and astonishingly fast, its 4 legs had been restrained. Therefore, it could only be beaten up by the 3 blackguards even if it tried its best to dodge to the left and the right. It was unfortunate that the blackguards' large-scale attacks were powerful and covered a wide range. At this point, Lu Zhou finally decided to stop observing. Watching them trying to kill Liang Chu was rather boring. He activated the purple glazed ceramic to recover his supreme mystic power and decided to observe his disciples later. Back in the ruins of the former capital of the Southern Kingdom, the 3 blackguards continued their assault for more than 2 hours before Liang Chu, whose body was riddled with wounds, weakened. "Captain, it's at the end of its life," one of the blackguards said in delight. The trio was overjoyed when they saw Liang Chu weakening. The captain nodded in satisfaction as he said, "Brothers, let's put in more effort." Understood. While the captain took a step back to look at the flag formation, his 2 subordinates continued to attack Liang Chu. Just like that, another hour passed. At this moment, Liang Chu let out a mournful cry before it slumped to the ground lifelessly. "Captain, it's dead." The captain nodded. "Well done. It's our duty. I wonder what kind of reward we'll receive from the elders this time." The 2 blackguards were clearly excited. Alas, the captain's words felt like a bucket of ice water that was poured down their heads. "Brothers, the internal strife in the Black Tower Council is so bad now. Even if we hand over the life heart, at most we'd be given some high-grade pills or weapons. Even then, the pills and weapons uses are probably to help us catch more birth chart beasts." "Captain, what do you mean?" "If the Black Tower Council wants to fight among themselves, let them fight. I think this life heart is very suitable for me. What do you think?" With these words, it was clear the captain wanted to keep the life heart for himself. The other 2 blackguards were shocked. "Captain, if you do something that opposes the Black Tower Council, the consequences might not be something you can bear." The captain said, "If I use this life heart, I'll be a 5-chart cultivator. If you agree to my request, I guarantee you'll be able to eat and drink to your heart's content. We'll never have to return to the Black Tower Council to be bullied by those people." The expressions of the 2 blackguards were rather unsightly at this moment. Since the moment they joined the Black Tower Council, the rules had been heavily branded in their minds. In order to prevent betrayals, an extermination team led by the 4 judges was specially created to severely punish those who betrayed the council. The 4 judges that led the team all had at least 8 birth charts. Each and every person who betrayed the Black Tower Council in the past were sentenced to death by the extermination team. "Brothers, are you unwilling?" the captain asked. "It's not that. If the judges come after us, the consequences will be deadly. Wealth and honor come with risk and danger. In any case, it's up to you to decide." "I won't force you," the captain said before he moved forward and retrieved Liang Chu's life heart. The 2 blackguards were dumbfounded upon seeing this. Without the life heart, what explanation should they give to the Black Tower Council? They shook their heads. After considering the recent state of the council, they could only say, "I suppose this is the only way." "Good brothers." The captain was overjoyed when he heard his 2 subordinates' words. Then, without any warning, his voice turned deep as he said, "Come out. What need is there for you to hide? Yu Zhenghong and Yu Shangrong looked at each other and shook their heads. Even with the primary return pills, they were still discovered. They knew that the chances of winning against the blackguards were slim, and it was likely they would lose their lives. However, they were not cowards. The duo was about to walk out of their hiding place when a black figure walked out of the ruins in front of them. The person was completely wrapped up. Only his eyes could be seen. The duo hid themselves again. He wasn't talking to us. The black figure walked to the three blackguards and said, "Since you can sense my presence, I have to admit you have some abilities." "Who are you?" The captain frowned. It was as though he was facing a great enemy. "Hand the life heart over to me, and you'll be free to live your lives," the black figure said in a low and hoarse voice. How could the captain of the blackguards easily give up the life heart that they had obtained with great difficulty? "You have guts. You even dare to snatch things from the Black Tower Council." The black figure replied indifferently, "This isn't the first time I've snatched things from the Black Tower Council." "You?" The captain was at a loss for words. He could sense the other party's unfathomable aura. Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai continued to hide and watch the sudden turn in events. Meanwhile, after a long while, Lu Zhou thought it was time to check in on Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong again. He frowned when he saw the black figure. Soon enough, his eyes drifted to Liang Chu's heart that was shining under the gray sky. He felt his heart stir. After all, he had been looking for a fifth life heart. Alas, it would still be useless to him. Liang Chu's ability was probably speed as well. He already had Dijong's ability. Unless he put Liang Chu's life heart in the Earth-grade birth chart zone. That way, it would not conflict with Dijong's life heart and would continue to boost his speed to a terrifying extent. However, it was a waste to place an intermediate life heart in the Earth zone of the Birth Palace. It was best to embed an advanced life heart in the Earth zone to use it to its full potential. Lu Zhou thought about the 36 birth charts that were divided into 3 categories. Each category had 12 birth charts. Once one had 6 birth charts, one could begin to embed life hearts in the Earth region. The black figure faced the 3 blackguards calmly. His bearing was extraordinary. It was clear he was not a simple person. The captain of the blackguards said, "I've already decided to leave the Black Tower Council. Must you snatch this from me, senior?" "It's precisely because you said you're leaving the council that you're still alive. Otherwise, you would have died a long time ago," the black figure said as he extended his hand. "I'll say one last time. Hand over the life heart and you're free to go." Buzz! A black astrolabe appeared behind the black figure. Dark clouds began to roll in like the tide as soon as the astrolabe appeared. The blackguards looked at the astrolabe. There were 12 distinct birth charts on the astrolabe. However, 5 of the birth charts were dim, and cracks and holes could be seen on them. This meant that the black figure was a 7-chart expert. Although he had lost 5 birth charts, for him to be able to activate 12 birth charts, he would still be considered an elite no matter where he went. T12. 12 birth charts. Upon seeing the astrolabe, the captain fell to one knee immediately and said, "This subordinate greets the Tower Master." "The Tower Master?" Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, and the 2 blackguards were dumbfounded by this revelation. The black figure was the Tower Master of the Black Tower Council? When the 2 blackguards recovered their senses, they hurriedly fell to their knees and said in unison, "This subordinate greets the Tower Master. You recognize me?" A hint of surprise flashed in the black figure's eyes. "I once saw your profile on the Black Tower's Wall of Glory. To begin with, there are very few cultivators who are capable of activating 12 birth charts. Moreover, you're the only one who had lost 5 birth charts," the captain said in a trembling voice. Indeed, the black figure was the former Tower Master of the Black Tower Council, Xiao Yunhe. Xiao Yunhe sighed. "Since you recognize me, I won't make things difficult for you." "Thank you, Tower Master." Xiao Yunhe continued to say, "However, I still have to take the life heart." The 3 blackguards looked at each other. Xiao Yunhe said, "However, I'll give you another choice. Since you've decided to leave the council, you can stay by my side. In the future, you will have a share of the life hearts as well." "Tower Master? You're..." Xiao Yun said truthfully, I'm trying to restore my cultivation, so I have to have the life heart. Think carefully. The captain of the blackguards did not hesitate and agreed immediately. All of us are willing to follow the Tower Master. Very good. Xiao Yunhe waved his hand and the life heart flew into his hand. Following that, he ordered, in fact, there's another life heart for you here. Ha! Xiao Yunhe pointed at Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong's hiding place. Capture them. Swoosh! Swoosh! Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong turned around in unison without any prompt and fled without any hesitation, flying at top speed. We were still discovered in the end. Second junior brother, are we? Is what we're doing now fleeing? Yu Zhenghai had never experienced anything like this before in his life. He felt rather strange. Fleeing? Yu Shangrong shook his head expressionlessly. If this counts as fleeing, then what do the countless people whom I chased and killed in the past count as? You have a point. We should retreat and strategize. Yu Zhenghai nodded. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou, who was watching his two eldest disciples, frowned when he saw this. Although his two disciples were highly talented and strong, how could they put a fight against such an expert? Since Xiao Yunhe managed to go to the Southern Kingdom in such a short time after leaving the Golden Lotus domain, this meant that he had access to a runic passage. As expected of Thousand Realms whirling experts, it did not take long before four figures appeared 50 meters ahead of Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. Xiao Yunhe said, trying to flee? He raised a hand and launched a palm seal at Yu Shangrong. Whoosh! Yu Shangrong unsheathed the longevity sword and held it in front of him horizontally to defend against the palm seal. Bang! Yu Shangrong was pushed back. Before he turned around and flew off, he called out, Eldest senior brother. Let's go. Xiao Yunhe waved his hand. The three blackguards rushed forward, each in a different direction. Yu Shangrong was forced to helplessly return. Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai were soon surrounded by the 4,000 Realms whirling experts. Yu Zhenghai said, Second junior brother, we seem to be in what people call a pickle. Indeed. I wonder if eldest senior brother has any ideas. Yu Shangrong asked. Allow me to think for a moment. The captain of the blackguards interjected. There's no need for you to think anymore. You won't be able to escape. Then, he turned to Xiao Yunhe and said, Tower Master, leave these two to me. There's no need for you to act. Xiao Yunhe said, There's no rush. He felt the two people in front of him were rather interesting. In fact, he had arrived at the ruins before they did. He had been hiding and only decided to come out once the stone forest formation and the three blackguards had taken Liangchu down. Therefore, he had seen the duo hiding earlier. He was surprised that Yu Shangrong was able to block his palm seal. He had always been one to appreciate talent. Moreover, if such a talent was carefully nurtured, perhaps the person in front of him would be a huge help to him. Hence, he said, Give me a reason not to kill you. For both Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, they had never been in such a situation in the past. It had always been their opponents who had to flee. One of them was the high and mighty sect master of the Nether sect with 100,000 followers, while the other was an expert in the sword path and was widely known as the fearsome sword devil. Although they were facing danger now, how could they easily lower their heads? Why didn't he kill us immediately? There are actually many reasons for this. In the end, Yu Shangrong boldly met Xiao Yunhe's eyes and asked, You dare to kill me? Yu Shangrong's bearing, attitude, gaze, and especially the way he blocked the palm seal made Xiao Yunhe admire him even more. In fact, the three blackguards with him were inferior to Yu Shangrong in regard to bearing, attitude, and talent. As the former Tower Master of the Black Tower Council, he had met countless people and had a discerning eye. His judgment would not be wrong. Despite his thoughts, Xiao Yunhe said without a change in his expression, Why won't I dare to kill you? Yu Shangrong said, My senior brother and I have long seen through life and death and place no importance on them. The number of people who died in our hands is numerous. How happy is life, and how bitter is death. In the end, all joys and sorrows still return to dust. Xiao Yunhe chuckled softly before he said, Your thoughts are somewhat similar to mine. Unfortunately, young man, you have to understand that this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Sometimes living is nothing but an extravagant wish. Meanwhile, the captain standing next to Xiao Yunhe did not understand why Xiao Yunhe would waste so many words with the two people in front of them. Therefore, he said, "Tower Master, there's no need to waste words with them. All we need to do is kill them and take the life heart. Blindly killing people will not solve the problem," Xiao Yunhe said to the captain. Then, he continued to say to Yu Shangrong, "Young men, I can tell your cultivation bases are only average, but your talent is high. If both of you are willing to follow me, you won't suffer a loss." "I'm afraid that won't work." Yu Zhenghai shook his head. Xiao Yunhe frowned slightly. "Give me a reason not to kill you then," Yu Zhenghai said slightly threateningly. "Even if I agree to it, I'm afraid my master won't agree to it." Although Xiao Yunhe had never been spoken to in such a threatening manner before, he was not angry. Out of caution, he asked, "Your master?" Since Yu Shangrong was used to acting alone and relying on himself, he only remembered his master when he heard Yu Zhenghai's words. He immediately said, "You're the former tower master of the Black Tower Council, right?" Xiao Yunhe wavered slightly, since the two people in front of him knew his identity, and yet they remained confident in front of him. There was no doubt they had an extraordinary background. After a moment, he replied, "That's right." Yu Shangrong nodded before he said, "Well, I'm afraid you don't know my master. However, I can tell you that my master doesn't like people threatening him and people who put on airs." The captain of the blackguards scoffed. "Put on airs? If your master is so great, why isn't he here to save you?" When the tower master was at his peak, "I'm afraid your master was still playing with mud." Yu Shangrong said, "Real men don't need to talk about past achievements. If you insist on talking about past achievements, I'm afraid you're not even worthy to carry my master's shoes." "You!" The captain glared at Yu Shangrong and was about to attack when Xiao Yunhe raised his hand to stop him. For these two mere 10-leaf cultivators to speak in such a manner to Thousand Realms whirling experts, it was clear they had a strong backing. Xiao Yunhe mulled over his thoughts for a moment before he said, "Who's your master? If he's famous, perhaps I've heard of him." Yu Shangrong smiled indifferently before he said, "Do you know Wu Guangping?" Xiao Yunhe furrowed his brows as killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Wu Guangping is your master? There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take them. Instead, you insist on barging into hell." Xiao Yunhe raised his right hand immediately. A hexagonal weapon glowing with purple light appeared in his hand immediately. Yu Shangrong remained calm as he said disdainfully, "How can that person be worthy of becoming my master? You're making the same mistakes he made." Xiao Yunhe withdrew the hexagonal weapon. The captain said to Xiao Yunhe in a low voice, "It's said that Wu Guangping is killed during his first mission in the Red Lotus domain." Xiao Yunhe had also heard some rumors from Wuxiao before this. He looked at Yu Shangrong and asked, "Your master killed Wu Guangping? What's so surprising? He only had 8 birth charts. My master only used 1 palm strike to kill him," Yu Shangrong replied. Yu Zhenghai chimed in as he swept his gaze across Xiao Yunhe and the blackguards. "My master's tracking ability is unrivaled. He has a bad temper. If you're going to make a move, I suggest you first remove the marks on our bodies and destroy the evidence after that." Yu Shangrong glanced at Yu Zhenghai. Was that not saying too much? As expected, the captain said, "You're right. As the saying goes, water from afar can't put out a fire. I have a million ways to reduce you to ashes and get rid of the evidence before your master finds you." Then, he bowed to Xiao Yunhe and said, "Tower Master, these two have been rude to you. Let me deal with them. I guarantee to do a good job." Xiao Yunhe shook his head, refusing the captain's request. Then, he asked, "Is your master a golden lotus cultivator?" Yu Zhenghai laughed and manifested his avatar immediately. Buzz! A 10-leaf golden avatar appeared immediately. The dazzling golden karmic fire burned around the lotus. After a moment, Yu Zhenghai withdrew his avatar and said, "You're much smarter than him." All of a sudden, Xiao Yunhe recalled the old man who chased after Wuxiao in the Golden Lotus domain. Then, He asked with a frown. Is your master the pavilion master of the Golden Lotus Domain's Evil Sky Pavilion? Yu Shangrong was slightly surprised. You know my master? Xiao Yunhe's eyelids twitched. Indeed, it was that old man. His frown deepened when he recalled the 6 fire spirit stones. After a moment, he suppressed the surprise in his heart and said, I met him once. I didn't expect to meet his disciples here. Yu Zhenghai said, Since you know my master, you should know his temper. Indeed, his temper is rather bad. If it weren't for my 6 fire spirit stones, Wu Chao would have died. Xiao Yunhe said with a sigh. When the captain heard this, he said angrily, Tower Master, he took your 6 fire spirit stones. Great. This is a fine time for us to take revenge. In the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Xiao Yunhe was quite tactful and knew not to make enemies easily, as expected of the former Tower Master of the Black Tower Council. Even if he had lost 5 birth charts, his knowledge and experience were not something people could compare to. He continued to observe the situation. When the captain of the blackguards saw the lack of reply from Xiao Yunhe, he continued to say, Tower Master, we have to get rid of the root of the problem, so there won't be problems in the future. Lu Zhou suddenly grew furious. Buzz! He instinctively raised his hand and shouted, You don't know what's good for you. Lu Zhou had no reason, and his heart was immediately burning with anger. A 400 to 500-foot thousand realms whirling avatar towered in the sky above the Evil Sky Pavilion's eastern pavilion. The golden astrolabe was like the sun, illuminating the entire Golden Court Mountain. Boom! Shun Shi, Li Xiaoma, and the other prominent figures from the sect in the Golden Lotus Domain raised their heads immediately. A golden great Vajra will palm seal broke the gates of the eastern pavilion and flew out. Upon seeing this, Pan Zhong shouted, Crap! Protect the barrier. I'll do it. Shun Shi flashed up to the sky and used his huge black astrolabe to block the incoming palm seal. Boom! Shun Shi felt a huge force slam against his astrolabe. His arms went numb immediately, and the astrolabe trembled. His hair stood on ends immediately. He was shocked as he looked at the towering Golden Thousand Realms whirling avatar above the eastern pavilion. Why's the difference in our strength so big when we both have 4 birth charts? At the same time, far away in the Red Lotus Domain's southern kingdom, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, who were surrounded at the moment, heard the thunderous roar. You don't know what's good for you. It was deafeningly loud, causing everyone to tremble. Master! Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai were also shocked. It sounded like it came from somewhere nearby. Xiao Yunhe was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly recovered his senses and cupped his fists together as he said, So you've decided to grace us with your presence. Why don't you come out to have a chat? Xiao Yunhe infused primal qi into his voice so it spread in all directions into the distance. Alas, there was no reply. Xiao Yunhe cupped his fists together again and infused primal qi into his voice as he said, Xiao Yunhe respectfully invites an old friend out to chat. Xiao Yunhe's voice spread even further than before, covering several thousand meters. Many fierce beasts fled in the face of the powerful and piercing sound wave. Xiao Yunhe believed the other party would definitely hear his voice. However, even after silence had returned for a long time, there was no reply. How awkward! No matter what, he was the former Tower Master of the Black Tower Council after all. How could the old man not preserve some of his dignity at all? However, when he recalled how the old man had killed Wu Guangping, who had 8 birth charts while he only had 7 birth charts now, he felt he had no right to challenge the old man now. After all, his 12 birth charts were a thing of the past. In his current state, it was almost impossible for him to activate all his birth charts again. The path to recovering his birth charts was a difficult path to traverse. Even if he could recover 1 birth chart, he would still only have 8 birth charts, which made him no different from Wu Guangping. Xiao Yunhe felt awkward. He sighed inwardly. Perhaps it was time to face the future squarely. It would be harmful to always live in the shadow of the past. Yu Shangrong felt it was strange. Since his master was here, why did he not come out to save them? There was no doubt that the explosive roar belonged to his master. There was no way he was mistaken. After a moment, he calmed himself down. He thought perhaps their master was testing them. With this thought in mind, he lifted his head and said, "I've already told you that you're not worthy to speak to my master, Xiao Yunhe. Hey Wu Wei." Xiao Yunhe felt somewhat helpless when faced with this situation. Meanwhile, the captain of the blackguard was frightened. Earlier, he had wanted to kill the two men and destroy the evidence. However, how could he dare to do so now? That person was watching nearby but was too lazy and disdained to lower himself to their level. Little did he know that if Lu Zhou were here, he would have been sent to hell by now. At this moment, Xiao Yunhe, who had calmed down, removed his mask. Although it was dark, it did not prevent Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong from taking a good look at his face. They were shocked when they saw his face. There were several knife marks on his face, his left eye was injured, and half his face was like tree bark. At this moment, Xiao Yunhe said with a smile, "I have met your master once before. The matter with the two of you today can be considered a misunderstanding." His smile served as a stark contrast to his face. "Misunderstanding," Yu Shangrong said skeptically. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Xiao Yunhe, the former Tower Master of the Black Tower Council," Xiao Yunhe said. "We already know that," Yu Zhenghai said. "I once led many experts from the Black Tower Council to the Endless Ocean to kill sea beast kings. I've also fought against hundreds of thousands of beasts in the Southern Kingdom. The thousands of meters deep ravine in the Southern Kingdom was caused by me. I went to the depths of the forest to discover the secrets of heaven and earth's shackles, searching for the truth behind humans' lifespans. I'm also one of the participants and the few survivors of the expedition to the Great Void," Xiao Yunhe said with a sigh. "Unfortunately, life has always been predictable, and everything is now a thing of the past. As the saying went, a real man won't bring up past achievements." However, Xiao Yunhe still brought of the past. Xiao Yunhe continued to say, "They destroyed my birth charts and imprisoned me at the bottom of the Thousand Ice Lake for 300 years. In this world, there's no one who hates the Black Tower Council more than me." At this point, he put on his mask again before he continued to say after calming his slightly agitated emotions. "As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Even if your master didn't kill Wu Guangping, I would have killed him sooner or later. That's why I said it's a misunderstanding." Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong nodded. "So he bragged about his glorious past for half a day just to say that we're on the same side? Why does it seem like he just wants to show off?" Yu Shangrong said, "Since it's just a misunderstanding, no offense is taken. My master has always been reasonable." Xiao Yunhe waved his hand. The three blackguards retreated behind Xiao Yunhe. They were respectful and no longer dared to speak. The captain cupped his fists at the duo of them and said, "It's all my fault for not recognizing Mount Tai. I almost harmed a friend. I hope you can forgive me." Yu Shangrong turned around as he held the longevity sword. He lightly tapped his toes and drew level with them in the air before he said, "Since you're unaware of it, you can't be blamed." The captain said, "If you have any requests, feel free to mention them. I'm willing to make up for my mistakes." Yu Zhenghai flew up as well. He asked, "Requests?" Then, his eyes fell on Liang Chu's corpse before he shook his head and said, "Our evil sky pavilion isn't unreasonable and won't force people. It's good enough that others don't snatch our life heart." Why do these words sound so familiar? After a moment, Xiao Yunhe asked, "Are both of you here to search for life hearts?" After he finished speaking, he felt that he had just asked an unnecessary question. The duo had just sprouted the 10th leaf. Clearly, this was the right time to look for life hearts. That's right. However, the southern land is fraught with dangers, and it isn't easy to find birth chart beasts, Yu Zhenghai said. Xiao Yunhe said, "The southern kingdom is different from other places. Although this place is close to the beast's nest, those who sprout their 10th leaf here won't be able to attract birth chart beasts. If you really want to stay here to look for birth chart beasts, if you're lucky you might encounter 3 to 5 birth chart beasts if you stay here for 3 to 5 years. The captain chimed in. "That's right. The Black Tower Council has set up the stone forest formation here after all. Moreover, about 100 miles south is the White Tower Council's territory. The White Tower Council territory? Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai were slightly surprised. If there's Black Tower Council, there's naturally a White Tower Council. Since the Black Tower Council is so powerful, how can the White Tower Council be weak? Yu Zhenghai sighed heavily. It seems like it'll be difficult for 10-leaf cultivators like us to find and kill birth chart beasts here. What's this person hinting at? Xiao Yunhe sighed inwardly. Like master, like disciple. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Yu Zhenghai looked at Liang Chu's corpse again and sighed loudly. Xiao Yunhe sighed softly. Forget it. Then, he brought Liang Chu's life heart out of the pocket near his chest and gently pushed it toward Yu Zhenghai before he said, I'll give this life heart to both of you. This is an intermediate life heart. I recommend that you only use it after you've activated 2 birth charts at least. Yu Zhenghai did not stand on ceremony and took the life heart in his hand. Contrary to his actions, he said, However, you won't gain anything by giving me this. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to accept this. There's no need to talk about gains and losses between friends. Moreover, I have many more techniques compared to use to obtain life hearts. I can just look for them again. Speaking of which, you can be considered as my juniors, so you can consider this a meeting gift, Xiao Yunhe said calmly. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Yu Zhenghai said. Xiao Yunhe nodded and said, All right, if there's an opportunity, help me speak a few good words to your master. In the future, let's drink and chat. Of course. Yu Zhenghai smiled. Xiao Yunhe looked at the sky. The sun was already setting in the west. He felt rather regretful that Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai's master did not appear. He was about to leave when he recalled Yu Shangrong blocking his palm strike earlier. He could not help but say, Your sword is rather extraordinary. Yu Shangrong waved his right hand. The longevity sword unsheathed itself before it circled twice in the air in front of Yu Shangrong before it returned its sheath. Following that, Yu Shangrong said, This sword has followed me into countless battles, and I regard it as my life. However, my master had instructed me not to rely too much on weapons. I see, Xiao Yunhe said. It's almost impossible for 10-leaf cultivators to block my attacks without getting injured at all. Yu Zhenghai added, filled with praise. My junior brother is a lone wolf. He has always been different in regard to cultivation. He's the first person in the cultivation world to sever his lotus. Sever his lotus? Xiao Yunhe frowned, puzzled. Although he was experienced and knowledgeable, he had never heard of this cultivation method. His interest was piqued immediately. 5 of his birth charts had been destroyed. What if there was another cultivation method that could help him? After a moment, Xiao Yunhe said, Severing your lotus is no different from digging your own grave. How's that possible? Yu Shangrong did not reply to Xiao Yunhe. Instead, he manifested his avatar. When the 150-foot appeared, Xiao Yunhe and the other blackguards were shocked by the lack of a golden lotus. Xiao Yun studied the space below the feet of the avatar. Indeed, there was no lotus at all. He frowned as he asked, hitting the nail on the head. Without a lotus, there's no birth palace. How are you going to activate your birth chart? Upon hearing Xiao Yunhe's words, the captain of the blackguard chimed in. That's right. Without a lotus, you can't activate your birth chart. There's no need for you to collect life hearts at all. Yu Shangrong shook his head indifferently and maintained the smile on his face as he said, As the saying goes, the boat will naturally right itself when it reaches the harbor. Previously, no one thought it was possible to sever one's lotus as well. Xiao Yunhe nodded and said, You're brave. Indeed, it's not certain that there's no way at all to advance after severing your lotus. Yu Shangrong was surprised. You know of a way? If he could activate his birth chart successfully, he would be able to open up a completely different cultivation path. No, it's nothing concrete, Xiao Yunhe said. However, I've heard of an interesting story that might inspire you. Then, Xiao Yunhe looked at Yu Shangrong and continued to say, Whether it's in the Golden Lotus domain or the Red Lotus domain, there are the other tribes. In order to restore my 5 birth charts, I spent 100 years studying the cultivation methods of the other tribes. He paused for a moment before he asked, "Have you thought about how cultivators from the other tribes managed to get stronger despite not cultivating methods from the schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism? Moreover, their avatars usually resemble beasts in the forest. When their avatars are damaged, the damage to the cultivators is very low as well." Yu Shangrong fell deep into thoughts as he listened to Xiao Yunhe's words. Xiao Yunhe continued to say, "Due to all the questions I had, I once spoke to an elderly other tribesman. His situation is slightly similar to yours. His avatar was missing a leg, and he only had half a lotus. At that time, everyone thought it was impossible for him to activate his birth chart. As you can guess by now, contrary to everyone's expectations, he succeeded in activating his birth chart." Yu Zhenghai said, "The difference is still too big. That person has half a lotus, which means he has half a birth palace. Although he only has half a birth palace, this means he still has a place to embed the life heart. It's not surprising that he succeeded." Xiao Yunhe smiled as he said, "When one places a life heart in the birth palace, a vortex will appear to absorb vitality energy. Activating a birth chart consumes 1,500 years of life. If a birth palace is incomplete, it won't be able to absorb vitality energy. With that, it'll only result in a failure to activate the birth chart." However, the elderly other tribesman managed to solve this problem. He used the animalistic characteristics of the other tribe's avatars and let his avatar eat the life heart instead. After eating the life heart, the avatar digested the life heart and gained the ability of the life heart. As a result, he successfully activated his birth chart and formed his astrolabe. Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai were shocked by these words. "The avatar ate the life heart?" "That's right." Xiao Yunhe nodded. "It sounds simple, but many cultivators have tried and failed. After all, the avatar is just a body of energy. How could it digest the life heart? I've attempted this as well. Unfortunately, when the life heart entered my avatar, it could not digest the life heart. Moreover, without the birth palace, the absorption speed was only average. After that, I concluded that the method was not very feasible." Yu Shangrong recalled that time when his master asked him to absorb the energy from the life heart. He asked, "What about absorbing the energy from the life heart instead?" Xiao Yunhe shook his head and said, "Just absorbing the energy? I tried this method as well, but it was too slow." "Too slow?" Yu Shangrong frowned slightly. When he had absorbed the energy from the life heart, the speed was not slow at all. Why was it different? At this moment, Xiao Yunhe said, "I've said all there is to be said. I'm in a rush, so I'll take my leave now." Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai cupped their fists together at Xiao Yunhe. Following that, Xiao Yunhe and the blackguards turned around and flew southwest, disappearing into the dark and damp forest up ahead. When Xiao Yunhe and the others finally disappeared from sight, Yu Zhenghai let out a sigh of relief. Then, he asked, "Second junior brother, why do you think Master didn't come out earlier?" Yu Shangrong shrugged slightly. "Maybe he was just passing by or testing us." Yu Zhenghai sighed. "I didn't expect Master to care so much about us. Back then, he didn't care for our lives at all. It seems like in the future, even if there's nothing important, we have to mention Master every once in a while." "Ha!" Yu Zhenghai quickly said, "What I mean is that we have to respect Master and honor him." Yu Shangrong looked at the stone forest before he looked in the southern and southwestern directions. Then he said, "Now there's even the White Lotus Council. I suggest that you activate your birth chart now in the Southern Kingdom, eldest senior brother. The increase in your strength might help us." Yu Zhenghai shook his head and said, "That won't do. Master gave us 3 life hearts in total. Based on Xiao Yunhe's words, there's a good chance you'll be able to activate your birth chart as well. Therefore, it's best to save the life hearts for your use. I can activate my birth chart at any time, so I'm not in a rush. Moreover, the more stable one's foundation at the 10-leaf stage is, the easier it'll be to activate the birth chart. Wouldn't it be better if you activate your birth chart now and form the Thousand Realms whirling avatar?" The road ahead is fraught with danger. Eldest senior brother, is there a need to be courteous at this time? This. Yu Xiangrong suddenly bowed and said, Please listen to me. Eldest senior brother, I hope you'll grant my wish. Yu Zhenghai was caught off guard by Yu Xiangrong's vehemence. In the end, he acquiesced to Yu Xiangrong's request. All right. Following that, Yu Zhenghai threw Liang Chu's life heart to Yu Xiangrong and said, Liang Chu is agile. Its life heart is more suitable for you. I hope you won't refuse it. I'll use the other life heart. Yu Xiangrong did not refuse. After he put the life heart away, he pointed at the heart of the fallen capital, the dilapidated imperial palace, and asked, How about there? All right. The duo flew toward the heart of the fallen capital. Although the palace walls were damaged, they still stood tall. Vines crawled over the walls after years and years of neglect. The duo came to a stop at a dry corner in the depths of the dilapidated imperial palace before Yu Zhenghai began to activate his birth chart. Back in the eastern pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion, after Lu Zhou launched a palm seal in anger and roared in anger, everyone was stunned. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou discovered if he used the power of sound and the power of sight at the same time, he could transmit his voice far away at the cost of a large amount of his supreme mystic power. If I have enough supreme mystic power, does it mean I can even kill someone from afar? Lu Zhou wondered. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the skull was really terrifying. I wonder what else will happen if I use the other powers from the heavenly writing with the power of sight? Lu Zhou sensed his supreme mystic power and discovered he only had very little left even after he had recovered it with the purple glazed ceramic earlier. It could not be helped. How could he feel at ease when Yu Xiangrong and Yu Zhenghai were in danger? In fact, Lu Zhou still did not feel completely at ease. Therefore, he activated the purple glazed ceramic and meditated on the heavenly writing again to recover his supreme mystic power. After recovering enough supreme mystic power, Lu Zhou used the power of sight from the heavenly writing power to check in on Yu Zhenghai and Yu Xiangrong again. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai sat against a damaged wall. He had already placed the life heart in his birth palace. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, he could not help but wonder where Xiao Yunhe and the others went. The surroundings were dark and quiet, so he could not see clearly. The sky grew darker. In such a dark and damp environment, it would be difficult for most people to focus. However, it was nothing to Yu Zhenghai and Yu Xiangrong. After a while, Lu Zhou saw Yu Xiangrong holding a life heart and absorbing its energy. He noticed the life heart Yu Xiangrong was holding was slightly bigger than the average life heart. It was clearly not Shan Gao's life heart. Liang Chu? Xiao Yunhe is so kind as to give Liang Chu's life heart to them? I took 6 fire spirit stones from him. Isn't he angry? What happened? After a moment, Lu Zhou shifted his attention to Yu Zhenghai. When he noticed nothing seemed to be abnormal with Yu Zhenghai's progress, he stopped observing Yu Zhenghai. If everything continued to progress the way it was progressing, Yu Zhenghai should be able to activate his birth chart tomorrow morning. Following that, Lu Zhou cut off the heavenly writing power. He was puzzled. Previously, Yu Xiangrong had absorbed the life heart's energy, but there was no result. Why was Yu Xiangrong absorbing the life heart's energy again? It did not take long before a vague idea appeared in his mind. Following that, he no longer dwelled on the matter. Instead, he began to meditate on the heavenly writing again to recover his supreme mystic power. The next morning, after recovering part of the supreme mystic power after meditating the entire night, Lu Zhou used the heavenly writing power to observe Yu Zhenghai again before the sun rose. He saw Yu Zhenghai looking at the birth palace on his golden lotus with an expression of delight. At this moment, the life heart had long been embedded into the zone in the birth palace. Yu Zhenghai said excitedly, "Second senior brother, I've successfully activated my birth chart." This time, he was not deliberately showing off. He was genuinely excited and delighted. "Congratulations," Yu Xiangrong said. Then, Yu Zhenghai saw the life heart, which was hovering in front of Yu Xiangrong's avatar, that still had a lot of energy left. He could not help but sigh inwardly. It seems like nothing comes easy in this world. Second junior brother is not having an easy time absorbing the energy from the life heart. After a moment, Xianxia said, I'll try to form my Thousand Realms whirling avatar now. You should continue to absorb the life heart's energy. All right. The duo was both engrossed in their own tasks. Xianxia manifested his avatar and began to form his Thousand Realms whirling avatar. He was not worried since he had learned a lot of the Thousand Realms whirling from Wuxia. Based on what he had learned, Xianxia moved his avatar higher in the air. However, as soon as he moved his avatar disappeared. Xianxia manifested his avatar again and repeated his action again. Alas, he failed again. Repeat, fail, repeat, fail. Xianxia tried dozens of times, but they all ended in failure. He frowned as he muttered to himself, Is it so difficult to form a Thousand Realms whirling avatar? Similarly, Lu Zhou, who was watching, did not expect it to be so difficult for Xianxia to form the Thousand Realms whirling avatar as well. After all, Xianxia had the great void seed. Moreover, his physique and talent were far above most people. If even Xianxia failed to form the Thousand Realms whirling avatar, how could the other cultivators have a hope of succeeding? As expected, the Thousand Realms whirling stage was not something easy to achieve. Lu Zhou did not have any problem with this since he directly obtained the Thousand Realms whirling avatar by spending 500,000 merit points to buy it. What else is missing? Lu Zhou wondered to himself as he continued to watch Xianxia. Xianxia's cultivation base was high enough, and he had already activated his first birth chart. Could it be that Xianxia's Dantian Sea of Qi did not meet the requirements? Meanwhile, outside of the southern pavilion, Xianxia and the other nine-leaf cultivators looked in the direction of the eastern pavilion. Nan Gongwei said in admiration, I didn't expect Pavilion Master to be so strong. Guardian Shin, you're really amazing for blocking the Pavilion Master's palm seal yesterday. Upon hearing this, an embarrassed expression appeared on Xianxia's face. No, you're overpraising me. After a moment, Nan Gongwei asked curiously, What's the difference between the Golden Lotus domain and the Black Lotus domain, apart from the obvious? In a way, there's no difference. There are weak and strong cultivators everywhere since the beginning of time. Since the beginning of time, there have been many colors of lotuses. Whether it's black, red, or golden, there's always those who are weak and strong and those in high and low positions. However, why is the Black Lotus domain so strong? Xianxia replied, The heaven and earth shackles are different in different domains. Up until now, no one has figured out the secrets of the heaven and earth shackles. I'm afraid I don't have the answer to this question. Everyone sighed. After a while, Nan Gongwei said again, We've already severed our lotus. It may be impossible for us to ever activate our birth charts. If we don't find a solution for this, in the future, wouldn't it be? Xianxia smiled faintly. I once heard an elder from the council speak about the law of balance. What it means is that whatever the heavens take away, it'll also compensate in another area to maintain the balance. Therefore, even if you no longer have a lotus, I'm sure you'll be compensated in some other way. Nan Gongwei sighed. Thank you for your kind words, Guardian Shin. The heavens have taken away so much of humans' lifespans. I wonder if that was made up for in other ways. Everyone sighed as well upon hearing these words. Xianxia said, Perhaps, one day when we find the Great Void, we'll be able to solve this mystery. That's too far away in the future. Anyway, Guardian Shin, can you tell us what we need to pay attention to when forming the Thousand Realms whirling avatars? Someone asked. Xianxia nodded. In fact, it's not difficult to activate one's birth charts. What's difficult is forming the Thousand Realms whirling avatars. Buzz. Xianxia manifested his Black Thousand Realms whirling avatar. His height was only 20 feet tall at this moment. Compared to the 100 Tribulations Insight avatars, a Thousand Realms whirling avatar has birth charts, birth palace, birth disc, and the astrolabe, Xianxia said as he pointed at his avatar. To form the Thousand Realms whirling avatar, there are 3 things you must remember. First, you must never forget the sequence of the steps. The order can't be messed up. Otherwise, you'll definitely fail. Form the birth palace first, and the birth chart zones in the birth palace will appear. Then, after forming the astrolabe, the birth disk will naturally follow. Second, the lengthy process to form the Thousand Realms whirling avatar means that you need to have incredibly strong willpower and tolerance for pain. The avatar is like your body. Changing it will definitely cause a lot of pain. Third, without enough primal chi, it'd be impossible for you to maintain the process of forming the Thousand Realms whirling avatar. Everyone nodded as they listened to Xianxia. There are truly too many things we don't know. Listening to Guardian Xianxia is better than studying for 10 years. Someone said after recording Xianxia's words. At this moment, Pan Zhong walked in and said, Guardian Xianxia, the Pavilion Master has a task for you. He wants you to convey what you've just said to Mr. First. Xianxia was shocked. The Pavilion Master was listening to me? Pan Zhong smiled. How would I know? All right, I'll attend to this matter immediately. In fact, it was a coincidence that Lu Zhou heard Xianxia with his power of hearing. In the Red Lotus Domain's southern kingdom. After trying for more than half a day, Yu Zhenghai still did not have any success. He wiped the sweat off his face and said, When have I ever suffered so many setbacks? Is the Thousand Realms whirling avatar really so difficult to form? After a moment, Yu Zhenghai turned to look at Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong had already absorbed half of the life heart's energy. Second junior brother, your avatar. Since Yu Shangrong was focused on his breathing to help his avatar absorb the energy, he did not notice the changes in his avatar. Upon hearing Yu Zhenghai's words, he opened his eyes immediately. He saw the golden leaves, which were spinning around his avatar, seemed to have a hint of green in them. Yu Shangrong said, puzzled. Xiao Yunhe said the absorption speed is slow, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Yu Zhenghai replied confidently, that's because he has many birth charts. Due to the number of birth charts, the requirements are naturally higher, so the absorption speed is slow. Since you haven't even activated your birth chart, the requirements aren't very high, so your speed is faster. Yu Shangrong did not reply. Instead, he suddenly flew 50 meters south along with his avatar. Yu Zhenghai. There was no one in this world who knew Yu Shangrong better than Yu Zhenghai. He could see Yu Shangrong's speed was much faster than before. The slightest difference in speed in a fight between experts made a huge difference. Moreover, he had taken note of Yu Shangrong's speed when both of them flew from Jianan Circuit to the Southern Kingdom. Both of them had been competing, and the result was both of their speed was on par with each other. Since Yu Zhenghai could sense the change in the speed, Yu Shangrong could sense it even more acutely. He looked at his avatar in surprise. The lotus leaves that had a slight change in color were like tender buds that were about to bloom in spring. The golden color served as a beautiful contrast to the hints of green. It seemed like he managed to gain the ability from Liang Chu's life heart. After carefully studying Yu Shangrong's avatar, Yu Zhenghai said, You've grown stronger. I can feel it as well. Yu Shangrong nodded. Yu Zhenghai suggested, Let your avatar grow to its full size. No, Yu Shangrong shook his head. It'll attract attention. Moreover, just by looking at it now, I can tell the height hasn't changed. That doesn't make sense. Yu Zhenghai furrowed his brows, puzzled. The height of an avatar represents one's cultivation base. However, you've clearly grown stronger. How can there be no changes in the height of your avatar? Perhaps it has something to do with the lack of a lotus. The life of an expert is destined to be different from others, after all. The life of an expert is a lonely one. The conversation was getting boring. The gist of their conversation was always the same. At this moment, Yu Shangrong suddenly said, The Evil Sky Pavilion is contacting us. Following that, he brought a miniature formation that had been pre-drawn from his waist and put it on the ground. Then, he brought out 3 high-grade talismans that floated above the formation and ignited them. Yu Zhenghai said, filled with praise, With 7th junior brother's talent, everything is so much more convenient. Before the duo left, Si Wuya had prepared many things for them. Talismans, formations, and maps. All of them were meticulously prepared. Soon enough, Yu Shangrong picked up one of the talismans above the formation. After he read what was written on the formation, he tossed it toward Yu Zhenghai. "This is for you." "For me?" Yu Zhenghai looked at the talisman carefully. The more he read, the more shocked he was. Then, he laughed heartily before he said, "Second junior brother, this is the method to form a 1,000 realms whirling avatar. How does Master know I'm trying to form my 1,000 realms whirling avatar? Is Master a prophet?" Yu Shangrong shut down that theory immediately. "You're overthinking things. Have you forgotten Master's sound technique when we were dealing with Xiao Yunhe? Obviously, Master is not far away." Yu Zhenghai shook his head and said, "I disagree. If Master were here, why would he send information from the Evil Sky Pavilion? He could have just come here and tell me about it. Master wouldn't do such unnecessary things. In any case, it's just a technique to form the 1,000 realms whirling avatar. Whether it'll work or not remains to be seen," Yu Shangrong said. Yu Zhenghai was just about to retort when several white figures could be seen flying in the sky. "Someone's here." Yu Shangrong hurriedly withdrew his avatar and flew back to the palace wall. The duo watched as the white figures flew toward the ruins. Yu Zhenghai shook his head and said, "It seems like we're unlucky today." The duo hid their auras and did not move. The appearance of the white guards had caught them off guard. Soon after, they heard voices in the direction where the blackguards had killed Liang Chu. "The Black Tower Council is really shameless. They even want to extend their reach to an abandoned place like the Southern Kingdom. Since they broke the agreement first, there's no need for us to care about them anymore. From the looks of it, they were here yesterday. Look at the bloodstains and the traces of the battle. They're relatively new. Since the Black Lotus Council has broken the agreement, we should first occupy the Southern Kingdom before we think of a way to occupy Great Tang. I heard there's an expert in Great Tang who's neither from the Black Lotus domain nor the Red Lotus domain. There's no need for you to worry about that. Just focus on your job. How we're going to occupy Great Tang or how we're to deal with that mysterious expert are matters for the Elders Guild." "You're right, Captain. What about the Stone Forest Formation?" "Destroy it." "Understood." Following that, deafening sounds of explosions and buzzing energy rang in the air for about 15 minutes before silence returned. "There should birth chart beasts in the south. Let's go." "Understood." Birth chart beasts. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong raised their heads and looked at the sky. The white guards flew south and soon disappeared from the duo's sight. Yu Zhenghai said, "It's just as Xiao Yunhe said. The south is controlled by the White Tower Council. Their conflict is. The conflict between the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council has nothing to do with us." "You're right." Following that, Yu Zhenghai manifested his avatar again. He followed the instructions on the talisman and tried to form his 1,000 realms whirling avatar again. Yu Shangrong did not bother Yu Zhenghai. Instead, he flashed to another corner to gauge his speed. He smiled faintly. Although he could not activate his birth chart yet, at least he could absorb the life heart. Following that, he took out Liang Chu's life heart and manifested his avatar before he began to absorb the life heart's energy again. 2 days passed in just a blink of an eye. It was late at night at this moment. Yu Shangrong finally finished absorbing the energy from the life heart. The life heart had lost its luster and looked dried up. Yu Shangrong exhaled, sensing the changes in his Dantian Sea of Qi. He could tell his Dantian Sea of Qi had grown bigger. Apart from that, the green in his lotus leaves had also become more distinct. Under the night sky, it looked like dried yellow leaves were being rejuvenated. Does this mean I have Liang Chu's ability? Yu Shangrong wondered. After a moment, he sensed his lifespan. Powerful cultivators could roughly sense their lifespans. Even ordinary people could sense when their deaths were near. 800 years? Yu Shangrong muttered to himself. Based on what Yu Shangrong knew, to activate a birth chart, one needed to absorb 1,500 years of life from a life heart. After successfully activating a birth chart, one would gain 500 years of life. Due to him being a nobleman, the years of life he obtained when cultivating had always been half of what ordinary cultivators obtained. He had expected to gain 250 years at most this time. How could he not be surprised that he gained 800 years? It was even more than what ordinary cultivators obtained. However, Yu Shangrong was not happy about this. In his opinion, misfortune often hid blessings while fortune often hid curses. Nevertheless, the years he obtained were rather useful. After he withdrew his avatar, he wondered out loud, "I've completely absorbed the energy of my second life heart. What happens if I continue? It's impossible to find a limitless supply of energy for my avatar to absorb. I wonder if I'll be able to forge a new path of cultivation like Xiao Yunhe said." He could not help but feel a sense of anticipation for the future when he thought about Xiao Yunhe's words. At this moment, Yu Shangrong heard a muffled groan. He turned around and saw Yu Zhenghai's face was twisted in pain and blood could be seen at the corners of his lips. He said with a frown, "Eldest senior brother. I'm fine. Don't mind me." Yu Zhenghai forcefully endured the pain in his internal organs. A crisp noise rang in the air, and Yu Shangrong looked at Yu Zhenghai's lotus seat. There were distinct lines on it now. When the lines appeared, Yu Zhenghai groaned in pain again. "Motherfucker, it's just a little pain. What can it do to me?" There was truly a balance for everything in this world. Yu Shangrong suddenly felt that he had made a wise decision by decisively severing his lotus back then, even if it was dangerous and painful. It seemed like he would not need to suffer the kind of pain Yu Zhenghai was suffering. "I'll wait for you then," Yu Shangrong said with a faint smile before he leaped to the top of the dilapidated palace wall and looked around. The night sky stretched as far as the eyes could see. It was completely dark with no stars to light it up. The air in the ruins was strange and deathly still. Yu Zhenghai's avatar was like a little lamp in the midst of the darkness, providing a little bit of light. At this time, Yu Shangrong's body moved. His speed was as fast as lightning. He flew out 50 meters before he flew back again. He muttered under his breath, surprised, "This is Liang Chu's speed?" After a moment, he decided to practice with the longevity sword. He had nothing to do now anyway. He tapped his toes on the top of the palace wall before he soared high up into the sky. After he came to a halt, he closed his eyes. The longevity sword in his hand remained still. Calm disturbance. Calm disturbance was the move Lu Zhou had demonstrated to Xikong Beichen back then in the 9th temple. To use all creations as swords. The swordless path. Buzz. The sound of energy resonating rang in all directions as energy swords appeared in the air. When Yu Shangrong finally opened his eyes, he saw more than 100,000 energy swords in the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The energy swords pointed out as they gathered and spun like a plate in the sky. Suddenly, Yu Shangrong dove down as he controlled the more than 100,000 energy swords to follow him. The rundown building in front of him instantly collapsed under the assault of the energy swords. Not good enough. Yu Shangrong was dissatisfied with this result. He controlled the energy swords and moved south. The more than 100,000 energy swords flew after him like a dragon. "Isn't this like the water dragon song?" Yu Shangrong chuckled. Nevertheless, it's still a little lacking compared to calm disturbance. Indeed, this move was rather similar to the water dragon song that Lu Zhou taught Yu Zhenghai. Yu Shangrong continued to fly around with the energy swords before he suddenly came to a stop. The more than 100,000 energy swords disappeared in just an instant. He realized this move was too eye-catching. Is this the strength of a birth chart expert? For some reason, he felt that his strength was that of a birth chart expert now. After absorbing 2 life hearts, he could feel his reaction, speed, strength, and control were much stronger than before. However, his avatar was still the same as before. 100 Tribulations Insight avatar with golden leaves with a tinge of green. It was silent as Yu Shangrong continued to hover in the air. The air blew against him, causing his green robe to flutter. After a moment, he looked at Yu Zhenghai who was on the ground. Yu Zhenghai looked like he was in even more pain than before. Nevertheless, he was not worried. After all, in regard to suffering, no one in the Evil Sky Pavilion could compare to Yu Zhenghai. Since Yu Zhenghai had suffered so many hardships, this little bit of pain that would smooth the road ahead of him was nothing. In the Evil Sky Pavilion's Eastern Pavilion, when Lu Zhou saw Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai's progress that seemed optimistic, he no longer observed them. Instead, he thought of ways to pass the information he had gathered to Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong did not know how to use the talismans or formations that the Evil Sky Pavilion and Si Wuya used to communicate. Lu Li had lost his cultivation base. Therefore, although he knew the way to communicate, he did not have the strength to do it. Lu Zhou recited the mantra for the heavenly writing power again. He saw Zhu Honggong asking Lu Li, "Is there really no way to form the Thousand Realms whirling avatar?" "No, I will find a way. There must be a way," Lu Li said. There were all kinds of life hearts in front of him at this moment. Zhu Honggong said with a smile, "In fact, it's not that bad even if I can't form the Thousand Realms whirling avatar." "You're saying this again?" All right. I made a promise to you, and I'll keep it. However, if it's really impossible for me to form the Thousand Realms whirling avatar, you can't blame me," Zhu Honggong said. "You have to become strong in order to live well. Aren't I doing this for your good? Do I still have to tell you this?" Lu Li said, "I don't know what your master taught you. Your talent is wasted on him. A strict master would produce great disciples. An easygoing master would produce lazy disciples. If you were to follow me when you're a child, you would already be a powerful 8-chart expert." "What a pity. Old Lu. How can you slander my master like this?" After spending so much time together, Zhu Honggong had grown closer to Lu Li. He had even gotten used to addressing Lu Li as Old Lu. Lu Li ignored him. Zhu Honggong said, "My master is the #1 expert in the Golden Lotus domain. He's the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. All the 10 disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion are prominent figures. You're quite loyal." "Of course," Zhu Honggong said with a sigh. "You don't know this. My talent and aptitude for cultivation were poor when I was a child. My father is the cult master of the ancient saint cult, but there was nothing he could do to help me cultivate. In the end, my master solved the problem and let me cultivate the 9 Tribulations Thunderblast. Although I lost a lot of years of my life in the beginning, I've gained them back through cultivation. Therefore, I'm very grateful to my master." "It has nothing to do with your master. It's the Great Void Energy," Lu Li said. "How do you know the Great Void Energy wasn't given to me by my master?" Zhu Honggong asked with a smile. Lu Li was rather surprised by Zhu Honggong's words. Indeed, how did he know if the Great Void Energy was given to Zhu Honggong by his master or not? Moreover, Si Wuya, Zhu Honggong's fellow disciple, had the Great Void Energy as well. He had also learned from Zhu Honggong that all the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion were highly talented. Based on what Zhu Honggong's described, his fellow disciples' cultivations were consistent with those who possessed the Great Void. If that was true, there was only one possibility. Everyone in the Evil Sky Pavilion had the Great Void. With that thought in mind, Lu Li said, "I suspect your master is from the Great Void." "The Great Void again. I'm sick of hearing it. When will I see the results of my hard work?" "That's enough. All you do is eat and eat every day. Do you think you can improve your cultivation base by eating?" Lu Li said. After a moment, he suddenly rose to his feet. "Wait! What is it?" "Eat." Lu Li picked up a life heart and looked at Zhu Honggong before he said, "You can try eating it." Zhu Honggong. Whoosh! Zhu Honggong disappeared like a gust of wind. Lu Li frowned as he muttered to himself, "That's right. It's so big and hard. How could he eat it? Cut it up? Crush it to make porridge? Or absorb it?" His eyes lit up before he called out, "Zhu Honggong, come back here this instant. I have another good idea." Lu Zhou nodded. It seemed like there was no need for him to rack his brain to think of a way to send a message to Zhu Honggong. Lu Li would be able to figure out the method. Nevertheless, just to be sure, Lu Zhou used the heavenly writing and shouted, "Absorb!" Zhu Honggong, who had already left the hall, suddenly came to a stop when he heard a thunderous voice shouting, "Absorb!" He scratched his ears and murmured, "Isn't that Master's voice? It seems like I'm thinking too much about everyone that I'm even hallucinating. You want me to eat that thing? No way." Lu Zhou shook his head and cut off the heavenly writing power. The cost of transmitting that one word, absorb, depleted almost all of his supreme mystic power. He no longer worried about Zhu Honggong. After all, Zhu Honggong's life was not in danger. It was better to keep an eye on his eldest and second disciple for now. Moreover, if the duo successfully found the scroll of the heavenly writing, it would greatly increase his strength as well. At this moment, ding! One of your disciples, Yu Zhenghai, has successfully formed the Thousand Realms whirling avatar. Reward: 10,000 merit points. Yu Zhenghai has met the requirements to complete his apprenticeship. Would you like him to complete his apprenticeship? Apprenticeship? What's this new thing? Lu Zhou looked at the system interface. The mission for disciplining and educating Yu Zhenghai was flashing nonstop. Next to it, it was written, "Disciples will provide you with higher rewards after completing the apprenticeships." As the saying went, a master for a day, a father for life. It seemed like even if his disciples completed their apprenticeships and left him, things would not change much. He had assumed he would not be able to gain any more rewards once his disciples left him. Complete the apprenticeship. Ding! Your disciple, Yu Zhenghai, has successfully completed his apprenticeship. Ding! You're rewarded with a random card. When you use this card, a rare item will be randomly awarded to you. Ding! After Yu Zhenghai completed his apprenticeship, he can now establish a sect and accept disciples. Maximum number of disciples, 3. Ding! You will no longer receive points for teaching Yu Zhenghai. Ding! You must confirm this with Yu Zhenghai in person. Currently, this only takes effect in the system. Lu Zhou found the series of notifications acceptable and within his expectations. After completing the apprenticeships and leaving their master, there was no longer a need for the master to teach the disciples. Moreover, to be honest, the merit points he obtained from Yu Zhenghai during Yu Zhenghai's time as his disciples were pitifully low. He also noticed that the mission to discipline and educate Yu Zhenghai had disappeared. After a moment, a thought appeared in his mind. Can I obtain merit points through my grand-disciples? He thought about Si Wuya, who had Li Yunjing as his student. If Si Wuya completed his apprenticeship, did it mean that he would not be able to obtain points from Li Yunjing anymore? It would be a loss if that was the case. This was similar to how things worked on Earth. After one finished one's apprenticeship, one would be able to enter society. At that time, one would be qualified to establish a company, or in this case, sect. As for whether one was willing or not was another matter. Following that, Lu Zhou looked at the random card he was given. Use. Ding! Obtained a Ji Tiandao's Peak Trial card and an Advanced Enhanced Reversal card. A Deadly Strike card was sold for 32,000 merit points now. His rewards were definitely more than 30,000 merit points. With these rewards, he did not have to risk increasing the price if he bought a Deadly Strike card. Maybe I should let all my disciples leave me. On second thought, it was not easy to complete one's apprenticeship. Even with their great void seeds, they had successfully formed their Thousand Realms whirling avatar before they could complete their apprenticeship. Lu Zhou looked at one of the cards. Advanced Enhanced Reversal card? An ordinary reversal card reverses 1,000 days. How many days will it be since it's enhanced? He did not think too much and decided to use the card. Soon enough, vitality energy began to gather above the Evil Sky Pavilion. Meanwhile, Xianxia, who was still imparting his knowledge to the others in the southern pavilion, suddenly sensed a strong fluctuation of vitality energy. The 9-leaf cultivators from the various sects looked up as well. The cloud rolled in, and the wind picked up speed as energy surged violently. Pan Zhong, who was standing nearby, said with a smile, "Guardian Shun, please continue." "Oh, that's right. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Pan." Xianxia recalled Pan Zhong had told him to regard everything that happened in the Evil Sky Pavilion as normal. He must learn from his mistakes. Fear still lingered in his heart from the last palm strike. In fact, his arms were still a little sore and numb. The surging vitality energy did not last long. Lu Zhou looked at his lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 652,402 days. 1,787 years, in which 263 years are obtained from reversal cards. 10,000 days? The enhanced reversal card had reversed a lot of his years compared to the ordinary reversal card. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and walked around the hall in the eastern pavilion. His body felt lighter, and his condition was better as well. The wrinkles on his hands had decreased significantly as well. Lu Zhou nodded his head in satisfaction. I'm one step closer to being young. Currently, he had 2 peak trial cards. He only needed 1 more to synthesize them. Lucky draw. Ding! Used 50 merit points and 100 luck points. Obtained Reversal Card X5. Meanwhile, in the Red Lotus Domain's southern kingdom, Yu Zhenghai looked at his Thousand Realms whirling avatar with an expression of relief on his face. It was as though a huge weight had been removed from his shoulders. After suffering for several days, he finally succeeded in forming the Thousand Realms whirling avatar. Only he himself knew how difficult it was. Following that, he turned around and said to Yu Shangrong, "Second junior brother, look, the Thousand Realms whirling avatar." The birth disk on the astrolabe, which hung at the back of the avatar, flashed every time the life heart in the birth palace flashed. The karmic fire burned magnificently around the 10-leaf lotus. Yu Shangrong nodded. "Congratulations!" Yu Zhenghai put away his Thousand Realms whirling avatar and asked, "How's your situation?" "It's all right." "That's good." Yu Shangrong said, "We still have 1 more life heart. Eldest senior brother, you might as well activate your second birth chart now." Yu Zhenghai shook his head and said, "No, you can have this life heart. I've only activated my birth chart, so I need to wait for it to stabilize anyway. Progressing too fast isn't always good. I'll just hold on to it for now." "All right." The duo looked south in unison. The White Guards went south previously since the agreement with the Black Tower Council has been broken. We should seize the opportunity to have a look around and see if we can find what Master needs. That's what I'm thinking as well. The duo did not waste time and rushed toward the south. After an hour, Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai arrived at another ruin. Both of them hovered in the air as they looked at the towering but dilapidated building with vines crawling all over them. Bones could be seen in piles on the ground. This ancient city clearly carried the mark of war. This place should be the Southern Kingdom's royal capital. The glories of the past could no longer be seen. Only a rundown city remained. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai said, "There are movements ahead. Let's have a look." The duo flew forward. The map that Master gave us marked this place as well. When they arrived above an old palace, they saw a formation flag on the ground that was about 300 meters tall. The white formation flag fluttered in the wind and was rather difficult to see from afar. Its pole was very thin as well. When the duo drew closer, they saw patterns and inscriptions on the poles that flickered faintly with light. "This is from the White Tower Council. We better hide." The two rushed into the palace and hid. After waiting a while, as expected, 3 white guards appeared and moved to stand around the formation flag. "Captain, now that we've set up the flag formation, I believe we'll be able to take down this special birth chart beast." The captain of the White Guards nodded and said, "This birth chart beast isn't simple. It's rather intelligent as well. Tianming, you stay here to look after the formation flag. The judge will definitely come within a month. This is an important matter, and we can't afford to make any mistakes. Watch out for the people from the Black Tower Council. If there's anything, report immediately." "Understood." Soon after, 2 of the White Guards left. Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai were intrigued. "Special birth chart beast?" Yu Shangrong said to Yu Zhenghai through voice transmission to avoid detection by the White Guard. Alas, as soon as Yu Shangrong spoke through voice transmission, the flag began to flap violently. "Who is it?" The flag seemed to be pointing in the direction of the palace. The White Guard was very cautious. He did not rush into the palace immediately. Instead, he manifested an energy sword in his hand. Upon seeing this, Yu Zhenghai shook his head helplessly. "Well, I suppose this is inevitable." He tapped his toes and flew out of the palace at top speed. The duo, one on the left and one on the right, flew at a low altitude. Upon seeing the duo, the white guard asked with a frown on his face, "Who are you?" Yu Xiangrong replied with a smile, "I'm Yu Xiangrong from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Sorry for disturbing you." Yu Xiangrong smiled and said, "I'm Yu Xiangrong. Yu Zhenghai." It would have sounded forced and awkward if Yu Zhenghai were to say these polite words. However, they seemed very natural coming out of Yu Xiangrong's mouth. The Evil Sky Pavilion? The matters between the Evil Sky Pavilion, the White Tower Council, and the Black Tower Council were mostly confidential. Therefore, Tianming, the White Guard, did not know about the Evil Sky Pavilion. In his opinion, as long as it was not the Black Tower Council, everything would be fine. Therefore, he was rather at ease as he asked indifferently, "Why are both of you here?" "We're here to look for something." Upon hearing this, Tianming raised his guard slightly. "What is it?" "I'm sorry, this is related to the privacy of my master." "I have no comment," Yu Xiangrong said with a straight face. After thinking for a moment, Tianming said, "Please leave." Yu Xiangrong shook his head slightly. "I don't think you understand what I said. The thing we're looking for is here. If we leave, how are we going to find it?" Tianming, the White Guard, said, "This isn't a place you should come to." Yu Zhenghai raised his voice slightly and said, "Bullshit. The Southern Kingdom has fallen to disrepair. Just because you say we shouldn't be here, we must listen to you." Tianming frowned and said, "This is a rule of the White Tower Council. Haven't you heard of the White Tower Council?" "I have." Yu Zhenghai nodded and said, "Unfortunately, you haven't heard of the Evil Sky Pavilion. In this world, those who dare to oppose my master never have a good ending." Yu Zhenghai, who had tasted the sweetness of using his master's name, did not hesitate to bring up his master again. Alas, not everyone was as astute and tactful as Xiao Yunhe. Tianming shook his head and raised his hand to grab the pole of the formation flag next to him. In just an instant, a streak of white light shot out of the formation flag. Under the illumination of the white light, Tianming saw the Yu Xiangrong and Yu Zhenghai's miniature avatars that had appeared by their sides. Upon seeing the 10-leaf avatar and the New Thousand Realms whirling avatar, he felt greatly relieved. Then he said, "Both of you are quite brave? How dare you come to the Southern Kingdom with this kind of cultivation base? Aren't you afraid of being torn apart by birth chart beasts?" Tianming, the White Guard, was originally slightly worried, but when he saw Yu Zhenghai and Yu Xiangrong's cultivation bases, he heaved a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the attack from the formation flag was beyond Yu Xiangrong and Yu Zhenghai's expectations. Nevertheless, Yu Zhenghai said with nary a change in his expression, "Young man, if you know the Evil Sky Pavilion, you'll know how foolish you're acting right now." Tianming spread his hands and made an inviting gesture as he said, "Well, the White Tower Council has always been reasonable. If you want to look for something, then go ahead." Yu Xiangrong and Yu Zhenghai exchanged a look and rushed toward the ruins, the location that was marked on the map. Meanwhile, Tianming was confused as he watched the duo search the ruins. Does the Evil Sky Pavilion have anything to do with recent murders of the members of the White Tower Council? What are they searching for? Golden and Red Lotus cultivators have always been weak, and none of them has successfully formed the Thousand Realms whirling avatar. Then, how can this person have a Thousand Realms whirling avatar? To be able to form the Thousand Realms whirling avatar, one had to first activate one's birth chart. The birth chart beasts in the Great Tang were monopolized by the Black Tower Council, so even Red Lotus cultivators were unable to obtain life hearts from birth chart beasts. So how did a Golden Lotus cultivator manage to form a Thousand Realms whirling avatar? Although Tianming did not know much about the Golden Lotus domain and the Red Lotus domain, he knew the Golden Lotus domain and the Red Lotus domain were weak. For that reason, they were the targets of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council's captive plan. However, the Golden Lotus domain was even weaker than the Red Lotus domain. Many years ago, the White Tower Council sent some people to scout the Golden Lotus domain. They discovered the Golden Lotus domain was so weak that they had put their captive plan on hold. While Tianming was thinking about these matters, he did look away from Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. He continued watching the duo carefully search the ruins. Just like that, the duo spent the entire day searching the ruins. Meanwhile, in the Evil Sky Pavilion's eastern pavilion, Lu Zhou, who had gained 10,000 days, was still trying his luck with the lucky draws. Lucky draw. Ding! Used 50 merit points. Thank you for your participation. Luck point +1. I'm on home ground now. There's no reason for it to be like this, Lu Zhou muttered to himself. When he looked at the almost 500 luck points he gained, he felt rather helpless. Once again, his luck points had broken the record. 500 luck points were equivalent to 25,000 merit points. Not only did he lose merit points, but he had wasted his time as well. I refuse to accept this. Lucky draw. The next morning, the sunlight streamed in through the window into the eastern pavilion's hall. The light pulled Lu Zhou, who was numbed by the lucky draws, back to his senses. He exhaled helplessly and did not bother to look at his luck points. It was meaningless. He looked at the sun outside of the window before he said silently under his breath, "Lucky draw. Ding." Used 50 merit points and 999 luck points. Obtained Reversal Card X20, Synthesis Card X2, Disguise Card X1, Jitiandao's Peak Trial Card X1, Acacia Technique. It had not been easy this time. He had used more than 40,000 merit points. Fortunately, he managed to obtain a Peak Trial card in the end. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss. Lu Zhou raised his right hand. 3 Peak Trial cards and a Synthesis card appeared in his hand immediately. Synthesize. Ding! The synthesis is successful. Obtained. Enhanced Ji Tiandao's Peak Trial card. Ding! Enhanced Ji Tiandao's Peak Trial card allows you to be in Ji Tiandao's peak state for 30 minutes. Why is it still Ji Tiandao's peak state? Lu Zhou was perplexed. The peak of Ji Tiandao's strength was at the 9-leaf stage. Based on the system notification, even after the 3 cards were synthesized, he would only gain the strength of a 9-leaf cultivator. Was this not a huge loss? No matter how strong a 9-leaf cultivator was, how could they compare to Thousand Realms whirling experts? Even if he had an endless supply of energy, he still could not withstand a slap from a Thousand Realms whirling expert. The system didn't specify Ji Tiandao's peak state. There's no reason for the enhanced version to be weaker than the ordinary version. Lu Zhou reassured himself. Following that, he put the enhanced peak trial card away. Lu Zhou looked at the other item cards. Apart from the Acacia, the others were just ordinary item cards. Acacia? It's a technique. With the butterfly love flower that he obtained previously, he had 2 techniques now. One was suitable for Yi Tianxin, and the other one was suitable for Zhao Yu. He would have to find them to copy these techniques down. After putting the items cards away, Lu Zhou chanted the mantra for the heavenly writing power to check on his eldest and second disciple. Soon enough, he saw Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai flew back and forth around the ruins. From time to time, they would launch energy swords and energy sabers at the rubble. In the distance, a white flag could be seen fluttering in the wind. A white guard hovered next to the white flag. Lu Zhou was confused when he saw the white-clad man. Someone from the White Tower Council? Why are Old First and Old Second getting along so peacefully with someone from the White Tower Council? Lu Zhou nodded and stroked his beard in satisfaction after a while. It seemed like his teachings were not in vain. His disciples knew when to retreat and when to advance. Bang! Yu Shangrong controlled the longevity sword and launched it at a stone pillar. Upon hearing the commotion, Tianming turned to look. A complex expression appeared on his face when he saw the longevity sword. A flood-grade weapon? A mere 10-leaf cultivator possesses a flood-grade weapon. Boom! At this moment, another energy sword destroyed a circular building that seemed like a smaller version of the palace. It was reduced to rubble in just an instant, and cracks could be seen on the floor. It's here, Yu Shangrong called out. How can it be so easy to find? Yu Shangrong retorted, Do you think it's normal to find an undamaged box in the ruins? You have a point. Yu Zhenghai nodded. After rushed over, he used the jasper saber and brought it down on the box. Bang! The box cracked and split into two, revealing clothes and the 4 treasures of the study. There were no scrolls from the heavenly writing. It doesn't make sense. We have already searched through the areas marked on the map, Xianxia said with a frown. What Master is looking for is similar to a piece of paper, but it's much thicker than ordinary paper. I saw it when I was in the Melilot's graveyard. It had to be special since it didn't rot after being left in the graveyard for such a long time. There was no damage to it at all. Since Master said it's here, it has to be here, Xianxia said. Xianxia kicked the box away. He spread his arms as he said, "In that case, let's just burn everything." Golden karmic fire appeared immediately and burned everything in its path at a rapid speed. Karmic fire? Tianming was taken aback as he watched the karmic fire that turned the ruins into a sea of fire. Meanwhile, Xianxia asked, filled with pride, "Second junior brother? What do you think of the karmic fire?" Xianxia replied with a straight face, "I'm afraid Master's thing won't be able to withstand the karmic fire." Xianxia. Sizzle. Xianxia leaped up. A strong wind began to stir and blew across the ruins, extinguishing the karmic fire in just an instant. The ruins were as black as charcoal now. When Xianxia descended, he kicked a burnt box to the side. Thud! Lying in the ashes was a scroll that shone with a faint blue light. Its light was like the stars twinkling in the galaxy. It was exceptionally beautiful. Found it! The duo approached the scroll of the heavenly writing. When the light from the scroll shone on them, mist-like energy rose from their bodies immediately. Upon seeing this, Tianming frowned and cried out in shock, "The Great Void Energy!" Tianming's status in the White Tower Council was not high. Among those in Great Yuan, he could not be considered a genius. He only managed to become a cultivation expert through his own hard work. After that, he was selected by the White Tower Council. He became a White Guard. Alas, the higher his strength rose, the more realized hard work could not make up for innate talent. Although hard work would not betray him, the process was long and arduous compared to those who were highly talented. Therefore, there was nothing he wanted more than to change his fate and become like those geniuses who were highly respected, standing high and giving orders. Tianming had heard stories about the unknown land from his seniors in the White Tower Council. He had heard those in the unknown land were all masters because they possessed the great void seed that changed their physique and talent. There were also rumors that those who participated in the Great Void Expedition described the Great Void Energy as powerful, pure, and calm. Who could remain unmoved when faced with such treasures? The Great Void Energy. The greed in Tianming's eyes grew more and more apparent as he looked at Xianxia and Xianxia. After a moment, he shifted his gaze to the scroll in the duo's possession. The light from the scroll had revealed the duo's Great Void Energies. Since it was about to reveal the Great Void Energy, there was no doubt the scroll was a treasure as well. Meanwhile, Xianxia and Xianxia, who were unaware that their Great Void Energies had been exposed, looked at the glowing scroll and clicked their tongue in wonder. It was hidden quite deeply. It's hidden quite deeply. After the light from the scroll dimmed and faded away, Xianxia reached out and put it away. Xianxia asked, "Second junior brother, don't you feel that Master has a lot of secrets?" "Yes," Xianxia said. "When we fought him together in the past, he was just a mere 8-leaf cultivator, right? Moreover, how does he know about this treasure in the Red Lotus domain?" Xianxia asked. "You said he was just a mere 8-leaf cultivator?" "That's not the point. Just a mere 8-leaf cultivator?" Xianxia persisted. Whoosh! At this moment, an energy sword that was about 100 feet long and looked like an ice crystal sailed in the air toward the duo. The duo sensed the incoming danger and jumped back in unison. Bang! The huge energy sword stabbed into the place where the duo had been standing just a moment ago. The duo turned around simultaneously and looked at the White Guard standing in the distance. Tianming said, "Please leave that thing you found behind." Xianxia shook his head. "So you finally exposed your true intention?" Tianming replied, The White Tower Council came here first. According to the rules of the cultivation world, the first to arrive has the right to the place. But we were the ones who found this item. Moreover, even if we follow the rules, my master was here first before the White Tower Council. Why should we leave the item behind? Xianxia asked. He laughed as though he could believe how preposterous Tianming's words were. If your master were here first, show me the evidence, Tianming said. He had already thought of an excuse after all. He decided to take the risk to obtain the chance to raise his talent. Xianxia smiled indifferently. The fact that we found this thing is evidence itself. Tianming. He could not refute Xianxia's words. After a beat, he said, You're wrong. The White Tower Council was here a long time ago. Even the Black Tower Council doesn't challenge this fact. My words remain the same. Leave the item behind. Xianxia shook his head and said, Second junior brother, do you want to go first or should I go first? Upon hearing these words, Tianming scoffed disdainfully. Both of you are going to die. Following that, Tianming extended his hand and placed it on the pole of the white flag. In just an instant, the Tao inscriptions on the pole that was like a dragon flared with light immediately. They came alive and snaked up gracefully toward the fluttering white flag. A crackling noise rang in the air as the white flag shot out thousands upon thousands of white energy swords. Second junior brother, step back. Xianxia's expression darkened as he warned Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was only at the 10-leaf stage. How could Xianxia stand up against 1,000 realms whirling expert? Nevertheless, Xianxia had never been a coward. Instead of retreating, he brandished his longevity sword and advanced. As the thousands and thousands of white energy swords were like raindrops, he slashed them with his sword. His speed was faster than usual. It was so fast that he seemed to form a barrier that repelled the white energy swords. Xianxia was taken aback by Xianxia's speed. Although he knew Xianxia had gotten stronger, he did not expect Xianxia to be so strong. When he recovered his senses, he leaped forward with the jasper saber in his hand and broke through the onslaught of white energy swords. Tianming was surprised. Their defenses are so good? What do you think? Xianxia said when he heard Tianming's words. Without any warning, the great dark heaven memorial's dark heavenly starlight fell immediately. A sky full of energy sabers pressed down in just an instant. Tianming frowned. The formation flag was still slightly weak. You're courting death. Following that, Tianming removed his hand from the pole of the white flag before he manifested an astrolabe in his hand. He turned the astrolabe around and pushed it out. Soon enough, a beam of white light shot out from the back of the astrolabe, breaking through the dark heavenly starlight and shooting toward Xianxia's chest. Clang! Xianxia hurriedly raised the jasper saber to block the attack. When the attack landed, a loud explosion rang in the air as he was pushed backward. At this moment, Xianxia flew toward Tianming at lightning speed with agile movements. As soon as he arrived in front of Tianming, he brandished his sword and launched energy swords toward Tianming. Bang! 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 The energy swords rained down like a violent storm on Tianming. Meanwhile, Xianxia moved to the left, the right, up and down as he continued to attack. Tianming frowned. Is he really a 10-leaf cultivator? After a moment, Tianming attributed Xianxia's strength to the flood-grade longevity sword. He knew he could not afford to hold back now. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage. He roared, Get lost! Boom! The power of the birth chart sent Xianxia flying. He felt his arm go numb as he flipped in the air to stabilize his footing. Xianxia asked, Are you all right? Do I look like I'm all right? Tianming's birth chart power clearly showed the difference of the 1,000 realms whirling from the other realms. Before he made a move again, he said scornfully, 10 leaves are just 10 leaves in the end. No matter what secret techniques or tricks you have, you can't make up for the difference between our strengths. Buzz! A 400-foot 1,000 realms whirling avatar appeared in front of Xianxia immediately. The appearance of the avatar caused the pressure bearing down on him to multiply. When he saw a palm seal falling down, he hurriedly raised his hand to block it. Bang! Xianxia was sent flying back again. A crackling sound rang in the air again as the white formation flag suddenly increased in height. It rose another 500 feet, reaching 1,000 feet. Xianxia shot up into the sky and brought the Jasper saber down with 2 hands at the Thousand Realms whirling avatar as he said, "Your opponent is me!" Tianming did not pay any attention to Xianxia and rushed toward Xianxia instead. Bang! An energy saber landed on the astrolabe hanging at the back of the Thousand Realms whirling avatar. However, apart from some ripples, the white avatar remained undamaged. At this moment, the avatar released the birth chart power again. It rolled out like a huge wave toward Xianxia. At the same time, the formation flag began shooting out even more energy swords. Retreat! Xianxia suddenly flashed and arrived at Xianxia's side at top speed. As though the duo had a tacit understanding, they sped out of the area in the range of the white flag formation. Tianming frowned. He thought the duo's speed was strange. More and more, he could tell the duo was special. One of them was just a mere 10-leaf cultivator, but his strength was far beyond that of a 10-leaf cultivator. In the end, Tianming shook his head and dismissed his thoughts. He was determined to obtain the duo's great void energies. He quickly slammed his right hand on the ground. In just an instant, the ground burst with light before another 2 white flags shot out of the ground. In just a blink of an eye, the 3 white flags connected, forming a triangle formation that trapped Xianxia and Xianxia. Tianming flew up with his avatar above the triangle formation and looked down at the duo as he said, "I'm sorry. You can only blame your great void energies for this." Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other, finally realizing they had been exposed. "So, that's what you're after," Tianming said. "I believe no one in this world will be able to resist this temptation. You think you can take us down alone? I'm more than enough. Moreover, I'm not willing to share these treasures with others." Tianming replied truthfully. Xianxia nodded. "I admire your courage. At least you're honest about your intentions, unlike those hypocrites." Tianming shook his head. "There's no use putting on airs. I won't give you any chance to escape at all." Following that, he struck in 3 different directions. Lu Zhou, who was watching his 2 eldest disciples, could not help but feel slightly worried. With the duo's current cultivation bases, they were still slightly lacking compared to the Whitequad with 3 birth charts. It would be difficult for the duo to win, but it was not impossible for them to escape. It all depended on how the duo dealt with the situation now. At this moment, the 3 white formation flags released energy swords into the triangular area. Due to the bright white light, it was as though a snowstorm had arrived. "I'll take over." Xianxia controlled the Jasper saber and flew up. A golden energy shrouded the Jasper saber as it began to spin, creating a space with a diameter of a few meters that blocked the white energy swords. Xianxia, who was willing to fall behind, began to make a move as well. The duo, one on top and one at the barrow, began to attack the 3 white walls that trapped them, attempting to break through. Bang! 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 Seeing the duo attacking with all their might, Tianming chuckled before he said, "I haven't even put in any effort, but both of you are already unable to take care of yourselves. These flags can absorb vitality energy from the heavens and earth. You can block it for a while, but can you block it forever?" Tianming was very cautious. In order to take down the duo, he did not hesitate to use the formation flags. If the captain asked, he would push it all to a birth chart beast. After obtaining the duo's great void energies, he would hide his strength and bide his time before soaring up to the heavens. Tianming was still lost in his happy thoughts when, boom! Xianxia broke out of the triangular area with the help of a huge energy saber. His eyes flashed fiercely as he held the Jasper saber with both hands before swinging it down with all his might. "Get down!" The energy saber that shot out of the Jasper saber was burning with karmic fire. Tianming was shocked. He hastily pushed his white astrolabe out with both hands. The astrolabe increased in size, looking like the full moon in the night, to block the attack. Boom! The energy saber landed on the astrolabe. To Tianming's surprise, There was a slight dent on his white astrolabe. At the same time, he was pushed back by the immense pressure. He was furious and embarrassed. To think he was pushed back by a rookie who had just entered the Thousand Realms whirling. It was intolerable. He immediately manifested his Thousand Realms whirling avatar again and released his birth chart power. At this moment, a shadow shot out of Yu Zhenghai's back at lightning speed. "I've been waiting for you." In the midst of the white and golden light, the energy sword that glowed red was like blood and fire. After being reforged by the Sky Research Academy, the Flood-grade longevity sword was covered with the best Dao inscriptions from the Red Lotus domain. Yu Xiangrong moved at an astonishing speed. His figure was a blur as he moved in the air. Tianming's vision grew blurry as he watched the green figure split into three. Return and enter three souls. This was the second technique Yu Xiangrong was most skilled in. At the same time, the birth chart power that Tianming released swept out. Tianming thought he would be able to injure Yu Xiangrong with this attack. However, contrary to his expectations, the three figures suddenly merged into one again and dodged the attack before appearing in front of him. Yu Xiangrong slashed the longevity sword down from the upper right side. Bang! Tianming grunted and flipped backward. He hurriedly turned the astrolabe in his hand and shot out another beam of white light toward Yu Xiangrong. Instead of retreating, Yu Xiangrong advanced and dove down. "My turn." Water Dragon Song. Yu Zhenghai roared as he repelled the white energy swords. Countless energy sabers gathered from all directions to form a long dragon. Meanwhile, Yu Xiangrong, who had avoided the beam of white light, stepped on the dragon made from countless energy sabers before he rushed out with the longevity sword and cast the return and enter three souls. Tianming roared angrily, "You're just ants trying to topple a tree." Buzz! A white Thousand Realms whirling avatar appeared again. It looked like a snow mountain in the air as it pressed down. Yu Zhenghai shouted, "Be careful!" Due to being restrained by the formation flags, he could not form any more energy sabers for now. He could only watch as Yu Xiangrong faced the falling gigantic avatar on his own. Buzz! Avatar! Yu Xiangrong finally manifested his avatar. Upon seeing the 200-foot avatar, Tianming could not help but laugh contemptuously. "How are you going to put up a fight with just 10 leaves?" At the same time the white avatar fell, Yu Xiangrong's three figures suddenly merged into one. Bang! Yu Xiangrong's golden avatar moved. It raised its hand and grabbed the white Thousand Realms whirling avatar above it. Tianming was dumbfounded when he saw this. Could avatars move in this manner? Meanwhile, the pressure on Yu Xiangrong intensified after his 10-leaf avatar grabbed the white Thousand Realms whirling avatar. At this moment, the 10 golden leaves flew up and converged around the golden avatar's hands. Following that, the golden avatar grabbed one of the golden leaves that were glowing with faint green light before it ruthlessly stabbed the Thousand Realms whirling avatar with the leaf as though the leaf was a sword. Bang! The golden avatar grabbed the second leaf and stabbed at the white avatar again. Bang! 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 The third leaf, the fourth leaf, the fifth leaf, all the way to the 10th leaf were mercilessly stabbed into the white Thousand Realms whirling avatar. Tianming's eyes were brimming with unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do at this moment to stop it. After all, his avatar did not have the mobility of humans. At this moment, the roar from the water dragon song rang in the air. Tianming hastily raised his astrolabe to defend against the attack. Naturally, Yu Xiangrong would not give Tianming any respite. Yu Xiangrong wouldn't give him this chance. Primal Restoration. In just a blink of an eye, more than 100,000 energy swords appeared around the longevity sword. Together with the water dragon song, they shot toward the astrolabe. Bang! 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 With this, the white avatar suddenly shrank and flew into Tianming's body. Ding! Destroyed a birth chart. Reward: 6,000 merit points. Tianming spat out a mouthful of blood, but he did not stop moving. He hurriedly retreated 100 meters away. Then, he looked at the 3 flag formations and shouted, "I want both of you to die with me." Subsequently, Tianming smeared his palm with fresh blood before he slammed it on the ground. Boom! The ground trembled slightly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 formation flags shot up into the air as they released even more energy swords. Yu Zhenghai waved the Jasper saber around in a frenzy, repelling the energy swords. Similarly, Yu Shangrong was trying his best to repel the energy swords as well. The 3 flags in the air continued to release onslaughts of energy swords. Tianming, who had lost 1 birth chart, was even more cautious than before. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the duo. He gritted his teeth. Even if he had to destroy the formation flags, he was determined to kill the duo. Yu Shangrong withdrew his avatar and tossed his longevity sword out with one hand. Boom! 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 The longevity sword shot out like a dragon, destroying the energy swords in the surroundings. At this moment, one of the formation flags suddenly shot toward Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong raised both hands to block the flag. At the same time, Tianming suddenly flashed forward and appeared in front of Yu Shangrong as he shouted, "Take this palm strike!" Bang! Yu Shangrong hurriedly blocked the palm strike with one hand. As he was sent flying back, he felt his blood qi surging. Although Tianming had lost a birth chart, he was still strong. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai transmitted his voice to Yu Shangrong. "Destroy his birth palace." "That's my thought as well." Yu Shangrong forcefully suppressed the surging blood qi in his body. "Second junior brother, let's work together. I'll go up and you'll go down." "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Zhenghai flashed and appeared above Yu Shangrong. He manifested his astrolabe and made it grow until it covered both of them. The golden astrolabe spun, blocking the attacks from the formation flags. The duo understood each other very well. Just a slight movement was enough for them to know what the other person was thinking. It was not surprising since both of them had been competing and fighting almost all their lives. As rivals and also brothers, sometimes they understood the other party even more than they understood themselves. Once they worked together, it was only natural that they had an amazing tacit understanding between them. When they joined forces, they could cut through even the hardest metal. Yu Shangrong moved at lightning speed. Yu Zhenghai, holding the astrolabe in front of them, followed suit, repelling the energy swords. At this moment, Yu Shangrong flew out from behind the golden astrolabe before he brandished his longevity sword with an indifferent expression on his face. He swung his swords just like those times he practiced in the Evil Sky Pavilion when he was young. His movements that were precise and swift looked almost mechanical. Meanwhile, Tianming no longer dared to use his avatar. He could only keep flying backward as he held his astrolabe. Bang! 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 Tianming's back knocked the towering trees behind him one after another. Just like that, the battle had left the range of the formation flags. Is he really a 10-leaf cultivator? Tianming wondered to himself again. Whether it was the precision of the attack, the power of the attack, the speed, the battle experience, or primal qi, they did seem like they belonged to a 10-leaf cultivator no matter how he looked at it. Tianming, who was flustered by the duo's joint attacks, glared at the duo with bloodshot eyes as he shouted, "Get out of my way!" At the same time, the white astrolabe increased in size and shot forward. Yu Zhenghai was not intimidated and pushed his astrolabe out as well. Bang! Nevertheless, blood trickled out of the corners of Yu Zhenghai's lips after the collision of the astrolabes. He called out, "Second junior brother." Understood. Yu Shangrong flashed and vanished into thin air. Tianming was most vulnerable when the astrolabe left him. At this moment, he also realized this and tried to retrieve his astrolabe in a hurry. Alas, Yu Shangrong appeared in front of Tianming before Tianming could retrieve his astrolabe and stabbed Tianming with the longevity sword. Bang! Tianming raised his hands and blocked the longevity sword. Then he looked up and sneered. "Sorry, but I have the power of the birth charts. I can use my hands as shields." Swoosh! A golden-green leaf shot out and pierced Tianming from the back. Tianming felt a chill in his heart and turned back to look. He saw the golden avatar, with leaves swirling around it, holding another golden leaf and stabbing it toward him with all its might. Tianming. As a master, Lu Zhou tended to underestimate his disciples. It was just like how, in the eyes of the older generation, the younger children would always seem like children no matter how old they had grown. Therefore, he would always remind himself to have more confidence in his disciples and give them more freedom. He had even allowed Yu Zhenghai to leave him after completing his apprenticeship. Even then, at this moment, he still felt that he had underestimated his two disciples. Yu Shangrong's control over his avatar had exceeded Lu Zhou's expectations. His avatar's mobility was almost no different from that of a human. The battle seemed like a three-man battle, but it was, in fact, a four-man battle. From the beginning to the end, the White Guard did not notice this and disregarded his avatar. It was not surprising since the White Guard had lived for a long time and was set in ways. How could he regard a 10-leaf avatar as a threat? Lu Zhou could tell the duo's performance not only surprised him, but it had terrified the White Guard as well. Tianming's eyes were wide open as blood dripped down from the tip of the golden-green leaf. Due to the excessive force the leaf was stabbed at him, the blood splattered on his face as well, causing him to look ghastly. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. He could not understand how someone with 10 leaves could be so strong. It was illogical. You! The golden avatar stabbed Tianming again with the second golden leaf. Everyone knew that lotus leaves were sharp. They were not inferior to some high-grade weapons. However, since it was attached to the lotus, it was rather difficult to use the leaves to attack. Even Yu Zhenghai was surprised by Yu Shangrong's astonishing performance. Tianming gritted his teeth and said resolutely, "Even if I die, both of you must die with me." Buzz. Tianming's avatar appeared as its astrolabe appeared and slammed into Yu Shangrong's avatar. The avatar used the remaining golden leaves to block the force of the white astrolabe. "Get out of the way!" Yu Shangrong suddenly turned around and struck with his palm. The palm seal hit Yu Zhenghai's astrolabe. "Are you crazy?" Yu Zhenghai naturally did not think to guard against Yu Shangrong. Therefore, he was easily pushed away. Yu Shangrong brandished the longevity sword as his eyes flashed with determination. This was probably the fastest speed he had ever swung his sword. The white astrolabe spun in place. Instead of releasing beams of light, it shot out countless energy seals instead. When Yu Shangrong saw an opening, his avatar disappeared again and appeared behind Tianming, preparing to stab with the leaves again. Nevertheless, Tianming had learned from his mistake. He had expected this, so he released the vitality energy in his body in a frenzy. Boom! The vitality energy landed on Yu Shangrong, sending him flying back. While he flew backward, he tossed the longevity sword out. Like a streak of light, the longevity sword flew into the golden avatar's hands. Golden light flashed brightly as the avatar swung the longevity sword down with all its might. Bang! This move successfully severed one of the white avatar's arms. Ding! Destroyed one birth chart. Reward: 6,000 merit points. Tianming seemed to have lost his mind as he continued to release his vitality energy, as though he intended to throw his life away. As the saying went, those who are strong aren't afraid of the strong. They're afraid of those who are reckless. At this moment, it was clear Tianming no longer cared about his life anymore. After the explosion of energy pushed Yu Shangrong back, he flashed in front of Yu Shangrong and attacked with a black object. Yu Shangrong used all his strength and retaliated at this moment when Tianming left himself vulnerable. 10 golden leaves shot out and pierced Tianming's heart. "You're dead." Bang! Tianming's palm that was holding the black object landed on Yu Shangrong's shoulder. He felt his arm go numb immediately as he fell down. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai flashed forward. The water dragon roared as he held the astrolabe and released his birth chart power. Bang! Yu Zhenghai's birth chart power accurately landed on Tianming's birth palace. The water dragon song, along with the jasper saber, was like a hot knife through butter as it cut through Tianming's birth palace. When Yu Zhenghai raised his head, he saw the cold smile and the expression on Tianming's face that made Tianming seem indifferent about life or death. "Goodbye!" Boom! The white avatar exploded. The shock wave from the explosion spanned a radius of thousands of meters. Yu Zhenghai flew backward as the water dragon song scattered and the jasper saber spun a few times in the air. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 8,000 merit points. Domain bonus, 2,000 merit points. In the gloomy ruins in the southern kingdom. After the shockwave from the explosion died down, silence returned. Yu Zhenghai panted heavily as he lay on his back and looked at the sky. After a moment, he asked, "Are you all right?" Yu Shangrong, who was sitting nearby, replied, "I won't die. I didn't expect even after working together, we barely killed him," Yu Zhenghai said as he pushed himself up. His arms were numb, his body was sore, and his blood qi was surging. When he turned around to look at Yu Shangrong, he discovered Yu Shangrong was abnormally still. An ominous feeling rose in his heart immediately. Second junior brother. "I'm fine." The words sounded weak and unconvincing. Knowing Yu Shangrong, after killing their opponent, Yu Shangrong would rise to his feet gracefully and sheath his longevity sword before he asked with his back facing Yu Zhenghai, "Eldest senior brother, what do you think about my sword technique?" However, this was not the case. Yu Zhenghai propped his body up despite the chaos in his Dantian Sea of Qi. After all, he had just entered the Thousand Realms whirling not long ago, and his foundation was not stable. He struggled until he came to Yu Shangrong's side, and he saw the unnatural expression on Yu Shangrong's face. When he looked down, he saw a wound on Yu Shangrong's arm. "You're injured." "It's just a small injury." Yu Shangrong was already sitting cross-legged, trying to adjust his breathing and heal his injuries. At this moment, wisps of black smoke rose from Yu Shangrong's arm. "A poisonous spike is lodged in there. We have to pull it out," Yu Zhenghai said. Yu Shangrong said, "I didn't expect that White Guard would use such a despicable and shameless method. You shouldn't have pushed me back," Yu Zhenghai said in a slightly reproachful tone. "What's done is done. There's no point talking about it anymore. In the end, we managed to kill him," Yu Shangrong replied. "That's true." Yu Zhenghai nodded slightly. If they could not win earlier, they would have to find a way to escape. After a moment, he surveyed his surroundings. The rubble in the ruins was already reduced to dust from their fight. Night. The moon that rarely made an appearance in the night sky of the southern kingdom shone through the thin clouds to the ground tonight. "Let's go." The duo was prepared to leave when many pairs of red eyes accompanied by the sounds of heavy footsteps rang in the night air. Upon seeing this, Yu Zhenghai shook his head helplessly. "Second junior brother, it seems like our luck isn't very good today. They're just beasts. We can just fly away." "You're wrong. There are flying beasts as well." In the sky, there were flying beasts with sharp talons that resembled goshawks. Although small fierce beasts did not pose much of a threat to them, among these beasts, there were larger beasts that looked like they might be birth chart beasts. It's said that the southern kingdom is treacherous and fraught with danger. Cultivators who journeyed deep into this place were eaten by fierce beasts. "It seems like the rumors are true," Yu Zhenghai said. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of water dripping brought Lu Zhou back to his senses. He frowned when he discovered he had depleted his supreme mystic power. It's amazing enough that with their cultivation bases they managed to kill a 3-chart Thousand Realms whirling expert. How are they going to deal with the fierce beasts now? Lu Zhou's frown deepened. Based on the White Guard's conversation earlier, they were waiting for a special birth chart beast that was supposed to appear in a month. It was not a month yet, but no one could say for sure that it would not arrive early. Should I return using Di Jiang? It would take him 5 to 6 days to return. He might make it back in time. However, the long journey was too troublesome. Before he continued thinking, he asked someone to summon Xianxia over. After receiving the summon, Xianxia did not dare to delay, and very quickly he arrived in the eastern pavilion with Pan Zhong. The duo bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou pointed at a chair in the hall and said, "Sit." After taking a seat, Xianxia asked, "Pavilion Master, what are your orders?" "The Black Tower Council travels using runic passages to monopolize birth chart beasts. Am I right?" "Yes," Xianxia replied. "The inscription of the runic passage is done by a rune master. All cultivators can use them as long as they know how to activate the runic passages and have sufficient primal qi. Needless to say, one has to know where the runic passage leads to as well before traveling through it. When the entrance and the exit of a runic passage resonates, the passage will open. I want to go to the Southern Kingdom as soon as possible, preferably within the month. Do you have any suggestions? Lu Zhou asked. A troubled expression appeared on Xianxia's face before he replied truthfully. When I left the Black Tower Council, I brought along many talismans with me. However, I don't know how to inscribe the inscriptions for a runic passage. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and continued thinking to himself. After a while, Xianxia said, however, the Black Tower Council had left a runic passage between the Golden Lotus domain and the Red Lotus domain. Perhaps we can borrow it? Continue. When you killed the Blackguard and White Guard north of the Divine Capital previously, I arrived in the Golden Lotus domain using that runic passage. Before we escaped, we asked around about a few runic passages, and we learned that the runic passage north of the Divine Capital is linked to the Red Lotus domain. Lu Zhou nodded. All right, it's decided then. We'll use that runic passage, make the necessary preparations, and we'll leave for the Red Lotus domain in a few days' time. Xianxia said uneasily upon hearing Lu Zhou's words. Pavilion Master, I'm afraid this will thoroughly infuriate the Black Tower Council. The Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council place utmost importance on their runic passages and guard them strictly. If we do this, we'll definitely draw the two councils' wrath to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Indeed, drawing fire to oneself was not wise. Nevertheless, Lu Zhou only said, your worries are not without reason. However, I know what to do. You can take your leave now. Understood. After Xianxia left the Eastern Pavilion, Lu Zhou no longer dwelled on the matter. He activated the purple glazed ceramic and meditated upon the heavenly writing. He needed to replenish his supreme mystic power to confirm Yu Zhenghai and Yu Xiangrong's safety and their injuries. Meanwhile, Yu Xiangrong and Yu Zhenghai were surprised as more and more fierce beasts appeared. There were so many flying beasts in the sky now that they had almost blocked the moon. Xianxia respectfully left the East Pavilion. Lu Zhou did not think much and urged the purple glass to quickly enter the state of comprehending the heavenly book. He needed to confirm the safety of Yu Zhenghai and Yu Xiangrong. Finally, Yu Zhenghai brought his jasper saber out and said, let's kill our way out. It's too dangerous to kill our way out. There are at least 3 or 4 birth chart beasts. Yu Xiangrong replied calmly. If they were in peak condition, they would not be worried. Even if they could not kill all of their fierce beasts, it would not be a problem for them to escape. However, now that they were injured, it was difficult for them to break out of the encirclement. We can't continue like this. They're continuously surrounding us, Yu Zhenghai said. Yu Xiangrong did not move. He surveyed his surroundings. The fierce beasts drew closer and closer to them. Buzz. At this moment, the fallen formation flags buzzed as though they had sensed something before they connected again in a triangle formation. At the same time, the ground lit up faintly. As though boosted by some unseen energy, the formation flags were pulled up in a standing position. The inscriptions on the poles lit up and snaked up the white flags again. 3 white transparent barriers with web-like patterns on them appeared around the duo, keeping them inside. Even the top was sealed. Only the moonlight managed to penetrate the barriers. It's over. This is the worst. These formation flags are used to trap the special birth chart beasts. Now that we're injured, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. There are both pros and cons, Yu Xiangrong said with a faint smile. The good thing is we no longer have to worry about the fierce beasts. Look! The fierce beasts had stopped drawing closer to them as though afraid of the formation. In fact, some of the beasts even retreated. At this moment, a loud howl similar to that of a wolf rang in the air, followed by roars and howls from the other beasts. The deafening noises resounded in the heavens and earth. The beasts seemed to have gone crazy. They paced around frantically at the periphery looking for a way to draw closer to the duo. Some of the beasts extended their paws into the range of the formation flags but were electrocuted, scaring them back. These formation flags aren't simple, Yu Zhenghai said. Based on the White Guard's conversation, these are used to trap intelligent birth chart beasts that require a judge to subdue them. This means those birth chart beasts aren't inferior to a 5-chart expert. How can these formation flags be simple then? Yu Shangrong said. That white guard was really tenacious. He didn't forget to dig a hole for us even before he died. Yu Zhenghai shook his head. Yu Shangrong said, if nothing goes wrong, the other white guards will only return after a month. We should use this time to heal our injuries and recover our cultivation base. All right. In the eastern pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion, after recovering half of his supreme mystic power, Lu Zhou used the heavenly writing power again. He was slightly taken aback when he saw his two eldest disciples inside the triangular barriers formed by the formation flags. He saw the fierce beasts surrounding the duo, looking for an opening to attack. The world changes too rapidly. Lu Zhou sighed as he stroked his beard. After observing for a while and confirming the beasts would not be able to break through the barriers, he withdrew the heavenly writing power. The triangular barriers must have been activated by the White Guard before he died to trap the duo. These formation flags were not quite similar to the 8 Desolate and 6 Harmony flags. They were specifically used to capture beasts. Once they were activated, it was likely that the people from the White Tower Council would rush over. What kind of birth chart beast would make the White Tower Council send so many people out to use such powerful flag formation? Lu Zhou wondered out loud. Now that I've resolved the matter in the Golden Lotus domain and there's a runic passage, I should definitely go to the Southern Kingdom. I'm looking for my 5th life heart after all. Over the next 2 days, Lu Zhou spent a day and a night replenishing the supreme mystic power while he spent another day writing down the cultivation methods, butterfly lover flower and acacia. Following that, he summoned Zhao Yu and Yi Tianxin to the Eastern Pavilion. Since his return, he had not spoken to his 2 disciples alone. To be honest, since he had transmigrated, he did not really have a good chat with these 2 disciples. As their master, he felt it was not really appropriate. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu and Yi Tianxin were slightly nervous when they entered the Eastern Pavilion. Both of them fell to their knees and called out in unison, "Greetings, master. Rise to your feet and speak," Lu Zhou said as he looked at Zhao Yu and Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin was dressed in white as usual. Coupled with her white hair, she looked like an ethereal beauty with all the qualities of a lady from a noble family. On the other hand, Zhao Yu had the bearing and temperament that only those with high-ranking positions possessed. Perhaps this was due to her time in the palace. Lu Zhou did not beat around the bush. He tossed a scroll to Yi Tianxin and said, "This is called the butterfly love flower. Cultivate it well." Yi Tianxin caught the scroll before she said, "Thank you, master." Then, Lu Zhou looked at Zhao Yu and said, "This is a saber technique called acacia. Since you've regained all your great void energy, your cultivation base will progress rapidly." "Thank you, master." Ding! Educated Yi Tianxin. Reward, 200 merit points. Ding! Educated Zhao Yu. Reward, 200 merit points. Following that, Lu Zhou said, "You can speak to Old Seventh about the ways to form the 1,000-realm whirling avatar. He has the necessary information. Listen to Guardian Shen while he speaks to the others during these few days." "I've listened to Guardian Shen, and I've benefited greatly from him," Yi Tianxin said. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. "Although the problem in the Golden Lotus domain has been temporarily resolved, we can't let our guards down. The people from the White Tower Council will definitely return to seek revenge. I'll be leaving in a few days. If there's a problem, contact Old Seventh immediately." Zhao Yu said, "Master, the country can't function without a ruler for a day." Lu Zhou replied, "Your eldest senior brother is far away in the Red Lotus domain and has just formed his 1,000 realms whirling avatar. I'm afraid he'll disdain the throne. For now, you can continue to govern the country. If we can't find anyone, you can ascend the throne." "The Evil Sky Pavilion will support you," Lu Zhou said. With these words, Zhao Yu could only bow and said, "This disciple obeys master's orders. There's another thing. Both of you have the great void energies. Let Guardian Shen think of a way to conceal it for both of you." "Understood." Lu Zhou spent another 2 days arranging the matters in the Evil Sky Pavilion and the Golden Lotus domain while Shen Shi and the others made preparations for the trip to the Southern Kingdom. During this time, he would check in on Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai as well to make sure everything was okay. On the morning of the third day, Xianxia arrived in front of the Eastern Pavilion and called out respectfully, "Pavilion Master, everything is ready. We can leave now. Li Xiaoma will lead the way first." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "No, Li Xiaoma will stay here. It's enough for you to accompany me." "Just me alone?" Xianxia was slightly surprised. Lu Zhou nodded. "Is there a problem?" "No, no problem." Xianxia said, "It's a good idea to leave Xiaoma here. Then let's go." Lu Zhou left the East Pavilion with his hands on his back. When he arrived at the square in front of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Di Zhang was already waiting there. Everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion was there as well, standing respectfully at the side. After leaping onto Di Zhang's back, Lu Zhou said to everyone, "I'll be back soon. Farewell, Pavilion Master." Following that, Lu Zhou rode on Di Zhang and left the barrier. Xianxia flew up into the sky and followed suit. Lu Zhou maintained the speed, causing Di Zhang to fly very slowly. It was a pity that Di Zhang could only carry one person. However, compared to the flying chariot, Lu Zhou, Di Zhang, and Xianxia's speed was still very fast. Although Xianxia did not have a mount, his speed as a 4-chart Thousand Realms whirling expert was not something flying chariots or ordinary cultivators could compare to. The two often left the barrier and made their way north to the Radiant Cloud Forest. In the Radiant Cloud Forest, north of the 100 Leaves Lake near Lilac Mountain, Lu Zhou slowed down as he looked in the direction of the 100 Leaves Lake. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the lake like a fiery red mirror. "Pavilion Master, what's wrong?" Xianxia asked when he finally caught up. "I'm just reminiscing. Let's continue on our journey," Lu Zhou said. Ji Tiandao had once stayed near the 100 Leaves Lake. It was also where Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong fought when they were both at the 8-leaf stage. 100 Leaves Lake was the place where Ji Tiandao once stayed. Time flew by quickly like a passing cloud. The duo continued making their way north. After about an hour, Xianxia looked in the distance and said, "Pavilion Master, it's up ahead." "All right." Normally, a runic passage would have 1,000 realms whirling cultivator guarding it. "We can just kill the guard. There's no need for the Pavilion Master to act. I'll deal with it," Xianxia said. Following that, the duo descended and flew toward a small forest. Xianxia said, "The runic passage is in the forest. It's just that it's a little difficult to locate the guard." Based on Xianxia's understanding of the Black Tower Council, the 1,000 Realms whirling cultivator guarding the runic passage had to be cunning and good at hiding. With his ability, it was indeed slightly difficult to find the guard. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou looked at the mountains and the clouds in the sky as he stroked his beard and nodded. He admired the scenery around, clearly not anxious. During his journey here, Lu Zhou had checked in on Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai and found that the duo was still trapped in the triangular barrier from the flag formation. He saw the large number of beasts prowling outside the barrier as well, clearly waiting for a chance to devour the duo. When Xianxia saw Lu Zhou's indifferent expression, he could not help but ask, "Pavilion Master, do you not feel anxious at all?" "No, I'm not anxious. The scenery isn't bad. I haven't had a chance to admire them for a long time now," Lu Zhou replied as he continued stroking his beard. "Xianxia." After a while, Lu Zhou asked, "The runic passage is in that forest?" "Yes, I'm sure of that." Then, Lu Zhou nodded and walked toward the forest with his hands on his back. When he was near the forest, startling a flock of birds into flying away, he came to halt and began to chant the mantra for the power of hearing. In just a blink of an eye, the range of his hearing covered the entire forest. Every single sound did not escape him. It was extremely quiet in the forest at this moment. If there were someone in there, he would be able to hear the person's breathing and heartbeat. Unless the guard knew that Lu Zhou and Xianxia were coming and had intentionally hidden himself just like how Wuxia had feigned the state of death to escape discovery. Lu Zhou could not help but feel that something was amiss. He cut off the power of hearing and walked forward. Xianxia followed closely behind. When they arrived at the edge of the forest, Lu Zhou chanted the incantation for the power of hearing again. Soon enough, he heard the sound of primal qi surging from the distant horizon. It did not come from the forest. Lu Zhou cut off the power of hearing and looked up immediately. He saw a white pillar of light shooting out from the sky into the forest. Boom! The pillar of light was clearly powerful. When it hit the ground, the earth and the mountains shook. Xianxia exclaimed in shock, "A judge from White Tower Council." Soon enough, Lu Zhou saw two white figures flying over from the distance. One of the figures held a huge white astrolabe in front of him that emitted a dazzling light. Boom! The white astrolabe shot out another beam of light. It was clear the two figures' target was the small forest. Boom! The earth trembled and cracks spread from the spot where the pillars of light landed. Many trees fell as the cracks grew bigger and bigger. At this moment, a black figure dashed out of the forest and ran away at lightning speed. "It's the guard!" Xianxia exclaimed. "Don't make a move yet." Lu Zhou stopped Xianxia. Xianxia knew that it was not wise to make a move now as well. At this moment, the two white figures swooped down slightly before one of them manifested their avatar. Buzz! An 8,000 realms whirling avatar. Indeed, this was the level of a judge. Lu Zhou and Xianxia continued to look at the white avatar in the sky. At this moment, the astrolabe suddenly increased hundreds of times in size, almost covering the entire sky. "Show no mercy to the people from the Black Tower Council." Following that, the astrolabe fell toward the guard from the Black Tower Council before it released a beam of light. Lu Zhou thought it quite resembled the laser cannons on Earth being fired. It seemed like the judge from the White Tower Council was much stronger than Wu Guangping. He knew the guard had no chance of surviving at all. At the same time, the astrolabe kept releasing the birth chart power, creating deep pits one after another. Boom! 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 Xianxia asked with a worried expression on his face. "Pavilion Master, why don't we hide for a while?" Lu Zhou shook his head. "In this world, only others hide from me. I don't hide from them." Lu Zhou was rather confident facing experts from both the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council, hence, he did think there was a need to hide. Xianxia knew Lu Zhou had only 4 birth charts, so he thought Lu Zhou's source of confidence had to come from having some trump cards and tricks up his sleeve, since he seemed unafraid of the judge. After all, he still remembered how Lu Zhou had killed Wu Guangping. With this thought in mind, he felt more at ease. After a moment, peace was restored after the one-sided battle ended. In fact, it probably could not be called a battle. Moreover, the judge was only attacking one area with his birth chart power. At this moment, the two figures appeared near the forest. The person walking in the lead was a middle-aged man with a beard. A slightly younger man who looked to be Xianxia's age walked behind him. Lu Zhou's attention was focused on the middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man's eyes were rather lifeless, not betraying any emotions at all. He had the appearance of a cultivator from the school of Taoism when he finally arrived in front of Lu Zhou. His eyes were still lifeless. After coming to a stop 30 meters away, he said, "Those who have no business here, leave." Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he asked, "You're the judge from the White Tower Council?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly and his ears twitched upon hearing Lu Zhou's voice. Then, he said with a faint smile, "Your voice sounds old, but your aura is full of vitality. Your potential is rather high. Are you a golden lotus cultivator?" With this, Lu Zhou realized the person before him was blind. To be able to distinguish directions, environment, and a person's voice proved that the person was not simple. After a beat, Lu Zhou said, "Yes, I'm a golden lotus cultivator. You haven't answered my question." The middle-aged man cupped his fists together and bowed slightly before saying, "I'm Ning Wanqing, a judge of the White Tower Council." Lu Zhou felt as though he was caught between a rock and a hard place. If he went to the Red Lotus domain now, it would give the person in front of him a chance to cause trouble for the Evil Sky Pavilion. Apart from him, there was no other person in the Evil Sky Pavilion who could stop this person. However, if he did not go to the Red Lotus domain, he would miss the chance to obtain his 5th birth chart. Lu Zhou sighed. The best thing to do now was to deal with the blind man first. Fortunately, there was the runic passage, so he would be able to arrive in the Red Lotus domain quickly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to make so many trips. After a moment, Lu Zhou asked, "Why did the people from the White Tower Council come to the Golden Lotus domain?" "Your words seemed hostile. You can rest assured. Whether it's the White Tower Council or the Black Tower Council, we don't kill the innocent," Ning Wanxian said. He was astute enough to catch the accusation in Lu Zhou's voice. "Shun," she said, "that's true." Ning Wanqing's ears moved again before he said with a faint smile, "This person smells like someone from the Black Tower Council. According to the White Tower Council's rules, I'll have to bring him back with me." Shun, she took a step back. He, naturally, did not dare to show off in front of an 8-chart expert. "He's no longer a member of the Black Tower Council," Lu Zhou said emotionlessly. A hint of surprise could be seen on Ning Wanqing's face. Lu Zhou stroked his beard. "You still haven't answered my question." He really disliked this way of communicating. Upon hearing these words, the white-clad young man next to Ning Wanqing exclaimed indignantly, "How dare you? You!" Before the white-clad young man finished speaking, Lu Zhou struck with his palm. A palm seal that glowed with a blue light shot toward the white-clad young man. Although Ning Wanqing could not see the color of the palm seal, he could sense the strange and mysterious power it held. He hurriedly said, "Get out of the way!" Unfortunately, the white-clad young man did not move away but raised his hands and used his astrolabe to block the palm seal instead. Boom! When the palm seal collided with the white astrolabe, it left a dent on the astrolabe and pushed the astrolabe back against the young man's chest. The white-clad young man spat out blood and was pushed back more than 10 meters before he could stabilize his footing. Shun Shi nodded and chided himself inwardly. How could I forget the Pavilion Master's true identity? He's an expert from the Blue Lotus domain. Naturally, Lu Zhou's identity was purely his speculation. He did not really know if the Blue Lotus domain existed. When Shun Shi looked at the injured member of the White Tower Council, he could not help the hint of satisfaction that rose in his heart, even though he was no longer a member of the Black Tower Council. At this moment, Ning Wanqing broke the silence and said, "Senior, your palm seal is amazing." "Ning Wanqing, I don't have time to waste on you. If you want to live, answer my question," Lu Zhou said with a hint of impatience. Ning Wanqing was stunned. No one had ever talked to him in such a manner before. For a moment, he did not know how to react. Before Ning Wanqing replied, Shun Shi seized the opportunity and said, "I feel like I should inform both of you that the last person who acted arrogant and domineering in front of the Pavilion Master is dead. His name is Wu Guangping." Ning Wanqing was shocked and instinctively raised his head. Unfortunately, his eyes could not see. He really wanted to have a look at the person in front of him who could kill Wu Guangping, a judge of the Black Tower Council. The White Tower Council and the Black Tower Council had fought for many years, so they were familiar with each other's strength. Ning Wanqing naturally knew how strong Wu Guangping was. He asked skeptically, "Wu Guangping is dead?" Shun Shi replied, "Since you can tell I was from the Black Tower Council, you should know there's no reason for me to lie. Moreover, you can verify this matter if you don't believe me. I just want to remind both of you that Senior Lu doesn't like people who waste his time. It's best not to be too arrogant. Otherwise, you won't even know how you die." The white-clad young man was a testament to the veracity of Shun Shi's words. Ning Wanqing bowed and said, "As it turns out, you're an expert. I hope you can forgive me for my transgression. Both of us were ordered to come here by the White Tower Council. First, we're here to block the Black Tower Council's runic passage. Second," he hesitated for a moment before he continued to say, "Second, I'm here to investigate the deaths of the members of the White Tower Council who died here previously. There are rumors that the Black Tower Council is behind their deaths, but I don't think so." Lu Zhou nodded before he said, "Let me tell you 2 things. Please speak, old sir. First, I need to use this runic passage. Second, don't involve the Golden Lotus domain in your conflict with the Black Tower Council. Your people were killed because they were fighting with the Black Tower Council for benefits. They have no one to blame for their deaths. Ning Wanqing asked, puzzled. Old sir, why do you need to use the runic passage? Do I have to explain my actions to you? Lu Zhou asked. Ning Wanqing smiled awkwardly and said, Old sir, I can't report to the council if I don't get an explanation from you. That's your problem, not mine. Ning Wanqing pointed at the runic passage in the forest and said, This runic passage goes to the Black Tower Council and the Red Lotus domain. This is a matter of great importance. Hence, I can't ignore this and not report this to the council. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Since you don't know what's good for you. Lu Zhou raised his hand and a blue palm seal shot out like before. The only difference was its speed was much faster. Ning Wanqing's ears twitched. With a flick of his sleeve, the astrolabe with 8 birth charts appeared in front of him. Xianxia felt rather envious when he saw the astrolabe. The distinct patterns of the 8 birth charts were dazzling like the stars in the sky that were connected to each other. Boom! The palm seal landed on the astrolabe with 8 birth charts. Ning Wanqing, who took the blow directly, grunted. His blood qi churned a little in his body. Fortunately, his astrolabe was undamaged. I didn't expect there's such a strong person in the Golden Lotus domain, Ning Wanqing said. Old sir, I've never been very bright in my life. I devoted my life to cultivating and managed to make some achievements. I'd like to learn from you, and I hope you'll be lenient with me. Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he looked at the blind, middle-aged man. It seemed like not everyone in the White Tower Council was hateful. The person in front of him seemed honest. He said, Your courage is commendable. There's no need for us to spar. Lu Zhou continued to say, If you can withstand 3 of my palm strikes, I won't make things difficult for you. Ning Wanqing mulled over Lu Zhou's words briefly before he nodded. All right. Ning Wanqing, an 8-chart expert, was the strongest person Lu Zhou had ever faced, excluding Wu Guangping. Moreover, he did not have the chance to test his strength with Wu Guangping and had used the deadly strike card to kill Wu Guangping back then. After Ning Wanqing agreed, Lu Zhou slowly raised his hand. The first palm strike, the Great Vajra will hand sign. This palm strike contained 1/4 of Lu Zhou's supreme mystic power. The blue palm seal was not very big. It was the size of a human. Ning Wanqing's ears twitched. He could sense and hear the fluctuation in the primal qi caused by the palm seal. He hurriedly manifested his astrolabe with its back facing outward. The back of the astrolabe looked like a huge luminous pearl. Boom! When the palm seal landed on the astrolabe, denting it. How is this possible? Ning Wanqing was shocked. He could feel the palm seal was stronger than before. Moreover, the fluctuation of the primal qi was not that strong. Why did the palm seal contain so much power? Energy seal appeared under Ning Wanqing's feet as he slid backward for hundreds of meters, leaving the forest before he finally stabilized himself. My lord! The white-clad young man cried out, alarmed. This was just the first palm strike, but Ning Wanqing was already pushed back. Even his astrolabe with 8 birth charts was dented. Xianxia felt a surge of emotions in his heart as he watched this. Indeed, the pavilion master is stronger than an 8-chart expert. I really hugged the right thigh this time. Meanwhile, Ning Wanqing, who finally came to a halt, felt his arms go numb. Even the veins on his arms were popping out. He was suddenly at a loss. Just the first palm seal was so formidable. How was he going to withstand the other 2 palm strikes? The qi in his extraordinary 8 meridians were chaotic, and his Dantian sea of qi felt as though it had been turned upside down. He felt incredibly uncomfortable. At this moment, Ning Wanqing regretted his decision slightly. However, since things had already come to this point, he could only brace himself and soldier on. He raised his head and looked ahead despite not being able to see anything and said, Continue. All right, I used 20% of my strength with that palm strike. I hope you'll be able to withstand the second palm strike as well. Only 20%? Steady. Don't panic. It's just words to mess with me psychologically. Ning Wanqing learned from his mistakes. This time, a yin and yang taiji circle appeared under his feet. It spun before it, the circle of light rose and protected his body. Following that, he manifested his astrolabe again. This time, 2 of the 8 birth charts shone brighter than the others. At this moment, Lu Zhou's voice rang in the air. The second palm strike, the 9 cuts hand seal. Ha! Ning Wanqing's eyelids twitched. He felt as though he had been tricked. The first palm seal was from the Buddhist school. How did the second palm seal turn into a palm seal from the Taoist school? He had intentionally used the Taoist Taiji circle since it was incredibly effective in defending against Buddhist techniques. What was he supposed to do now that it had changed to a Taoist palm seal? Lu Zhou pushed his palm out. 9 palm seals flew out successively in a straight line toward Ning Wanqing. This palm seal contained 1/3 of the supreme mystic power. It was enough to destroy a birth chart of those with 4 or fewer birth charts like Xianxia. Xianxia's heart trembled when he felt the force of the palm seal. He felt uncomfortable just looking at it. How frightening would it be if he had to face it? He did not want to imagine how Ning Wanqing must have felt at this moment. Despite his confusion, Ning Wanqing gave his all to defend against this palm seal. He no longer judged the palm seal based on his hearing and senses. He pushed his astrolabe out in front of him again. Boom! 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 9 palm seals landed on the astrolabe consecutively. The astrolabe was so heavily dented that it seemed as though if a little more force was applied, it would pierce the astrolabe. Ning Wanqing's heart was in turmoil as he felt the force pushing against him from the front. The Taiji circle beneath his feet seemed like it could not withstand the pressure and began to ripple violently. Bang! 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 As Ning Wanqing was pushed back, he crashed against the trees and boulders behind him. At this moment, his eyes suddenly widened. The force from the palm seal had not completely dissipated. If this continued, his astrolabe would be destroyed and he would lose his life. He decisively withdrew his astrolabe at the crucial moment and allowed the force from the palm seal to land on the protective energy from the Taoist's Taiji circle. Bang! The remnant force from the palm seal shattered the protective energy and landed squarely on Ning Wanqing's chest, causing him to spit out blood. My lord! The white-clad young man flew toward Ning Wanqing at lightning speed. At this moment, Ning Wanqing kneeled on one knee as bright red blood that he could not see trickled out from the corners of his mouth, dripping on the back of his hand and the trenches that formed when he slid back. He gasped for breath, shocked. Without the protective energy, he felt the cool wind in the forest blowing against him, causing his body to tremble slightly. He hurriedly mobilized his energy to protect his meridians. At this time, Lu Zhou's voice drifted over. I used 40% of my strength in this palm strike. 40%. This. Ning Wanqing felt stifled. Lu Zhou, who was standing a few hundred meters away, said indifferently, Are you ready? The third palm strike. At this moment, Ning Wanqing suddenly raised his hand decisively and interjected, I give up. Ning Wanqing felt that he had still underestimated Lu Zhou after the first palm strike and thought he was not prepared for it. However, the second palm strike confirmed that Lu Zhou's attack was stronger than his defenses. Conservatively speaking, he guessed Lu Zhou should have about 9 or 10 birth charts. He still could not believe there was such a strong cultivator in the Golden Lotus domain. After enduring the pain, he decisively gave up. There was no need to continue with the third palm strike unless he was willing to lose 1 birth chart. My lord! The white-clad young man rushed over and helped Ning Wanqing up, causing Ning Wanqing's blood qi to surge and more blood to trickle out from the corners of his mouth. I'm fine. Ning Wanqing gestured for his subordinate to let go. The subordinate let go of Ning Wanqing and retreated to the side with a worried expression on his face. Following that, Ning Wanqing cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou and said, Thank you for showing mercy, old sir. Xianxia. The arrogant member of the White Tower Council is actually lowering his head? Would people believe me if I told them about this? Lu Zhou looked at Ning Wanqing, feeling rather satisfied with how tactful Ning Wanqing was. Although he had used up quite a lot of his supreme mystic power, it was better than wasting a deadly strike card. Moreover, Since it was not a battle, he could showcase his strength easily. If it was a real battle, the palm seals might land so easily. After all, even Di Jiang could dodge his attack that contained the supreme mystic power, proving that the supreme mystic power was not invincible. Back then, the 8-chart Wu Guangping speed was incredibly fast. It stood to reason that if it was a real battle, his attacks might not land accurately on Ning Wanqing, and he might have to use a deadly strike card in the end as well. However, there was no doubt the supreme mystic power was very powerful. Perhaps, even a judge with 10 birth charts would not be able to withstand the full force of the supreme mystic power. Lu Zhou asked again, "Are you sure you don't want to withstand the third palm strike?" Ning Wanqing said, "Old sir, your cultivation is profound. I'm really embarrassed, but I'm really inferior to you." "It's good that you know that," Lu Zhou said. "If you really tried to withstand the third palm strike, I'm afraid your life would have been in danger." Ning Wanqing could not refute these words. As the saying went, the winner takes it all. Moreover, he felt Lu Zhou was not lying. During the second palm strike, he was helpless. He had only felt this way when he faced the Tower Master. He sighed inwardly. A loser had to have the awareness of a loser. In the end, he said, "Old sir, I'll leave this runic passage to you, and I won't investigate the matter in the Golden Lotus domain anymore." "Very good. However, I'm only a judge. I hope that you'll keep the matter regarding this runic passage a secret. If others find out, it'd be difficult for me." Xianxia replied with a smile. "Rest assured, the Pavilion Master appreciates tactful people and those who know when to yield. He won't make things difficult for you." Ning Wanqing smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Lu Zhou said, "I hope you'll keep your promise." Ning Wanqing only remained silent as he watched Lu Zhou turn around and make his way toward the runic passage in the small forest. After Lu Zhou disappeared from sight, he said to the white-clad young man, "Keep this matter a secret." "Understood." The white-clad young man naturally knew this matter could not be spread around. Would he not be seeking trouble for himself if he told people that the 8-chart judge was defeated by someone? After a moment he said, "My lord, I have something to say." "What is it?" Ning Wanqing's energy gradually began to calm down. That old man doesn't seem like he's just a golden lotus cultivator. His first palm seal was golden with a hint of blue, and the following palm seals were blue. Ning Wanqing was shocked. "Are you sure?" "I daren't lie." Ning Wanqing fell silent as his unseeing eyes were trained up ahead. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. After a while, he said with a sigh, "No wonder. My lord, did you figure something out?" "No. I've never heard of a blue lotus cultivator before." The white-clad young man was speechless. "If you didn't figure anything out, why did you say no wonder as though you've figured it out?" After a moment, the white-clad young man asked, "Are we really not going to investigate the deaths of the members of the White Tower Council in the Golden Lotus domain? That person has probably activated at least 10 birth charts. It's not wise to oppose him directly. Moreover, with such an expert, isn't it good if he can make the Black Tower Council suffer a little?" "My lord, you're wise," Ning Wanqing said. "Let's return and make the necessary preparations. I still have other important things to attend to." "My lord, do you really intend to head to the Red Lotus Domain's southern kingdom?" Ning Wanqing nodded and said, "Our people have already confirmed that a special birth chart beast will be appearing in the southern kingdom. We must take it down. We can't let the Black Tower Council have it." "Understood." Meanwhile, Lu Zhou and Xianxia found the runic passage after a simple search. It was just a stone-like formation ring. Inside the formation ring were complex inscriptions and runes. The interconnected runes looked like flowers at a glance. After seeing it, Lu Zhou finally understood why only a rune master could create it. It was just like how amateurs would not be able to forge high-grade weapons. "This is the runic passage. I have talismans that can activate the runic passage. After entering the passage, I'll control it for you." "All right," Lu Zhou said. "Go straight to the Red Lotus domain." "Understood." Xianxia made an inviting gesture before he said, "Please stand here, Pavilion Master. Lu Zhou brought Di Jiang with him and stood in the formation ring. Xianxia stood in the middle of the ring before he lit up the talisman and let it fall in the formation ring. As soon as the talisman touched the ground, a pillar of light appeared around Lu Zhou and Xianxia immediately. Lu Zhou thought it resembled the light from an astrolabe. Buzz! The runic passage began to buzz at the same time, and their visions were obscured. "We've succeeded," Xianxia said calmly. He was experienced after all. Lu Zhou did not feel any different. It only felt like he was in a time-traveling tunnel. Soon after, it began to get bumpy. It was as though he was in a plane. At this moment, Xianxia smacked the ground and continued to channel his primal qi into the formation ring. The circle of light continued to pull them up. After a moment, Xianxia said, "Pavilion Master, be careful." As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, Lu Zhou felt completely weightless. At that same time, a pressure pressed down on him, making it difficult to breathe. No wonder one needed a high cultivation base to use the runic passage. It would be difficult for those with low cultivation bases to withstand the suffocating pressure. Meanwhile, in the Red Lotus Domain's southern kingdom, Yu Shangrong did not look very good at this moment. Over the past few days, Yu Zhenghai had healed most of his injuries, but his injuries did not improve due to Tian Ming's poison spike. Apart from that, the fierce beasts outside the flag formation did not leave at all. "Second junior brother, we can't continue staying here. That person's life stone must have shattered when he died. It's possible that the White Tower Council has already sent people here to investigate. We should contact 7th junior brother," Yu Zhenghai said. Even if he could break out of the flag formation, it would still be difficult for him to bring Yu Shangrong and escape from the fierce beasts. "I was careless. I didn't expect him to use poison," Yu Shangrong said as he shook his head. Yu Zhenghai placed the pre-drawn formation on the ground and lit a talisman. In just a moment, Si Wuya appeared before their eyes. "7th junior brother, I really missed you," Yu Zhenghai said without any preamble. "Yu Shangrong." Si Wuya. Every time Si Wuya heard these words, his eldest senior brother would ask something of him. After Yu Zhenghai recounted everything, Si Wuya frowned. "Second senior brother is injured?" Yu Shangrong rose to his feet. Apart from his pale face, he looked normal. "It's not that serious. There's no need to worry." Si Wuya studied Yu Shangrong briefly before he said, "It's a witchcraft poison spike. You recognize it?" Of course. Eldest senior brother hated Lu Lan the most back then. "In order to deal with Lu Lan, I studied many books about witchcraft," Si Wuya replied. Yu Zhenghai smiled and said, "As expected of the #1 strategist of the Nether sect, Yu Shangrong. How can he take all the credit like that?" "How do I detoxify the poison?" Yu Shangrong asked. "Forcefully extract the poison from your bones, or get a powerful witchcraft cultivator to dispel the poison," Si Wuya replied. Yu Shangrong nodded. He sat down immediately and pulled out his longevity sword. Upon seeing this, Si Wuya hurriedly said, "Second senior brother, you shouldn't detoxify it now. It's too dangerous there." "It's better than waiting for death," Yu Shangrong said. At this moment, Ming Shirin appeared next to Si Wuya and said, "Don't worry, I'll come to you. Wait for me." "Fourth senior brother?" Si Wuya was surprised. "Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter." While the fellow disciples were talking, a noise thundered in the sky, startling the fierce beasts into fleeing. In just an instant, they disappeared without a trace. "Someone's here." This was the last thing Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong wanted to see. South of the flag formation, a figure could be seen on the back of an enormous mount. At the same time, an ear-piercing shriek resounded again. In just a blink of an eye, a white-clad cultivator riding a mystic bird arrived above the ruins. He hovered in the air and looked at the flag formation angrily as he said, "What a waste of formation flags!" These formation flags were going to be used to trap the special birth chart beast. They were left here in advance to absorb the essence of heaven and earth and primal chi. Once they were activated and turned into a flag formation, it would be easy for them to take down the special birth chart beast. Now that Tianming had activated the formation ahead of time, how could the white-clad cultivator not be angry? The white-clad cultivator urged the white mystic bird to fly higher up in the sky. At this time, from his high vantage point, he finally saw two people trapped in the triangular formation. He did not pay them any attention and flew toward the fierce beasts that were flying in different directions at lightning speed. Boom! 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 In just a moment, the sky was filled with energy sabers and energy swords. Following that, a white astrolabe would appear and disappear every once in a while. The commotion lasted for an hour before silence finally returned. The white-clad cultivator flew back on the white mystic bird. At this moment, he was putting the life hearts from the birth chart beasts that he had just obtained into a floral bag. He nodded in satisfaction as he muttered to himself, "My luck's not bad. There are really more birth chart beasts in the Southern Kingdom." To think the Black Tower Council had been secretly capturing birth chart beasts here. How despicable! After he put the bag away, he flew to the top of the triangular formation again. Then, he looked down at Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai who were trapped and asked icily, "You killed Tianming?" Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong raised their heads at the same time to look at the white-clad cultivator. Yu Zhenghai asked with a straight face, "Tianming? Who's that?" The white-clad cultivator scoffed as he pointed at a corpse lying nearby. "Tell me, how do you want to die? Even if you want to kill us, you should give us an explanation, right? Who are you? Why do you want to kill us?" Yu Zhenghai asked. The white-clad cultivator said sternly, "I'm Nangong Yutian, one of the judges in the White Tower Council." "What a formidable background," Yu Zhenghai said fearlessly. "Do you know who I am? It doesn't matter. You won't live long anyway," Nangong Yutian said. "My master is the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion," Yu Zhenghai said haughtily. Nangong Yutian looked at the haughty Yu Zhenghai and shook his head as he said, "I've never heard of him." Yu Zhenghai felt slightly embarrassed. He grumbled inwardly about the intelligent network of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council. His master had caused such a huge uproar. How could they not have heard about his master? After calming down, Yu Zhenghai said again, "My master once killed Wu Guangping, the judge of the Black Tower Council, with one palm strike." Nangong Yutian looked down and studied Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong who was poisoned before he said indifferently, "It's good that Wu Guangping is dead." Yu Zhenghai gritted his teeth and said, "He died without knowing why." "I believe you. Unfortunately, you still have to die. Those who destroy the formation flags will have to die. Even if the Tower Master of the Black Tower Council comes today, he won't be able to save you," Nangong Yutian said. The white mystic bird cried out again. Nangong Yutian said expressionlessly, "However, with your cultivation bases, how did you kill Tianming?" He had sensed the duo's auras, and there was nothing special about them. "You want to know?" Yu Zhenghai said, "I'll tell you if you step into the formation." Nangong Yutian scoffed. "This small flag formation is nothing to me. I can deactivate it whenever I want." "Speak so we can get this over with," Nangong Yutian said as he shook the bag in his hand playfully. As soon as his voice fell, another voice that sounded like it came from the depths of hell rang from the north of the ruins. "Nangong Yutian?" Soon after, 5 black-clad cultivators flashed over, leaving afterimages in their wake, before they came to a stop outside of the triangular formation. Nangong Yutian, who was sitting on the white mystic bird, frowned when he saw the 5 newcomers. Blackguards! A hint of a smile could be seen in the eyes of the black-clad cultivator standing at the lead as he said, "Nangong Yutian, we haven't seen each other for many years. Your eyesight is still so bad." "You are. Do you not remember?" the black-clad cultivator said. Nangong Yutian frowned before his eyes suddenly widened. He suppressed his shock and said with a smile, "So it's the former Tower Master of the Black Tower Council. Tower Master Xiao. Everyone said you were killed and died in the Blackwater Mystic Cave. I didn't expect you to still be alive." Then, he glanced at the other man next to Xiao Yunhe and said, "Are you planning to make a comeback?" "That's not something you have to worry about," Xiao Yunhe said. Nangong Yutian pursed his lips before he said with a smile, "Of course, I have to worry about that. Our White Tower Council loves to watch the Black Tower Council's internal strife the most. If you're willing, our White Tower Council can help you. Otherwise, how can one person like you go against the Black Tower Council? How dare you?" Xiao Yunhe's voice darkened. His majestic aura was revealed at this moment. "You weren't even born yet when I began to cultivate." Nangong Yutian chuckled before he said, "Tower Master Xiao, if I'm not mistaken, your birth charts have been destroyed. You're no longer the Tower Master who could control the world with one hand. Why are you putting on airs in front of me? Do you think I'll be afraid of you?" At this moment, Wuxia, who was standing next to Xiao Yun and had already recovered after being rescued previously, scoffed before he said, "How do you know our Tower Master hasn't restored his birth charts?" Upon hearing these words, Nangong Yutian's expression turned solemn immediately, and he retreated a few meters toward the triangular formation. In the end, this world won still one where strength reigned supreme. The strong bullied the weak feared the strong. Xiao Yunhe said, "I didn't come here to make things difficult for you. I have no intention of making an enemy out of the White Tower Council." "Then why did you come here?" Nangong Yutian asked suspiciously. "I just came to tell you that you can't kill those two people," Xiao Yunhe said. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai, who was still trapped in the flag formation, said, "Tower Master Xiao, I didn't expect to meet you again so soon." Xiao Yunhe glanced at the duo and said, "I remember both of you are only at the 10-leaf stage. Why did you come here? Do you want to die? If I didn't coincidentally pass by after attending to some business, no one would be able to save you." Nangong Yutian did not expect them to be acquainted. His expression stiffened as he said, "Tower Master Xiao, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect them. These two killed Tianming, a white guard, and wasted 3 formation flags as a result. If I don't kill them, how is the White Tower Council going to face others in the future? Moreover, are these people worth your protection?" "No," Xiao Yunhe said as he shook his head. "I'm not protecting them. I'm protecting you." "Huh." Nangong Yutian was puzzled. Wu Chao chimed in, "If you insist on killing them, prepare yourself for a life of being hunted until you're killed." "Hunted until I'm killed?" Nangong Yutian laughed. "How interesting. This is the first time I've heard of someone being bold enough to hunt down a judge of the White Tower Council. I'm not like you and Xiao Yunhe. I'm not a coward. Their cultivation bases are indeed low. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about their master," Xiao Yunhe said. "Master?" Nangong Yutian recalled the man carrying a saber at his waist seemed to be bragging about his master earlier. Xiao Yunhe said with a shrug, "In any case, I've already warned you. If you insist on killing them, by all means go ahead." Then he placed his hands on his back and turned away from the flag formation. Nangong Yutian's smile vanished immediately. He shifted his gaze away from Xiao Yunhe to the calm Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. He was not one to easily believe other people's words, but there was no harm in being careful. In the end, he looked at Yu Zhenghai and said, "Call your master over. I'll spare you for now. However, the White Guard can't die in vain. If I don't get a satisfactory explanation, even if Tower Master Xiao speaks on your behalf until the sky falls, I still won't let this matter slide." Nangong Yutian decided to take a step back for now. He needed to guard against Xiao Yunhe and also the possibility that Xiao Yunhe was telling the truth. Yu Zhenghai shook his head and said, "I'm afraid you're not worthy of meeting my master, Xiao Yunhe." Xiao Yunhe coughed and said, "Little brother, it's better to be cautious about this matter. Nangong Yutian is a judge from the White Tower Council." It was clear he was trying to tell Yu Zhenghai to invite his master over. He believed the duo's master should be nearby. Yu Zhenghai said, "So what if he's a judge of the White Tower Council?" Xiao Yunhe said meaningfully in a low voice, "He's different from the others." At this moment, Yu Shangrong, who had been silent all this time, finally said, "My master is busy and doesn't have the time to deal with these trivial matters. Tell me, what do you want?" "You're quite sensible." Nangong Yutian laughed. First, you must apologize. Second, the two of you must return to the White Tower Council with me. Third, he paused briefly before he finally said, I haven't thought about the third condition. I'll tell you once I figure it out. I hope that you can maintain your arrogance when you meet my master. Yu Shangrong said indifferently as he held a talisman between two fingers and lit it up. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yunhe knew it would be difficult to bring the duo away, but he thought it should not be a problem to protect them for a little longer. Thus, he said with a smile, Then, I'll accompany the two little friends. Xiao Yunhe's actions made Nangong Yutian feel rather helpless. In the end, he said with a sneer, I didn't expect the former Tower Master of the Black Tower Council would be reduced to such a state. Xiao Yunhe smiled. Young people have to make mistakes to learn. However, be careful you don't end up paying for your mistakes with your life. Don't think you can intimidate me with your words. Xiao Yunhe did not continue warning Nangong Yutian. He only said, Deactivate the flag formation. Nangong Yutian scoffed. I've no obligation to follow your orders regardless of your identity. Xiao Yunhe shook his head and no longer persuaded Nangong Yutian. In a forest north of the southern kingdom, a circle of light flashed before a pillar of light shot up into the sky. Soon enough, two figures appeared above the circle of light. Pavilion Master, we've arrived in the Red Lotus domain. We're very lucky. We've been transported close to the southern kingdom. Xianxia was rather proud of his control over the runic passage. Lu Zhou clasped his hands on his back and sighed in admiration before he said, Guardian Shun, don't you feel there's some mysterious force controlling everything between heaven and earth? Things like teleportation that only existed in movies or novels had become a reality, causing Lu Zhou to sigh emotionally. The runic passage was a pillar of light that contained a powerful force that seemed connected to all worlds. Many have tried to study the mysteries of heaven and earth and their shackles since ancient times. Unfortunately, there's no conclusive answer. The shackles of heaven and earth have been studied by the sages since ancient times. Unfortunately, no one can figure out why. During the journey here, Lu Zhou did not stay idle. He activated his purple glazed ceramic and managed to replenish his supreme mystic power. He did not use much on Ning Wanqing earlier, so he still had a lot of the supreme mystic power left. At this moment, Lu Zhou sensed energy fluctuations from the marks he left on Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. He quickly chanted the mantra for the power of sight to observe the situation. Xiao Yunhe, this guy is really everywhere. Following that, Lu Zhou shifted his gaze to a white-clad cultivator riding on a white mystic bird talking to Xiao Yunhe. Tower Master Xiao, do you really think you can protect them? I can't, Xiao Yunhe replied. In any case, I'm not in a hurry. Are you sure it's wise for you to stay here for so long? Your identity is special. Aren't you afraid the Black Tower Council will send someone here to investigate? Do you think that I managed to survive so long because of luck? Nangong Yutian remained silent. He could not refute Xiao Yunhe's words after all. With this, Lu Zhou cut off the power of sight. After sensing the distance between him and his two disciples, he called out, Di Jiang. Squawk. Di Jiang moved in front of Lu Zhou. Xianxia, who had seen the subtle change in Lu Zhou's expression, asked, Pavilion Master, is there an emergency? Lu Zhou shook his head. Then, he took the opportunity to ask, There's no emergency. By the way, do you know Xiao Yunhe? Xianxia was part of the Black Tower Council's blackguards. How could he not know Xiao Yunhe? Tower Master Xiao? He's the former Tower Master of the Black Tower Council and was a powerful figure in the past. I heard he violated the rules of the Black Tower Council and was dismissed by the higher-ups and the Elder Council. After that, he disappeared for some unknown reason. Xianxia answered honestly. Lu Zhou nodded. As it turned out, Xiao Yunhe was the former Tower Master of the Black Tower Council. No wonder Xiao Yunhe had 12 birth charts. After a moment, he asked again, Who's the current Tower Master? Xia Zhengrong, Xianxia replied. What's his cultivation base? I'm not sure, but he has no fewer than 12 birth charts. True experts rarely use their astrolabes. Moreover, after activating 6 birth charts, The astrolabe can hide the number of birth charts one has activated. No one knows the exact number of birth charts the Tower Master possesses. Rumor has it that Xia Zhengrong is the only one who could defeat the former Tower Master. He was recommended by the Elder Council to take over the position of Tower Master. Lu Zhou nodded. The Elder Council would not recommend anyone who possesses fewer than 12 birth charts. Indeed, Lu Zhou no longer asked about the Tower Master of the Black Tower Council. It was not time to face the Tower Master of the Black Tower Council, after all. Hence, he changed the topic and asked, "Do you know Nangong Yutian?" "Yes, he's one of the judges of the White Tower Council." "I don't know much about the other judges of the White Tower Council, but Nangong Yutian is slightly famous among those in the Black Tower Council. Back when the war between the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council was most intense, Nangong Yutian killed many cultivators from the Black Tower Council. He's famous for his insidious schemes, and he's also very cautious. After the two councils signed a peace agreement, there's no news of him. Perhaps he already has 9 or 10 birth charts," Xianxia replied. Lu Zhou nodded. He did not expect that person to be so extraordinary. No wonder Xiao Yunhe could only watch from the sidelines. Nangong Yutian was much more powerful than an 8-chart cultivator. If there was a direct confrontation, he was not sure he could completely kill him even if he used the Deadly Strike card. The enhanced Deadly Strike card could only kill those with 8 birth charts or fewer. Although he could use the Deadly Strike card to destroy most of Nangong Yutian's birth charts before using his supreme mystic power to destroy the remaining birth charts, he felt it was a waste of his item card. Lu Zhou sighed when he thought about the possibility of having to use his item card. After a while, he said, "Let's go." "Understood." Lu Zhou got on Dizhong's back and flew up into the sky. As he controlled Dizhong's speed, he asked, "Xianxia, have you been to the Southern Kingdom?" "Yes," Xianxia replied. The Southern Kingdom was originally without an owner. After the beast died, the Black Lotus domain did a thorough cleanup of the place. Later on, birth chart beasts began to appear frequently in that place, so the Black Tower Council wanted control over the place. In recent years, they had set up many stone forest formations there. In fact, it's also known as the Land of Chaos because of the frequent appearances of birth chart beasts in groups. It's rather strange. The Black Tower Council tried to figure out the reason for the birth chart beasts' frequent appearance, but they failed to find the answer. Lu Zhou nodded and looked at the misty sky in front of him as he wondered inwardly, "I wonder what secret is hidden there?" In the ruins south of the Southern Kingdom, Nangong Yutian's mountain shrieked, dispelling the silence that had settled down for a long time in the ruins. "Xiao Yunhe, I'm very curious. The rumors in the cultivation world are that your birth charts are gone. Is it true?" Nangong Yutian tried probing Xiao Yunhe for information. Xiao Yunhe said, "Do you want to see for yourself if it's true or not?" Nangong Yutian glanced at the black-clad cultivators standing respectfully behind Xiao Yunhe. Since Xiao Yunhe could make so many people submit to him, Xiao Yunhe must have some means. With this thought in mind, he did not dare to take Xiao Yunhe up on his offer. Following that, he shifted his attention to Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong before he said with a smile, "I wonder what kind of person their master is for Tower Master Xiao to behave in such a manner. If he comes, you can see for yourself," Xiao Yunhe said. He could sense Nangong Yutian was getting restless. "Tower Master Xiao, I just thought of something." "What is it?" Nangong Yutian, who suddenly changed his mind, said, "Everyone said that Tower Master Xiao's cultivation is unparalleled. As a junior, I'd like to exchange a few moves with you to learn from you." The white mystic bird flew up all of a sudden, and Nangong Yutian raised his hand without any warning, launching a palm seal toward Xiao Yunhe. Swoosh! Xiao Yunhe raised his hand and easily destroyed the palm seal with another palm seal. Throughout the process, he remained indifferent. Nangong Yutian. This old fox really came prepared. I have to think of a way to deal with him. Nangong Yutian was thinking of how to kill Xiao Yunhe when 3 black figures flew over from the north. At the same time, a voice rang in the air. "It's really lively today." Xiao Yunhe and Nangong Yutian looked up in unison. At the same time, Wu Chao said in a hushed tone, It's the judge, Jiang Jili. Should we retreat? After all, Xiao Yunhe and his men had left the Black Tower Council and were wanted by the Black Tower Council. If more people from the Black Tower Council came, it would be too late for them to escape. After the three black figures landed north of the flag formation, they surveyed the surroundings for a moment. Then, one of them said with a smile, "Nangong Yutian." Nangong Yutian seemed slightly excited when he saw the newcomer. As it turns out, it's you, Jiang Jili. Jiang Jili, who was dressed in a black robe, was a tall man, and his aura was not inferior to Nangong Yutian. At this moment he said, "Your White Tower Council is really shameless. Do you plan to start a war with the Black Tower Council by setting up a flag formation here?" Nangong Yutian laughed. "Judge Jiang, don't be angry. Before you talk to me, you should settle your family affairs first." Family matters? Jiang Jili looked at the two people trapped in the triangular flag formation. He did not recognize them. Then he shifted his gaze to Xiao Yunhe and his men. Although he did not seem to recognize Xiao Yunhe, he recognized Wuxia and the others immediately. He said coldly, "Take down the traitors." Understood. The two men next to Jiang Jili flew out immediately. At this moment, Xiao Yunhe said in a nonchalant tone, "Jiang Jili, it's been so many years since we last met, but you've quite the temper now." Jiang Jili was taken aback. After he studied Xiao Yunhe for a moment, he said in a low voice, "Tower Master Xiao?" However, he quickly regained his composure and said, "As it turns out, it's Tower Master Xiao. No wonder Wu Chao is so bold. You have no business being here. I suggest you leave." Xiao Yunhe continued to say indifferently, "Leave." Jiang Jili was puzzled. Upon seeing this, Nangong Yutian chuckled before he recounted what happened to Jiang Jili. Jiang Jili nodded. "So you're waiting for their master?" "There's no need to wait. Is there a need for the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council to consider others when doing things?" "Nangong Yutian, I have no wish to fight with you today. What do you think?" Nangong Yutian laughed and said, "How can I not agree with Judge Jiang? The White Tower Council won't interfere in today's matter. You're free to deal with your family affairs." "Good." Then, Nangong Yutian looked at Xiao Yunhe and said, "Tower Master Xiao, we've waited for so long, but no one has appeared. I'm sorry, but I don't plan to waste my time here. If you want to redeem them, come to the White Tower Council." Nangong Yutian waved his hand after he finished speaking. The three formation flags buzzed immediately, and the triangular barrier vanished. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong exchanged a look and tacitly flashed toward Xiao Yunhe's direction. Nangong Yutian sneered and waved his hand. "Do you think you can escape?" A huge palm seal fell from the sky immediately. At this moment, Xiao Yunhe brought out his hexagonal weapon that flashed with a dim light and used it against the palm seal. Bang! The palm seal was instantly dispersed. No one dared to rashly make a move. Who knew Nangong Yutian would take the initiative to act first? Jiang Jili surveyed his surroundings before he said, "Nangong Yutian, are you planning to kill indiscriminately? Does the White Tower Council not know how to distinguish between right and wrong?" Nangong Yunhe sneered. Instead, he said to Xiao Yunhe, "Xiao Yunhe, you better not interfere again." Meanwhile, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong exchanged another look. Then, both of them unleashed their strongest techniques at the same time. In just a blink of an eye, the sky was filled with energy swords and energy sabers. The duo knew the current situation was beneficial to them. As long as they could provoke the others to fight, they would have a chance to leave. Nangong Yutian got off the white mystic bird before he flashed in Xiao Yunhe's direction, leaving afterimages in his wake. Xiao Yunhe, whose attention was on Jiang Jili, did not expect Nangong Yutian to be so fast. "Shit!" Nangong Yutian pushed his hand out and struck with his palm. The palm seal shot toward Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. "I'll deal with it." Yu Zhenghai manifested his golden astrolabe and held it in front of him. Bang! The golden astrolabe was dented immediately. Eldest senior brother. Yu Shangrong was taken aback when he saw this. He hurriedly pushed his palm against Yu Zhenghai's back as they flew backward at the same time. The enemies were too powerful and beyond what they could deal with for now. Xiao Yunhe shouted, "Nangong Yutian." After Nangong Yutian landed on the ground, he said with a disdainful smile, "Don't put on airs in front of me. Forgive me for being blunt, but all of you combined are still no match for me." Nangong Yutian advanced step by step toward Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong as he said, "I let both of you live long enough. It's time to end this." Nangong Yutian was about to make a move when a voice rang from the forest behind Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. "Are you the one who wants to see me?" Nangong Yutian raised his head instinctively to look in the direction of the voice. He saw an elder with black hair standing with his hands on his back on Dijiang. Everyone's attention was on Lu Zhou at this moment. "He's here." Xiao Yunhe felt relieved. At this time, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong straightened their backs before they bowed and said in unison, "Disciple greets master." Nangong Yutian frowned slightly. "You're their master?" Lu Zhou looked at Nangong Yutian and said, "I asked you a question first." Nangong Yutian said, "That's right. I'm the person who wants to see you, old sir. Your disciples killed someone from my White Tower Council. How should we resolve this matter?" As soon as Nangong Yutian's voice fell, Yu Zhenghai said, "Master, Tianming tried to kill us and steal our treasure. We were forced to retaliate. I beg for your understanding." Nangong Yutian chuckled before he said contemptuously, "A rookie who just formed his Thousand Realms whirling avatar and a 10-leaf cultivator. What kind of treasure do you possess that's worthy of the White Tower Council stealing it? In any case, Tianming is dead, and we can't verify the matters. Do you think you can just say whatever you want?" Lu Zhou raised his hand and stroked his beard. He asked tonelessly, "Are you saying my disciples are lying?" "I didn't say that. You said it yourself, old sir," Nangong Yutian said. Lu Zhou shook his head. "Old sir, it's only right that your disciples are punished for their wrongdoings. Let me bring them back to the White Tower Council. The council might just spare their lives on your account. Moreover, you're welcome to join our White Tower Council. I'm sure we can come to an agreement among ourselves," Nangong Yutian said. He had said these words because he was uncertain of Lu Zhou's cultivation base and Jiang Jili's stance. If all of them joined forces to deal with him, it would be troublesome. "So, you're saying I should listen to you instead of my disciples?" Lu Zhou asked airily. Nangong Yutian smiled. He lowered his hand and rose into the air before he said to Lu Zhou, "You said it yourself, old sir. I didn't say anything." At this moment, Xiao Yunhe said, "Nangong Yutian, why don't you drop this matter today for my sake and brother Lu's sake? What do you think?" Nangong Yutian said with a smile, "All right, I'll let it slide for your sake, for everyone's sake." Lu Zhou shook his head. As a transmigrator, he had people who liked putting on airs and pretending to be mysterious the most. "Who are you putting on airs for? Who's going to die today if not you?" An enhanced Deadly Strike card appeared in Lu Zhou's hand. Nangong Yutian reacted quickly. He manifested his 800-foot avatar immediately in the sky. "He has broken through again," Jiang Jili said in surprise. At this moment, Nangong Yutian flashed with his avatar in tow. His speed was incredibly fast. Lu Zhou, who had activated the power of sight, easily caught all of Nangong Yutian's movements. A faint smug smile appeared on Nangong Yutian's face as he drew closer and struck with his palm. Lu Zhou crushed the Deadly Strike card in just an instant. Boom! 2 palm seals collided. The entire place seemed to freeze at this moment. When Nangong Yutian saw his opponent did not intend to dodge out at all, his expression stiffened. Then, his expression grew worse when he saw his opponent easily dispelling his palm seal as though it was nothing. He was in disbelief. Even the Tower Master of the Black Tower Council was forced to retreat by this palm seal previously. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou felt a faint scratching sensation on his palm, as though ants were crawling on it. A small vortex churned in his palm before a tidal wave of energy swept out. Boom! Nangong Yutian was pushed back immediately. At this moment, the frozen on his face had disappeared, and his eyes were brimming with confusion and disbelief. the Great Seal of Fearlessness. A golden palm seal was in front of Nangong Yutian. A Buddhist thousand realms whirling cultivator? Swoosh! Nangong Yutian hurriedly flashed 100 meters away. Alas, the Great Seal of Fearlessness seemed to have eyes and doggedly followed Nangong Yutian as it grew 100 times larger. Boom! It landed on Nangong Yutian. He roared as he used his hand to block the Great Seal of Fearlessness. At the same time, his white thousand realms whirling avatar stood behind him, helping him to block the palm seal. Jiang Juli and Xiao Yunhe were shocked. Why was the palm seal so strange? Meanwhile, Nangong Yutian kept retreating as he tried to destroy the palm seal. To his shock, the palm seal seemed indestructible. The vast power of the palm seal was incredibly shocking. Something's wrong. With this discovery, he hurriedly flashed 100 meters up in the sky. Similar to earlier, the palm seal followed Nangong Yutian. Then, a shocking scene appeared before everyone's eyes. The Great Seal of Fearlessness suddenly split into 5, forming a pentagonal cage around Nangong Yutian. What is this? In just a blink of an eye, the 5 palm seals closed in mercilessly on Nangong Yutian at lightning speed. Boom! A blood-curdling cry resounded in the air as the white thousand realms whirling avatar shrank and shot into Nangong Yutian's body. Boom! The remaining palm seal continued to land on Nangong Yutian one after another. With each palm strike, the white astrolabe would appear faintly. Each time it appeared, it grew dimmer and dimmer. Ding! Destroyed 5 birth charts. Reward: 30,000 merit points. 5 explosions rang in the air, accompanied by dazzling golden fireworks. Xiao Yunhe knew Lu Zhou was very strong, but this had exceeded his expectations. Lu Zhou had easily beaten the White Tower Council's judge to such a sorry state with just 1 palm strike. Even the strengths of the Tower Masters of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council were not so exaggerated. The cultivation world had always respected the strong. Xiao Yunhe knew this very well. When he was the most powerful person in the world, he was respected by many people. After his birth charts were destroyed, even a person like Nangong Yutian dared to act impudently. As the saying went, even a dog would dare to bully an injured tiger. Seeing Nangong Yutian being beaten into such a sorry state, his heart that had long been immovable stirred. He knew his judgment was right regarding the old man in front of him. On the other hand, Jiang Juli was thoroughly shocked. He thanked the heavens he did not act recklessly earlier. Meanwhile, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong were relatively calmer compared to the others. After all, they had seen countless scenes like this before. At this time, the gray sky was quiet and nothing could be seen. Not even Nangong Yutian's shadow could be seen. Where did he go? Although 5 of his birth charts had been destroyed, he still had another 4 birth charts, which was similar to Lu Zhou now. Lu Zhou still had the supreme mystic power, so he was not worried about not being able to kill Nangong Yutian. However, he was still at a disadvantage in regard to battle experience with the Thousand Realms whirling avatar. Lu Zhou looked around after activating the power of hearing. He could the rustling of grass and wind within a 100-meter radius. Thump, 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 thump. The heartbeats of everyone present rang in Lu Zhou's ears. Jiang Juli and his men's heartbeats were abnormally fast. Similarly, Wu Chao's heartbeat was incredibly fast as well. He recalled the time he was chased by Lu Zhou, and his breathing grew chaotic as sweat drenched his back. In comparison, Xiao Yunhe was relatively calm. The silence in the ruins was deafening. At this moment, everyone, including Nangong Yutian, a 9-chart judge of the White Tower Council, finally understood why Xiao Yunhe was so adamant about protecting Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. Lu Zhou ignored the others and flew close to where Nangong Yutian was hiding and listened to the noises around him. Thump. Perhaps it was due to the proximity. Lu Zhou heard Nangong Yutian's heartbeat. Although it was just for a fleeting moment, it was enough. He looked at the mountain of rocks in front of him and said, "Do you think you can escape from me?" Lu Zhou raised his hand again and launched a blue palm seal. The blue palm seal fell like a meteor toward the mountain of rocks. Boom! The rocks flew in the air immediately. Nangong Yutian let out a muffled groan as he flew back into the sky. At the same time, he held onto the white astrolabe in front of him with both hands. After 5 of his birth charts were destroyed, not only did it grow significantly dimmer, but cracks and dents could be seen on it as well. Everyone was shocked when they saw Nangong Yutian's astrolabe. Boom! The blue palm seal pressed against the astrolabe, further denting it. After facing Ning Wanqing, Lu Zhou's control of the supreme mystic power had grown even more precise. While the blue palm seal pushed against Nangong Yutian, he seized the chance and launched another palm seal. Bang! Nangong Yutian spat out a mouthful of blood before he suddenly vanished in just a flash. It had to be said that it was not without reason that he was a judge of the White Tower Council. He managed to survive the palm seals under extreme circumstances, protect his remaining birth charts, and escape in just an instant. This was also part of the combat techniques for Thousand Realms whirling cultivators. Sometimes it was better to suffer injuries to protect one's birth charts. After suffering consecutive attacks from Lu Zhou, Nangong Yutian had no choice but to flee. Lu Zhou was unfathomably strong. Lu Zhou flew after Nangong Yutian at a low altitude and activated his power of hearing again. Nangong Yutian had learned from his mistake. This time, there was no sound of heartbeat that could give him away. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, "You can hide for a while, but do you think you can hide for a lifetime?" After losing 5 birth charts, even if Nangong Yutian was highly talented, it was impossible for him to hide for a long time. Swoosh! At this moment, the white mystic bird flew up in the sky and let out a shrill cry. This cry was a kind of sound technique as well. As soon as the white mystic bird cried out, Nangong Yutian suddenly appeared in the sky and flashed into the distance. Lu Zhou activated the power from his 4th birth chart and chased after Nangong Yutian. With a speed that was not inferior to Nangong Yutian, he caught up to Nangong Yutian and struck with his palm. Nangong Yutian spun around and used both hands to block the attack. Bang! Energy seals from the collision that were thousands of meters long flew out, destroying the rubble in the ruins. "Do you think you're invincible?" Nangong Yutian asked with bloodshot eyes. At the same time, a strange light appeared in his hand. It was green and purple at the same time. A strange color appeared between his palms. It was green and purple at the same time. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, "I am invincible." At this moment, the golden palm seal that was pressing on Nangong Yutian turned blue. Its strength increased swiftly, and it easily breached Nangong Yutian's protective energy and landed on him. With this, Nangong Yutian spat out a mouthful of blood before he fell down from the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust when he landed on the ground. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 6,000 merit points. In fact, even if Lu Zhou did not use the supreme mystic power, he could still hold his own against Nangong Yutian. After all, both of them had 4 birth charts now. Most importantly, Lu Zhou was in peak condition while Nangong Yutian was heavily injured. Currently, Nangong Yutian had 3 birth charts left. No one dared to move. Even a 9-chart expert could not fight back against the old man. How strong was the old man exactly? They held their breaths as they watched the scene unfold. At this time, the white mystic bird that was eager to protect its master shrieked before it shot toward Lu Zhou. This was one of the reasons why mounts were precious. If one managed to tame and bond with a mount, it was akin to gaining another helper. Lu Zhou turned around and barked, "Evil creature, you're courting death." Upon seeing this, Xiao Yunhe exclaimed in surprise, "He isn't bewitched by the illusory sound technique?" "Tower Master, what's an illusory sound technique?" "It's the white mystic bird's ability. This cry would temporarily make someone feel as though they're paralyzed. Under normal circumstances, no matter how strong a cultivator is, they'd still be somewhat affected. This is rather strange," Xiao Yunhe explained, puzzled. At this moment, not only was Lu Zhou unaffected, but he was furious. His gaze was fierce and piercing as Unnamed appeared in his hand. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yunhe was further shocked. Fusion grade. Only those with high positions in the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council would possess a fusion grade weapon. The appearance of Unnamed caused everyone to change their views of Lu Zhou again. Just who was this old man? What did the blue palm seals mean? Is there a blue lotus domain? While everyone watched in a daze, Lu Zhou swung Unnamed and launched an energy sword that was several feet long. Upon sensing the danger, the white mystic bird tried to escape. Alas, Lu Zhou used the speed he obtained from Dijiang and flashed above the white mystic bird before he brought Unnamed down and released another energy sword. This time, the energy sword was shrouded with the karmic fire and imbued with power from the birth charts. No! Nangong Yutian's sorrowful and angry roar rang from the ground. The death of the white mystic bird was more painful than having his birth charts destroyed. Lu Zhou did not spare a glance for the mystic bird. He knew without a doubt that it was dead. Blood from the mystic bird that was cleaved into two rained down on the ground. Ding! Killed a mystic bird. Reward: 5,000 merit points. Lu Zhou felt it was a pity that the mystic bird was not a birth chart beast and he could not harvest its life heart. At this moment, Xiao Yunhe suddenly called out, "Nangong Yutian, stop! If you beg for mercy, you still have a chance to survive." When the dust settled, everyone saw Nangong Yutian, who was dressed in a white robe, completely drenched in blood. His bloodshot eyes brimmed with anger and hatred as he looked up at Lu Zhou in the sky and said, "Even if I die, I'll make sure you pay the price for it." Following that, Nangong Yutian suddenly flew toward Lu Zhou like an arrow with a burst of energy. When he clenched his hand, a white ring could be seen on his finger. It was clearly some sort of weapon. After he clenched his hand, his body seemed to undergo a strange transformation. His strength seemed to rise greatly at this moment. Everyone wondered what was going on as they watched. Nangong Yutian's current strength clearly exceeded that of a 3-chart cultivator at this moment. Countless white energy fists shot out toward Lu Zhou immediately. Lu Zhou pressed his hand down. Then, he formed a shield before he manifested his golden astrolabe and held it down. Lu Zhou was above while Nangong Yutian was attacking from below. Bang! 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 The white energy fists landed on Lu Zhou's astrolabe one after another. The tremendous pushed Lu Zhou back in just an instant. Creak! Lu Zhou's astrolabe creaked, showing signs of caving in. His heart skipped a beat. What kind of ability is this? Is it the ring? Although Nangong Yutian was only left with 3 birth charts, he could still display such strength. As expected of a 9-chart expert, how could he rise to become a judge of the White Tower Council without any means? Bang! 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 The energy fists grew stronger and stronger, and the sounds of the collisions were endless. Every time they landed, a golden white circle would ripple out just like how it was when a nuclear bomb detonated. Xiao Yunhe said with unconcealed admiration, "Brother Lu is truly skilled and bold. He's only using the strength of a 4-chart cultivator to deal with Nangong Yutian's Hades ring." Wu Chao exclaimed in surprise, "That's the Hades ring?" Xiao Yunhe said, "It's said that there are 2 Hades rings. They were the treasures obtained during the Great Void Expedition. It was said that it was thanks to the Hades ring that Nangong Yutian rose in ranks so quickly in the White Tower Council. Apparently, the rings can't be measured by grade. They can increase a cultivator's strength greatly for a short time. However, it's said that the downside is one would be in a temporary state of weakness after using them." Upon hearing this, Wu Chao frowned. "Since the Hades ring is so powerful, won't Senior Lu be at a disadvantage?" "Don't worry. Senior Lu is much stronger than we can imagine. Look, he's only using 4 charts to deal with Nangong Yutian. He probably wants to test Nangong Yutian's strength," Xiao Yunhe said confidently. In the sky, Lu Zhou was pushed back another hundreds of meters. His astrolabe creaked again, and the dent grew deeper and deeper. If this continued, he would lose 1 birth chart. According to the battle style of the Thousand Realms Whirling, he should withdraw his astrolabe and let the attack fall on him instead to protect his birth charts. However, he was rather unwilling. Bang! 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 Nangong Yutian smiled sinisterly. "Do you dare to do it?" A hint of provocation flashed in his eyes. He was daring Lu Zhou to withdraw his astrolabe. Following that, he laughed arrogantly before he said, "Since you destroyed my birth charts, I'll destroy yours as well. You didn't expect this, did you?" Perhaps, if Nangong Yuqian did not say these words, Lu Zhou would have taken the conservation approach. He would have withdrawn his astrolabe and quickly killed Nangong Yuqian to preserve his strength and intimidate the blackguards at the same time. However, he changed his mind after listening to Nangong Yuqian's words. He said in a deep voice, "How can a mere ant shake a tree?" The astrolabe in Lu Zhou's hands suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a blue palm seal. Unlike the palm seals before, the blue was close to being dark blue. Bang! When the power of supreme mystic power exploded, it easily pressed down the attacks that were coming from below. Just like that, the palm seal easily crushed the countless energy fists, causing the void to ripple. The gray sky seemed to have become a foil for the dazzling blue palm seal at this moment. Bang! At this moment, the blue palm seal landed squarely on Nangong Yuqian's chest, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Lu Zhou did not stop. He unleashed his remaining supreme mystic power without any hesitation. Bang! Another palm seal. Bang! The second palm seal. Bang! 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 In the end, Lu Zhou launched 5 consecutive palm seals that landed accurately on Nangong Yuqian's chest. Boom! Nangong Yuqian smashed into the ruins below. And yet, Lu Zhou was not down. After launching the blue palm seals, he now continuously launched golden palm seals toward the ground, creating a huge pit. His golden palm seals that fell like a deck of cards were incredibly dazzling and eye-catching. The transition from the blue palm seals to the golden palm seals was incredibly smooth as well. The spectators were frozen. Their expressions and their thoughts were all frozen. Nangong Yuqian's counterattack with the Hades ring was nothing but a small interlude that did not affect the outcome in the slightest. Ding! Destroyed 3 birth charts. Reward: 18,000 merit points. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 8,000 merit points. Domain bonus: 2,000 merit points. Just like that, the battle ended. However, Lu Zhou did not let his guard down. Just one judge had pushed him into such a sorry state. What if more judges came or Zhang Liuli and the others attacked? At that time, how was he supposed to deal with them? He had completely depleted his supreme mystic power. Even if he used the purple glazed ceramic now, he still would not have enough supreme mystic power. Silence returned to the ruins. The air seemed frozen at this moment. No one dared to speak in fear of disturbing Lu Zhou, who was still hovering in the air. No one knew what he was doing at this moment. Lu Zhou was thinking at this moment, still wary. Although the system had notified him of Nangong Yuqian's death, he had to personally confirm that was the case. After all, he had met Thousand Realms whirling witchcraft cultivators. At this moment, he did not have much primal chi left. He did not hold back and used most of his energy to launch the final golden palm seal. After a while, Lu Zhou shifted his gaze to Nangong Yuqian, who had smashed into the ruins, and shook his head. At this moment, Nangong Yuqian's corpse did not even resemble that of a human. He thought to himself, even a witchcraft cultivator could not revive or control a mess of meat, right? Following that, Lu Zhou waved his hand. A purple-green item flew into his hand from the ruins. Ding! Obtained Hades ring. Hades ring can increase one's strength and potential significantly for a short time. Then, Lu Zhou waved his hand and brought a bag that was lying next to the mystic bird's corpse to him. There were 3 birth chart hearts in the bag. 1 intermediate life heart and 2 elementary life hearts. After Lu Zhou's breathing stabilized, he straightened his back before he placed one hand on his back and stroked his beard with the other. He said indifferently, "How's a mere 9-chart cultivator worthy of seeing me?" Everyone trembled. How did the old man know Nangong Yuqian wanted to see him? Was he observing from the dark? At this moment, Xianxia stepped forward and cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou. "Brother Lu, we meet again." Lu Zhou was aware that Xianxia had been a big help to Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. "It's you." Xianxia smiled and said, "That's right. I'm Xianxia." Lu Zhou nodded. What are you doing here? There are many birth chart beasts in the land of chaos. My brothers and I are trying our luck here, Xiao Yunhe replied. At this moment, Yu Shangrong walked over and bowed. Master, eldest senior brother and I encountered difficulties twice in a row, and it was all thanks to Tower Master Zhao's help that we were able to turn the situation around. Lu Zhou looked at Xiao Yunhe and said, Is that so? It's nothing. It's not worth mentioning at all, Xiao Yunhe said. Then, he wondered inwardly. Why isn't he surprised that his disciple referred to me as Tower Master Xiao? Xiao Yunhe was a little discouraged that Lu Zhou did not ask about his past. He was planning to use that as a springboard to speak about his glorious past to improve his image. Otherwise, the disparity between their status was too big. Alas, Lu Zhou only nodded before he looked at his two disciples and asked, Are you injured? It's just a flesh wound. It's nothing serious. Wu Chao quickly said, This is a poison spike. If Senior doesn't mind, I can treat it. You? Lu Zhou turned around and looked. With this look from Lu Zhou, Wu Chao trembled. Why yes. All right. Then I'll have to trouble you. Lu Zhou nodded. Yu Shangrong cupped his fists together at Wu Chao in a gentle manner and said, Thank you. It's a small matter, Wu Chao said before he walked to the side. Yu Shangrong followed Wu Chao to the side to be treated. Meanwhile, Zhang Jili chose to speak up at this moment. Alas, he could barely speak coherently. I. Lu Zhou turned around as his eyes glinted sharply. You have a problem? And no problem. Zhang Liuli, who was a judge from the Black Tower Council, did not have the bearing of a judge at all at this moment. Why are you here? Lu Zhou asked. Before Zhang Liuli could reply, Xiao Yunhe said, He's Zhang Jili, one of the 4 judges of the Black Tower Council. I don't know what he's doing here. Maybe he wants to deal with your disciple. No one in the world hated the Black Tower Council more than Xiao Yunhe. How could he not seize the opportunity to fan the fire? Zhang Liuli said indignantly, Tower Master Xiao, don't talk nonsense. I'm here for the birth chart beast. Moreover, the White Tower Council were the ones who left the formation flags here. How could I know Senior Lu's 2 disciples are here? Lu Zhou asked. What birth chart beast? This? Zhang Jili hesitated. Lu Zhou asked indifferently, You have a problem. Despite the similar words, Lu Zhou's earlier words were a question, but now they had turned into a statement. The change was enough to cause Zhang Jili to shiver. Zhang Jili no longer hesitated and hurriedly said, It's a special birth chart beast from the depths of the southern land, said to be rather intelligent. There's a rumor that its life heart is suitable for those activating their 10th birth chart. Lu Zhou turned to Xiao Yunhe. Xiao Yunhe, is he telling the truth? Naturally, if it were up to Xiao Yunhe, he would rather conceal this matter. After all, he would only gain another competitor by revealing the matter. However, since things had come to this point, he could only say, It's true. This birth chart beast is a top-tier birth chart beast. Nangong, you had 9 birth charts. Therefore, he was very enthusiastic about the birth chart beasts. Lu Zhou asked, Aren't birth chart beasts categorized by their strength and size? Xiao Yunhe nodded and explained, That's usually the case for most birth chart beasts. However, this doesn't apply to birth chart beasts with intelligence. They understand humans' cultivation methods, they know how to cheat, they know how to retreat. They can't be grouped together with the other birth chart beasts. They're incredibly precious and rare. Needless to say, many cultivation experts covet them, but it's a pity it's not easy at all to find them. Lu Zhou nodded. So the White Tower Council left the formation flags here to capture that birth chart beast? The people of the White Tower set up a formation here in order to take down that life-bound beast? Zhang Jili said. To be frank, the alliance between the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council has been broken. Before this, the White Tower Council would not come to the Red Lotus Domain's southern kingdom. Since the beginning of this year, the White Tower Council has been thinking of ways and trying to occupy more of the Black Tower Council's territories. The southern kingdom is one of the places they're gradually occupying. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou said, The Black Tower Council's shamelessness really exceeded my imagination. Since when did the Red Lotus Domain and the Golden Lotus Domain become the Black Tower Council's territories? An awkward expression appeared on Zhang Jili's face, and he no longer dared to speak. Lu Zhou asked, "Since you know this place has been occupied by the White Tower Council, why are you so bold as to come here?" This, Zhang Liuli hesitated. "It seems like you have a problem." Zhang Jili quickly bowed and said in trepidation, No, I have absolutely no problem. I received news that a special birth chart beast will appear here, so I came to investigate. I didn't expect to meet your disciples here. Although I'm a member of the Black Tower Council, there are many things that are out of my control. Even then, I have no intention of harming your disciples. If there's an ounce of falsehood in my words, I'll be struck by lightning." Lu Zhou stared at Zhang Jili for a moment before he asked, "What kind of special birth chart beast is it?" Zhang Jili sighed inwardly. It was obvious that it was impossible to conceal the matter at this point. He said, "This special birth chart beast is called Yingzhao. I don't know what it looks like. There aren't many cultivators who have seen it before. I only came here on a mission by the Black Tower Council. From the information I obtained, this Yingzhao is indeed intelligent, but currently, its intelligence is that of a 10-year-old child." The intelligence of a 10-year-old child? This intelligence is rather high for a birth chart beast's. Then how did you know it would appear here? Lu Zhou grew more and more curious. In other places where humans lived, it was easy to figure out when a fierce beast of a birth chart beast would appear since 9-leaf and 10-leaf cultivators attracted them. However, the land of chaos was different. It was almost impossible for one to figure out when a birth chart beast, let alone a special birth chart beast, would appear. How did the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council figure it out? This? I don't know, Zhang Jili said awkwardly. Xiao Yunhe smiled. Actually, fierce beasts are similar to humans in certain ways. They have different levels of strength and a hierarchy. Every once in a while, the number of beasts would increase and a war would break out. Humans establish authority through wars, and the beasts are no different. There are beasts that challenge other powerful beasts to improve their strength. Fierce beasts have strong territorial consciousness. However, whenever they are defeated by another fierce beast, their territorial consciousness would disappear. As a result, they would submit to the beast that defeated them. Needless to say, intelligent beasts can only control mid-tier or bottom-tier beasts with no intelligence. Every year, the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council would send people to secretly set up an observation formation to observe the beasts' numbers. Lu Zhou asked curiously, "With the intelligent beasts, won't the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council be discovered?" No matter what, humans are more intelligent. Moreover, the beast's number is really too small. Xiao Yunhe replied. Tower Master Xiao is really knowledgeable, Zhang Jili said. Must you state the obvious? I was once the Tower Master of the Black Tower Council, after all. So you're saying there will be a war between fierce beasts in the chaotic southern kingdom? Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. That's right. Usually, humans won't interfere and will just wait to reap the benefits at the end. Moreover, no matter how intelligent the birth chart beasts are, they're only comparable to children. How can they fight against adults? Yingzhao had been sighted here before. Therefore, the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council deduced Yingzhao will show up. At this time, Yu Zhenghai, who had been silent the entire time, said, Based on your words, it seems like humans have always had the advantage and the beasts are really pitiful. No, they're equals, Xiao Yunhe said with a sigh. In the past, many intelligent fierce beasts had led a high number of attacks on human cities. As you can imagine, many humans were killed and injured. The beasts have the advantage of numbers on their side. They're everywhere. In the sky, on land, and in the sea. Meanwhile, humans only used their intelligence to plot against each other. Upon hearing Xiao Yunhe's words, Lu Zhou was reminded of Lu Li and Yan Jinlua. In fact, whether it was in the cultivation world or modern civilization, the reason humans stood on top of the food chain was their intelligence. There was a saying about how the greatest enemy of humans were humans themselves. After a while, Lu Zhou said, I'm very interested in such a birth chart beast. Xiao Yunhe and Zhang Jili. Do you have a problem? And no. Xiao Yunhe and Zhang Liuli smiled. They did not dare to object at all. At this moment, Wu Chao returned and said, "The treatment has been completed. That poison spike was incredibly sinister. Fortunately, it didn't escape my notice. All he needs to do is rest, and he'll fully recover after a month." Lu Zhou looked at Yu Shangrong, whose shoulder had been wrapped. Indeed, Yu Shangrong looked much better than before. He thought to himself no one would believe that the 10-leaf Yu Shangrong could deal with a 3-chart thousand realms whirling expert. Xiao Yunhe seized the chance and said, "Brother Lu, this is Wu Chao whom you chased after previously. Perhaps you can forgive him since he healed your disciple." Wu Chao hurriedly bowed and smiled ingratiatingly. Lu Zhou glanced at Wu Chao and said, "I'm not an unreasonable person. If someone shows me respect, I'll return the favor as well." Then, he brought out one elementary life heart from the bag he obtained from Nangong Yutian and placed it in Xiao Yunhe's hand before he said, "Both of you deserve this. Xiao Yunhe." Wu Chao. Seeing the dazed expression on the duo's face, Lu Zhou asked, puzzled, "Do you dislike it?" Although Lu Zhou had no use for the elementary life heart, it should be known he had many disciples who needed it. Even if it was just an elementary life heart, it was a treasure everyone in the cultivation world would fight for. When Xiao Yun snapped back to his senses, he hurriedly said, No, this thing is too valuable. I didn't do much. There's no need to reward me when I didn't do much." That was probably the biggest lie Xiao Yunhe had ever told in his life. After all, he was once a 12-chart expert. Even if he only had 7 birth charts now, he could still be considered an expert. It was not surprising that he looked down on elementary life hearts. Otherwise, why would he go to so much trouble just to come to the Red Lotus Domain's southern kingdom? On the contrary, Wu Chao's expression was slightly unnatural. In fact, the elementary life heart that belonged to a flying beast was rather useful to him. However, since Xiao Yunhe had refused the elementary life heart, what else could he say? Lu Zhou said insistently, "That won't do. How can I take back something I've given away?" Seeing Lu Zhou's determination, Xiao Yunhe no longer refused. "All right, I'll accept it then. Thank you." Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then he said, "If you feel bad, you can stay back. After all, I'm very interested in that special birth chart beast." Xiao Yunhe. Xiao Yunhe felt the loss he suffered for this elementary life heart was really too big. Upon seeing Xiao Yunhe's expression was not quite right, Lu Zhou said, "Seeing that you're not very willing to stay, I won't force you. I've never been one to force others. You can all leave. I'll stay here. I'm determined to capture this birth chart beast." An embarrassed expression appeared on Xiao Yunhe's face when he heard Lu Zhou's words. Then he said, "Brother Lu, when the time comes, many experts will be here as well. Are you sure you want to go against so many people? I will kill whoever dares to stand in my way." Is this a threat? It's clearly a threat, right? Xiao Yunhe sighed inwardly. He nodded and said, "In that case, I'll stay with Brother Lu and have a look at the special birth chart beast." Wu Chao and the other black-clad cultivators were stunned. However, how could they go against the old man's wish? Unless they had a death wish, they could not go against his wish at all. Clearly, their Tower Master had no choice as well. However, what were they going to do if the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council sent experts with strength comparable to their Tower Masters? They would not be able to do anything against such experts. On the other hand, Zhang Jili stood at the side like a block of wood. Lu Zhou turned to look at Zhang Jili and asked, "You want to stay as well?" Zhang Jili said, "This junior has been ordered to investigate the matter with the White Tower Council. I have to return to report to the Black Tower Council. I hope old sir will show us mercy and let us leave." In fact, Lu Zhou really wanted to teach Zhang Jili and his men a lesson. Alas, he had depleted his supreme mystic power. Moreover, he had also used his deadly strike card. If he wanted to kill Zhang Jili, who was a judge, he would have to use his peak trial card, and he did not think it was worth it. Zhang Jili was rather quick-witted. He took the initiative to say, "Please rest assured, old sir. When I return, I'll do my best to dissuade my colleagues from coming to the Southern Kingdom. I'll also warn them against opposing you. Before you capture Yingzhou, I won't return to this place." Lu Zhou nodded slightly. This person was quite perceptive. The internal strife in the Black Tower Council was very serious, so this was also a good chance for him to divide and conquer. Moreover, he had Yan Jinlua, who was acting as a spy in the Black Tower Council. If there were any big movements, Yan Jinlua would surely inform him in advance. After weighing the pros and cons, he asked, "How can I trust your words? Just because you said so, am I supposed to believe you don't covet this special birth chart beast?" An idea appeared in the quick-witted Zhang Jili's mind. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Old sir, we really didn't come here for Yingzhou. This is the evidence." One of Zhang Jili's men stepped forward and opened a bag to reveal its content. The black bag held nothing but a life heart. It was emitting a faint cyan light, and its energy was incredibly rich. It was clearly an intermediate life heart. "We fought with a birth chart beast for quite a while to obtain this life heart. If we really came for Yingzhou, we wouldn't have wasted our strength on it." Zhang Jili gave his all to prove his innocence. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. "I believe in you. That life heart isn't easy to come by. Keep it well." Zhang Jili was overjoyed upon hearing these words. "Thank you for your kind reminder, old sir." At the same time, the blackguard next to Zhang Jili began to deliberately cough. Zhang Jili, who was about to close the bag, froze immediately. Then, a distressed expression appeared on his face. Lu Zhou frowned and asked curiously, "Why do you seem unhappy when I'm willing to let you leave?" Zhang Jili forced the ugliest smile in his life as he said, No. It's just that I feel such a good life heart should be given to old sir." Then, he gritted his teeth and pushed the bag to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou said, "Give it to me? It's our first meeting. I hope the old sir won't disdain this meeting gift." Zhang Jili felt his heart ache as he said these words. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at the bag containing life heart indifferently and said, "Then, I'll accept it. You can refuse it." When Lu Zhou grabbed the bag, Zhang Jili could only let go despite feeling as though his heart was bleeding. Lu Zhou threw the bag to Yu Shangrong. Including the life hearts that Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai obtained, there were 4 life hearts now. These should be enough for his disciples to use. He was not interested in these life hearts. He was interested in the life heart of the intelligent birth chart beast. According to the principle of activating life hearts, the 5th life hearts would improve one's strength tremendously. The higher the quality of the life heart, the greater the improvement would be. The life hearts he used were indeed a little low quality. Just Dizhang's life heart alone could beat his other 3 life hearts. The qualities of life hearts were incredibly important since they would affect one's strength. "Thank you, old sir. It's getting late, so we'll take our leave now. Farewell," Zhang Jili said. Lu Zhou did not stop them. Zhang Jili and the blackguards immediately flew north and disappeared. The moment they left the ruins, Zhang Jili felt chills run up his spine. His robes were drenched in sweat. One of the blackguards asked, "Lord Zhang, how should we report to the Black Tower Council?" "What do you think?" "We can only report honestly. That person's cultivation base is much higher than Nangong Yutian. He's not someone you and I can deal with." "The life heart," Zhang Jili said with a sigh. "Weren't you the one who coughed to remind me to give it to him so as to not anger him? I have to thank you for that." After Zhang Jili left, Lu Zhou turned to look at Xiao Yunhe and asked, "Is there a place to stay nearby?" "This place is remote and doesn't have a place to stay. However, there's an old city tens of miles east of the capital of the Southern Kingdom. We can clean the place up and make do," Xiao Yunhe said. "Let's head over there then." Since Lu Zhou was riding on Dizhang, it was quite relaxing for him. Moreover, no one would know he had used up too much energy as well. It did not take long before they arrived at a small city in the east. They found a shabby house overrun with weed and vines and decided to clean it up. In the evening, it was darker than usual due to the strange weather in the Southern Kingdom. lowering the visibility. Master, this is the thing you were looking for. Yu Xiangrong respectfully handed the scroll over to his master. Lu Zhou looked at the familiar heavenly writing scroll and praised his disciple. It's been hard on you. It's my duty, Yu Xiangrong replied. During this time, focus on healing your injuries. Since your cultivation path is special, no one can give you any advice. Take those life hearts and use them, Lu Zhou said. Yu Xiangrong nodded. Thank you, master. I seem to have found the trick too. It's fine that you found a way. There's no need to publicize it. Lu Zhou knew about the trick Yu Xiangrong spoke of. With so many others present, it was better to say less. Yu Xiangrong understood his master's meaning and retreated to the side. Following that, Lu Zhou called out, Yu Zhenghai. I'm here, master. You've successfully formed the Thousand Realms whirling avatar, and you're also the first disciple from the Evil Sky Pavilion to do so. From today onward, you've completed your apprenticeship. Upon hearing these words, Yu Zhenghai fell to his knees immediately. He asked solemnly, Master, you want to expel me from the sect? How can it be considered as expelling you from the sect? This is an acknowledgement of your strength. I can teach you how to cultivate, but I can't guard you your entire life, Lu Zhou said. Yu Zhenghai shook his head and said, No, I just want to stay in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Have you never thought of founding a sect? Lu Zhou sighed. Yu Zhenghai said, I don't mind being a sect master, but I'm not suited to accepting disciples and teaching them. Master, I'm far from being qualified to do that. I want to continue cultivating with you. After he finished speaking, he kowtowed. Upon seeing Yu Zhenghai's determination, Lu Zhou shook his head. He stroked his beard and said, Forget it. I won't force you if you're unwilling. After all, there were benefits to Yu Zhenghai staying back, and he would also not suffer loss if Yu Zhenghai left. Therefore, he did not mind if Yu Zhenghai wanted to stay. At this moment, Xiao Yunhe smiled and said, I really admire you, Brother Lu. I can see your disciples deeply respect you. I'm really envious. Tower Master Xiao, it's getting late. Rest early, Lu Zhou said. Without the supreme mystic power, he did not feel at ease. An awkward expression appeared on Xiao Yunhe's face as he rose to his feet and said, Rest well, Brother Lu. After speaking, he turned around and left. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Xiangrong left the old house as well. After everyone left, Lu Zhou looked at the heavenly writing scroll and wondered, What kind of power will I obtain from this scroll? Since the condition of the abandoned southern kingdom was not good, everyone could only make do. Lu Zhou surveyed his surroundings. Cracks snaked their way everywhere on the wall as the cold wind that carried the stench of dampness, decay, and the excrement of birds and beasts blew in the old house. Amidst the stench, one could smell a hint of the plants growing wild in nature. Now that night had fallen, a chill permeated the air. Lu Zhou was naturally not afraid of the cold as a cultivator. He brought out the heavenly writing scroll again. Ding! Obtained a new scroll of the heavenly writing. Would you like to use it? Use. The scroll in Lu Zhou's hand vanished into spots of lights before they entered his body. As expected, when he looked at the heavenly writing interface, some of the previously unrecognizable scripts had turned into words he recognized. From 100 fragrances of dawn, one can discern qi and the difference in its viscosity. Even the slightest detail will not be missed. One can detect the smell, from any city or realm, as though one is there. What the hell are these? Lu Zhou studied the words for quite a while. Apart from these words, he could not understand the words below them. The content of the earlier scrolls and the newest scroll of the heavenly writing had merged, increasing the length and the difficulty. Needless to say, the increased length and difficulty meant that the time it took for him to comprehend it would increase as well. By now, Lu Zhou could vaguely guess the new heavenly writing power, but without the supreme mystic power, he had no way to verify his guess. He was not in a hurry to comprehend the new heavenly writing scroll. Instead, he looked at his item cards as he muttered to himself, Since Xiao is a rare intelligent birth chart beasts, if I want to obtain its life heart, I'm afraid just strength alone won't be enough. I need to outsmart it as well. Nevertheless, Lu Zhou knew he still needed to increase his strength. The Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council were bound to make an appearance. Since an expert like Nangong Yutian had shown up, who knew how many other experts would show up? He needed to increase his strength to deal with the others. Merit points, 230,600. After looking at his merit points, he felt he had gained a lot even though he had to use his Deadly Strike card. He knew it was not good to use the item cards frequently, but he also knew it was not good to keep them for too long. The trick to using them to their maximum potential was by grasping the correct time to use them. 33,000 merit points. After mulling over it for a moment, Lu Zhou decided to buy 3 Deadly Strike cards. The price hike after that was naturally within his expectations. Following that, he brought his synthesis card out before stacking the 4 cards together. Synthesize. In just a moment, an enhanced Deadly Strike card appeared. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Although the cost was slightly high, it could be useful during critical times. Moreover, with his current cultivation base, he no longer relied on the Deadly Strike cards as much as he did when he was below the 8-leaf stage. Therefore, the cost was still acceptable. Subsequently, he brought out the Hades ring and studied it for a moment. Through the system, he discovered the ring would not recognize an owner, nor did it have a grade. Basically, it was just a tool to temporarily increase the user's strength. With this, he no longer paid attention to it. He had been obtaining more and more weapons recently. However, since he could easily store them in the system, he did not worry about them at all. Ordinary cultivators could never hope to possess the treasures he had. It would be considered amazing if they even possessed 1 or 2 of the many treasures he had. Finally, Lu Zhou activated the purple glazed ceramic and began to comprehend the heavenly writing. He was slightly looking forward to the next heavenly writing power. When he entered his meditative state, the scripts from the heavenly writing seemed to have come to life. A cool sensation seemed to permeate his body, making him feel very comfortable. At the same time, his body glowed with a faint blue light. Time passed and soon it was dawn. At this moment, Lu Zhou could clearly smell a strange fragrance. Apart from that, he could smell the soil and the remaining scent of the birds in the air. There were also the smell of trees, the smell of nature, a damp smell. All kinds of smells assaulted his nose. Stimulated by these smells, Lu Zhou opened his eyes and touched his nose. Smell? Are all the heavenly writing powers related to the 5 senses? Lu Zhou wanted to complain. Is this heavenly writing power useful? Moreover, I have Bayan whose sense of smell is amazing. Is it necessary for me to master this skill? He sighed and tried to console himself that since Bayan was in the Golden Lotus domain and he was in the Red Lotus domain, this new power would come in handy since his other mounts like Dijiang, Wizard, and Jiliang did not have this ability. Following that, Lu Zhou closed his eyes and continued to meditate on the heavenly writing. The sky was slowly brightening at this moment. The color of the sky in the east was like the underbelly of a fish. In a rundown building without a roof, Yu Zhenghai looked at the sky and sighed. Second junior brother, did I commit any wrongs recently? Yu Shangrong, who was hovering half a meter above the ground, opened his eyes and said, Ever since eldest senior brother returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, you've not committed any wrongs. Then why did Master suddenly say that my apprenticeship is completed? Yu Zhenghai had thought about this matter the entire night, but he still could not figure it out. Perhaps it's because you've formed your Thousand Realms whirling avatar. After all, he has so many other disciples to worry about. Naturally, there's also the possibility that it's because of your past schemes, Yu Shangrong said with a faint smile on his face. Yu Zhenghai said, Among our fellow disciples, is there anyone who didn't scheme behind Master's back? 9th junior sister and 10th junior sister, Yu Shangrong replied with a hint of smugness. I really can't get along with him. Yu Zhenghai sighed and looked at the foggy sky again. Yu Shangrong said, Eldest senior brother, why bother? It's not like Master forced you to leave. It's better to stabilize your cultivation base and activate another life heart instead of thinking about useless things. There are 2 intermediate and 2 elementary life hearts here. You can choose first. No need. Since you're able to absorb a life heart's ability and energy, you can have them, Yu Zhenghai said. I just formed the Thousand Realms whirling avatar, so I still need some time to stabilize it. I'm afraid it's not wise to activate the second birth chart in such a short time. Yu Zhenghai was also not in a hurry to activate his second birth chart after experiencing the pain of activating his first birth chart. The pain was akin to being flayed with a knife. For it is a little too many for me. This intermediate life heart is beneficial to saber users. Yu Zhenghai no longer refused and caught it in his hand. Then, he asked, Are you confident? Of course. Yu Shangrong held a life heart that glowed with a faint green light. Then, he manifested his avatar and began to absorb the life heart. Ever since that time he discovered he could absorb life heart and even gain its ability without any bad side effects. He wanted to see what kind of change it would bring. Therefore, he was eager to continue absorbing life hearts. Meanwhile, in the White Tower Council, news of Nangong Yutian's shattered lifestone shocked the high-ranking officials of the White Tower Council. A man dressed in a long robe said grimly, Tower Master, this matter definitely has something to do with the Black Tower Council. We have to act first to seize the advantage. We have to teach them a lesson. Perhaps we can use their internal strife to our benefit. At the head of the table that was dozens of meters long, a woman with long light blue hair that fell to the ground sat unmoving like still water. At this moment, another person said, Someone who's capable of killing Nangong Yutian has to be an expert. It has to be someone from the Black Tower Council. Everyone nodded in agreement. It's best to send someone to investigate this matter first. Ying Zhao is about to appear in the Red Lotus Domain's southern kingdom. I don't think it's wise for us to fight the Black Tower Council for the birth chart beast this time. Someone asked, Then are we not going to avenge Nangong Yutian? Of course, we'll avenge him. However, we can take our time. We're not in a hurry. Tower Master, please make a decision. Everyone turned to look at the person sitting at the head of the table. No sadness or joy could be seen on her exquisite face at all. She raised her head before she asked, Where's Ning Wanqing? Judge Ning went to the Golden Lotus Domain to investigate the deaths of the White Guards. He said he'll be going to the Southern Kingdom as well. The woman glanced at the people around the table before she said, Bring back Ying Zhao's life heart no matter what. Understood. The woman did not continue speaking. She slowly rose to her feet, revealing her slender figure. Her figure and her long silky blue hair added to her charm. She walked out of the hall that was located in a white tower that was 10,000 feet tall. The tower was so tall that it pierced through the clouds and into the sky. If one looked down from the very top, the land looked as though they were covered in snow. 3 days passed in just a blink of an eye. The weather was as gloomy as usual in the Red Lotus Domain's southern kingdom. No one knew why the sun was hidden by the gray clouds all year round. At this time, Lu Zhou had already completely recovered his supreme mystic power. Suddenly, he smelled a faint fragrance. Did my sense of smell really grow so strong? He rose to his feet and left the rundown house, following the trail of the fragrance. Soon enough, he saw a few blackguards sitting around a fire, eating and barbecuing. It did not take a genius to figure out that the fragrance came from here. At this moment, Xiao Yunhe walked over and greeted Lu Zhou. Brother Lu. A sour and rotten smell assaulted Lu Zhou's nose immediately. How long has it been since he last took a bath? So this is the effect of the seventh heavenly writing power. Heightened sense of smell. Initially, Lu Zhou thought this power was incredibly useless, but he was slowly changing his mind when he wondered if he could smell auras and energies as well. In the cultivation world, many people would try to hide their auras to deceive others. However, it was impossible to conceal the smell of auras. He wondered if he could distinguish a person's cultivation base through smell. Currently, he was not actively using the power of smell, and his sense of smell was just heightened due to the after effect. Without using the power of smell, everything he smelled was categorized as fragrant or smelly. If he used the power of smell, would he be able to smell auras and energies? With this, Lu Zhou silently recited the mantra for the new heavenly writing power. From 100 fragrances of dawn, one can discern qi and the difference in its viscosity. Even the slightest detail will not be missed. One can detect the smell, from any city or realm, as though one is there. In just a blink of an eye, a cooling sensation like that of mint rushed into his nose. Following that, he smelled the fragrance of cold wine from Xiao Yunhe. Is this the smell of his cultivation base? Every cultivator was unique in the cultivation world. Even if two people learned from the same master and cultivated the same cultivation method, the results would still be different in the end. Therefore, every cultivator's aura was unique as well. Brother Lu. Xiao Yun called out when he saw Lu Zhou lost in his thoughts. Lu Zhou snapped back to his senses and asked, Xiao Yunhe, you're the former tower master of the Black Tower Council? Xiao Yunhe was slightly startled. The old man in front of him finally remembered to ask this question. He nodded with a hint of pride as he said, However, that's all in the past. There's no need to mention it. All right, then, I won't mention it anymore, Lu Zhou said as he turned around after placing his hands on his back. After all, Xiao Yunhe had lost 5 birth charts. It was not appropriate to rub salt in Xiao Yunhe's wound. He walked away, intending to check Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong's auras. Xiao Yunhe. Lu Zhou hovered in the air as he looked at Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. As he looked at Yu Shangrong's avatar absorbing the life heart, he silently recited the incantations for the new heavenly writing power again. He smelled something mysterious and indescribably from Yu Shangrong, and his heart skipped a beat. Is this the smell of the great void? Lu Zhou wondered what he would discover if he used both the power of smell and the power of sight from the heavenly writing at the same time. Previously, he had only used the power of sight to observe Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai from afar. He had never used the power of sight to study them in person. Lu Zhou did not hesitate and hurriedly recited the mantra for the power of sight. The blue energy that shone in his eyes seemed even more distinct against the gloomy backdrop of the Southern Kingdom. He noticed that Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai's auras were rather similar with just slight differences. Yu Shangrong's aura was gentle and elegant like a breeze. On the other hand, Yu Zhenghai's aura circulated churned tyrannically like a storm. His 2 disciples' auras had one thing in common. Their auras churned around their bodies in harmony with the heaven and earth's essence in the surroundings. When the heaven and earth's energy flowed into their Danshan seas of qi, it fused perfectly with their primal qis. No wonder so many people covet the great void energy. Lu Zhou cut off the heavenly writing powers. The only use he could think of the new power for now was for tracking and to distinguish cultivation bases. He discovered the consumption of supreme mystic power for the power of smell was not as exaggerated compared to the power of sight. This meant he could use the power of smell for a longer time. In the evening, Yu Shangrong reported to Si Wuya that they were safe and sound, telling him not to worry. Si Wuya and the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion continued staying in the capital, while no one knew where Mingshi was at the moment since he had left for the Southern Kingdom. A month passed in just a blink of an eye. The tranquility in the Southern Kingdom was finally broken. Xiao Yunhe and Wu Chao appeared outside the rundown house that Lu Zhou had been staying in at this moment. During the past month, the duo had been busy moving around the area to investigate while the others cultivated. Brother Lu, there are movements about 100 miles southwest of the Southern Kingdom. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhou emerged from the rundown house. Is it Ying Zhao? Wu Chao replied, I'm not sure if it's Ying Zhao. I can only confirm that the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council have sent a large number of cultivators here. Apart from that, the people from Great Yuan's royal court and the Dark and Light Alliance are here as well. Your Black Lotus domain is sure enthusiastic, Lu Zhou remarked casually. The turnout isn't surprising since it's related to Ying Zhao, Xiao Yunhe said. To tell you the truth, I also want Ying Zhao's life heart. After all, it can help me regain my birth charts. Do you think I don't know you want Ying Zhao's life heart? Despite his thought, Lu Zhou's expression remained the same as he asked, It has such miraculous effects? That's right. Xiao Yunhe nodded. Then, he said with a sigh, Initially, I plan to use the conflict between the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council to my advantage and obtain Ing Zhao's life heart. However, I think it'd be difficult now. Brother Lu, I'm afraid that you and I have no fate with this life heart. Lu Zhou nodded. That's right. You don't have fate with the life heart. At this moment, in the distant horizon, cultivators, numbering in the thousands, appeared one after another. Xiao Yunhe pointed and said, "They're from the humble white sect." The humble white sect? The White Lotus domain isn't like the Black Lotus domain. The forces in the Black Lotus domain are divided, and each of them has internal strife. On the other hand, White Lotus cultivators are more united. After the White Tower Council, the humble white sect has the highest number of members. As its name suggests, the cultivators were mostly born in poverty. Due to the members' similar backgrounds, they're very united. Unfortunately, despite the high number of members, there are very few experts among them. Perhaps it's due to their humble beginnings. After all, those who were born in privilege would have a head start. The Black Tower Council thinks of them as a ragtag bunch. The white figures continued to flash in the sky toward the southwest. What other factions are here? Who has the highest cultivation base? Lu Zhou asked. Wu Chao shook his head and said, "The judges from the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council must have come as well. A small number of sectless cultivators are probably here as well. Apart from that, a group of Red Lotus cultivators who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth came as well, but I scared them away. They were really blindly courting death by coming here. As for the person with the highest cultivation base, if the Tower Masters of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council come as well, they'll surely have no less than 12 birth charts." Lu Zhou nodded and looked in the southwest direction. "I'm determined to obtain Ing Zhao's life heart. Di Jiang." Squawk! Di Jiang ran out of the house and came to a stop in front of Lu Zhou. It lowered its wings respectfully, allowing its master to climb on its back. At this time, Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai, who had heard the commotion, rushed over. "Master!" Lu Zhou glanced at Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. He discovered Yu Shangrong's aura had gotten much stronger. He asked, "Did you use up all the life hearts?" Yu Shangrong nodded and was about to apologize when Lu Zhou said, "There's no need for that. The life hearts were meant for your use anyway." Xiao Yunhe looked at Yu Shangrong in surprise and asked, "You can really absorb the life hearts?" "It's just luck," Yu Shangrong replied. "Strange. I've tried this method before, but I can't absorb it." Xiao Yunhe was puzzled. "Since you have more birth charts, it's much more difficult for your birth palace to absorb it," Yu Zhenghai said. "Perhaps." Xiao Yunhe sighed. Lu Zhou leaped onto Di Jiang's back and looked in the southwest direction before he looked at everyone and said, "The path ahead is fraught with danger. There are many experts. Those who are afraid can choose not to come. I won't force you." Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong did not hesitate and flew up into the sky immediately. Xiao Yunhe said, "Since Brother Lu is determined, I'll accompany you to the end." Di Jiang carried Lu Zhou and rose higher into the sky. Lu Zhou looked at Xiao Yunhe, Wu Chao, and the others as he said, "Change your clothes. They're too eye-catching." Lu Zhou wondered if they liked black so much because they stayed in the Black Tower Council for so long. The blackguards wore black armor. There was no difference even when they changed into black robes. With just a glance, it was easy to tell they were once blackguards. Wu Chao bowed and said, "I'll go find some clothes." Xiao Yunhe waved his hand and said, "Go!" Wu Chao disappeared into the forest in just a flash. Lu Zhou shook his head. No wonder they smelled rotten. These blackguards saved their primal chi and did not maintain their peak condition. People had to eat, drink, and go to the toilet after all. While they waited, Lu Zhou asked Xiao Yunhe, "You were once the Tower Master of the Black Tower Council, so you should be familiar with the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council's overall strength and way of doing things. Who do you think will come this time?" Xiao Yunhe smiled wryly. This was not an easy question to answer. The strengths of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council are comparable. Since the White Tower Council sent Nangong Yutian, the remaining 2 judges from the Black Tower Council will definitely come. Apart from that, There are many experts in the Black Tower Council who will come as well. They are much more powerful than the blackguards. As for the Elders Guild and the Chief Judge, I'm not sure if they'll come. These people value their lives very much and are used to ordering others to do their work. They rarely make a move personally. During the many years of conflict between the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council, the high-ranking members of each side had never personally made a move. I'm the only exception, Xiao Yunhe continued to say. As the Tower Master, everyone in the Black Tower Council submitted to me. They were loyal to me and I was loyal to them as well. If I were at my peak now, I wouldn't worry at all about not being able to obtain Yingzhao's heart in the Southern Kingdom. Even the 4 great judges of the White Tower Council would have to bow in front of me. Lu Zhou nodded and did not comment on Xiao Yunhe's boastful words. He said, "You have such a glorious past. Alas, you were harmed by treacherous people. Is Xia Zhengrong stronger than you?" "He's nothing." Xiao Yunhe grew slightly emotional at the mention of Xia Zhengrong. "In the past, I participated in an extremely dangerous mission and was gravely injured in the unknown land, resulting in the loss of a birth chart. That paved the way for Xia Zhengrong." "You've been to the unknown land as well?" Lu Zhou asked. Xiao Yunhe nodded. "That place is very humid and is even gloomier than the Southern Kingdom. It's truly dark and sunless. There are many fierce beasts there, so there are many good life hearts. Many cultivators who want to increase their strengths would take the risk and go to the unknown land." Lu Zhou thought of his youngest disciple Luo Shirin. Since she was from the unknown land, it meant that humans dwelled in that place as well. "Did you encounter humans there?" Xiao Yunhe shook his head. "No. No one has encountered humans living there so far. Perhaps the cultivators weren't strong enough to explore the depths of the unknown land, so they didn't encounter humans there." "Do you feel the shackles of heaven and earth?" Of course, every cultivator can clearly feel the shackles of heaven and earth. It restricts the progress of humans. "No one knows why," Xiao Yunhe said. Even the former Tower Master of the Black Tower Council did not know the secret of the shackles of heaven and earth, let alone the Golden Lotus domain. Perhaps one would be able to find the answer after becoming strong enough to explore the depths of the unknown land. The two chatted for a while more before Wu Chao finally returned. Lu Zhou did not know where Wu Chao found the clothes. However, for Wu Chao to return in such a short time, he must have robbed it from some low-level cultivators. Xiao Yunhe and the others' temperaments seemed to have changed after they changed their clothes. "Let's go." With that, everyone rose into the air and flew toward the southwest of the Southern Kingdom. The dark sky seemed endless. It felt as though they would never reach the end no matter how long they flew. As time passed, the sky grew darker and darker as well as mist and clouds converged above the mountain ranges. After flying for a while, Lu Zhou and the others came to a stop on a mountain. "Is it always dark here?" Lu Zhou found this strange. Even on Earth, the North Pole and the South Pole that had extreme nights and extreme days would not fall into an endless state of darkness such as this. People would go crazy if they lived here. Not really. There are few days when it's bright here. During that time, the fierce beasts would hide since they're not used to brightness. At this moment, Wu Chao suddenly pointed to a highland forest to the west. "The people from the humble white sect are there." Following that, Wu Chao joined his palms together. In just a moment, a black witchcraft seal appeared, and he smacked it into the ground. A witchcraft circle that emitted a faint purple light appeared on the ground immediately. This sight dredged up bad memories in the mind of Lu Zhou, Yu Zhenghai, and Yu Shangrong. If it were not for the fact that Wu Chao was tactful and had also treated Yu Shangrong's injuries, Lu Zhou would not have spared him at all. As Wu Chao controlled the witchcraft circle, he said, "I've set up a lot of small observation witchcraft formations nearby. It won't last long, but we can use them to sense the situation around here. The people from the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council are stationed further south, but they're not together. I guess they're trying to avoid conflict." Lu Zhou looked at Wu Chao and asked, "How many people do they have?" "There are more than 100 people from the Black Tower Council, and the White Tower Council has even more people. They have nearly 200 people." It seems like the White Tower Council is taking the aggressive approach. The people from the Dark and Light Alliance and Great Yuan's royal court should be hiding in the distance. I haven't sensed them yet. Lu Zhou nodded before he asked, when will Ling Zhao show up? It depends on the number of fierce beasts and how long the fierce beasts fight, Wuxia replied. Then let's wait. Everyone nodded. Lu Zhou walked up a slope on the mountain with his hands on his back. When he reached the highest point, he looked down at the forest below. Xiao Yunhe walked over as well. After a while, more than 10 white-clad cultivators flew up from the forest thousands of meters away toward Lu Zhou. They've discovered us. Considering our proximity, it's not surprising that they discovered us. There's no need to worry, Lu Zhou calmly said. Soon enough, the white-clad cultivators appeared in front of Lu Zhou and the others. The leader was an old man who looked like he was in his 60s. He bluntly said, "We're from the humble white sect. Are you here for Ing Zhao as well?" Lu Zhou and Xiao Yunhe did not pay attention to the old man and continued to observe the movements in the fog up ahead. On the contrary, Yu Shangrong stepped forward and said with a gentle smile, "That's right." The old man nodded. "Based on your clothes, it doesn't seem like you're from the Black Tower Council." "That's right," Yu Shangrong replied, maintaining the smile on his face. "Then you're all from—" The old man trailed off. This group of people obviously came here to probe them. There were many factions that came here this time, and the humble white sect could not afford to provoke any of them. Yu Zhenghai stepped forward at this moment and said loudly, "Do we need to tell you where we came from? That's enough from you. We're not your prisoners." The old man said apologetically, "That's not what I mean. The humble white sect is weak and only wants to search for allies. If you don't mind, we can join forces." Yu Zhenghai replied, "There are so many forces here, but the humble white sect dares to come here to compete for Ing Zhao?" The old man was not angered by Yu Zhenghai's words. Instead, he said, "Our humble white sect's target isn't Ing Zhao. Our targets are the ordinary birth chart beasts." The humble white sect was aware they were weak and had few experts in their ranks. Naturally, they could not compete with the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council. However, it should not be a problem for them to capture a few ordinary birth chart beasts. "We're not interested." Yu Zhenghai shook his head. The old man sighed softly. "All right then, we'll just have to leave it up to head. Let's go." Just as the old man was about to turn around and leave, Lu Zhou raised his head and said, "Wait." The old man was slightly taken aback. He looked at Lu Zhou and asked, "What's the matter, old sir? I'll allow you to work with us. You can have the low-level birth chart beasts. I'll take Ing Zhao," Lu Zhou said as he studied the terrain below. This place was indeed a paradise for fierce beasts. If there were too many fierce beasts, he might not be able to deal with all of them. It was not a bad idea to leave some of the low-level fierce beasts for the humble white sect to deal with. Moreover, he planned to learn more about the White Tower Council from the humble white sect. The old man was shocked by Lu Zhou's words. "Old sir, you intend to compete for Ing Zhao?" Lu Zhou said, "Ing Zhao is a special birth chart beast. Who in the world doesn't want it?" The old man who looked to be in his 60s chuckled before he said, "Old sir is really honest." At this moment, Xiao Yunhe suddenly said, "Brother Lu, I don't recommend working with them. Other than having a large number of people, the humble white sect won't be able to help us. It's still better than working with those strong forces with unsavory characters," Lu Zhou said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunhe silently agreed with Lu Zhou. Although the alliance between two strong forces was useful, it came with many risks. During the alliance, they would still have to constantly guard against their allies. Once the balance broke, the alliance would completely collapse. Lu Zhou and the others flew up into the sky and followed the old man. They passed through the thick fog before they finally arrived near a cliff. Thousands of humble white sect disciples stood near the cliff in groups as they observed the movements below. Apart from the people from the humble white sect, there was also quite a number of sectless cultivators that seemed to have just formed a group as well. At this time, the thousands of white-clad cultivators noticed Lu Zhou and the other. "Elder Wu, these are—" Upon hearing this question, The old man finally realized he did not know Lu Zhou's name. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "My surname is Lu." The white-clad cultivators bowed and greeted Lu Zhou. After that, Elder Wu said, "Brother Lu, the view here is excellent. Our leader this time is that person standing closest to the cliff. His name is Chun Yu, and he's the vice-sect master of the humble white sect." Lu Zhou nodded. It was best for him to speak to the person in charge. He said to Elder Wu, "Lead the way, please." Elder Wu made an inviting gesture before he led Lu Zhou and the others to the cliff. Meanwhile, Xianxia and a few others stayed near the other side of the cliff to observe the movements in the forest and in the air. Chun Yu, who was waiting with his hands resting on his back, turned around at this moment and asked, "Elder Wu, who's this?" Elder Wu replied, "This is Senior Lu. He has agreed to work with us." Chun Yu looked at Lu Zhou with a look of approval as he said, "If you decide to work with the humble white sect, I won't treat you badly. You can have a share of the life hearts we obtain." Lu Zhou asked curiously, "What if there's only one life heart?" This matter had to be made clear. If the life hearts were not divided properly, it would make people unhappy. Lu Zhou was curious about how the humble white sect intended to divide the life hearts. Chun Yu said indifferently, "Old sir, if you're 1,000 realms whirling cultivator, the life heart will be given to you as a gift of friendship. This person really knows how to do business." 1,000 realms whirling cultivator was capable of killing ordinary birth chart beasts without help. On the other hand, 9-leaf and 10-leaf cultivators, who made up most of the people from the humble white sect, would have a hard time if they encountered a horde of fierce beasts. Even if it were 10-leaf cultivators, it would still be difficult for them to obtain life hearts. However, with the help of 1,000 realms whirling cultivators, it would be a different story. After a moment, Lu Zhou said, "I'm not interested in ordinary life hearts. I don't want anything other than Ying Zhao's life heart." Chun Yu was stunned. When he regained his senses, he sized Lu Zhou up before he said, "The Black Tower Council, the White Tower Council, the Dark and Light Alliance, and the Great Yuan's Royal Court are all fighting for Ying Zhao. Are you joking, old sir?" Lu Zhou replied tonelessly, "I never joke." Chun Yu frowned slightly as he asked, "May I ask which sect you belong to, old sir?" "The Evil Sky Pavilion." "What's that?" Chun Yu, naturally, had never heard of the Evil Sky Pavilion. He knew most of the prominent figures and forces in the Black Lotus domain and White Lotus domain, but he had no impression of the Evil Sky Pavilion at all. Nevertheless, he did not dare to underestimate the person in front of him. He said, "Old sir, we, the humble white sect, only seek ordinary life hearts. We dare not covet Ying Zhao in fear of offending the White Tower Council and the other forces. Therefore, I'm afraid the humble white sect won't be able to help you with Ying Zhao." Lu Zhou did not place much importance on this alliance. He only wanted to find out more about the White Tower Council. He said, "To be able to make a sect voluntarily give up on Ying Zhao, it seems like the power of the White Tower Council cannot be underestimated." Contrary to expectations, Chun Yu did not reveal any information. Instead, he said politely, "I'm sorry, old sir. I still have something else to attend to." As soon as Chun Yu finished speaking, a figure flashed out from the crowd of thousands of cultivators from the humble white sect and stood next to Lu Zhou. Chun Yu was shocked when he saw the person who just appeared next to Lu Zhou. Hundreds of humble white sect disciples nearby instinctively drew their swords and looked at the person next to Lu Zhou warily. The person who had appeared next to Lu Zhou was none other than Xiao Yunhe, the former tower master of the Black Tower Council. Xiao Yunhe did not look at Chun Yu at all. Instead, he looked at Lu Zhou and said with a faint smile on his face, "Brother Lu, I've already said that it's meaningless to cooperate with them." Chun Yu could sense the formidable aura from Xiao Yunhe, so he did not dare to be careless. He asked tentatively, "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. Brother Lu and I are here to enjoy the scenery. You don't mind, right?" Xiao Yunhe said. "Of course not. Please do as you wish." Xiao Yunhe nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the mountains that towered among the clouds and mist before he asked, "Brother Lu, you're determined to fight for Ying Zhao?" "Of course." Xiao Yunhe solemnly said, To successfully obtain Ing Zhao's life heart, you must have the strength to intimidate the Tower Masters of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council. Although the two Tower Masters might not appear, there's no lack of dogs that rely on their master's powers to act. In your opinion, what should I do? Lu Zhou asked. At this time, he could not help but think it would be so much easier if his seventh disciple were here. Xiao Yunhe said, "Intimidate everyone." In fact, in recent years, the lower levels of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council don't have much conflict. It's mostly the upper level of the two councils that have a problem with each other. If Brother Lu can intimidate everyone, they naturally won't dare to act recklessly. That's not a bad idea, Lu Zhou said. However, that will only work depending on how strong Brother Lu is, Xiao Yunhe said. Lu Zhou only had 4 birth charts, so there was no way he could just manifest his astrolabe and intimidate everyone. He could not use his peak trial card as well. At this time, Chun Yu, the vice sect master of the humble white sect, who had overheard the conversation, shook his head. He could not help but say, "Gentlemen, please forgive me for being blunt. Lan Shihe, the tower master of the White Tower Council, isn't someone who's easily intimidated. I'm afraid your tactic won't work." "Is Lan Shihe very strong?" Lu Zhou asked skeptically. "I've never seen her fight, but I have no doubt she's very strong. Her status in the White Tower Council is the highest, and she has absolute power there. The Black Tower Council that has internal strife can't compare to the White Tower Council at all. In my opinion, the Black Tower Council doesn't stand a chance against the White Tower Council at all in the fight for Ing Zhao. I advise both of you to give up on Ing Zhao. There are many other life hearts after all. It doesn't necessarily have to be Ing Zhao's life heart," Chun Yu said. Xiao Yunhe nodded and said with a smile, "Indeed, Lan Shihe's really mysterious. Until now, not much is known about her." Lu Zhou cocked an eyebrow and curiously asked, "When you were the Tower Master, you've never fought with her before?" "No," Xiao Yunhe said with a sigh. "I met her once, but we only spoke from our respective flying chariots. Her voice is otherworldly, elegant, steady, and powerful. She must be a young woman with an incredibly high cultivation base." Chun Yu, who was listening in on their conversation, exclaimed in shock, "You're the former Tower Master?" The white-clad cultivators in the vicinity immediately drew their swords one after another and pointed them at Xiao Yunhe. Since ancient times, the Black Lotus Domain and the White Lotus Domain had stood on opposing sides, after all. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yunhe slowly raised his hand to the sky. Black energy seals that looked like bolts of lightning buzzed in the sky immediately. When Xiao Yunhe clenched his hand, the black energy seals struck at the white-clad cultivators' hands, disarming them. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of swords falling to the ground rang in the air. Everyone looked at Xiao Yunhe with a dumbfounded expression on their faces. It was as though they had been electrocuted. This is a true expert." Chun Yu frowned. The expression on his face was incredibly unsightly. Although the Black Lotus Domain and the White Lotus Domain have their conflict, they never involve the innocent. "The humble white sect has no enmity with you," Xiao Yunhe interjected. "Don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you." Lu Zhou asked, "You're skilled in Thunderblast?" "I've only learned a little. I'm sorry for making a fool out of myself in front of you, Brother Lu," Xiao Yunhe replied. "If you were at your peak, are you confident you'd be able to defeat Lan Shihe?" Lu Zhou asked. "No." "Well, I do," Lu Zhou said. Hey, don't you think your act is too much? You've never even seen Lan Shihe before. How can you be so sure? Are you acting cool?" Upon hearing these words, Chun Yu bowed and said humbly, "As it turns out, you're an expert. Forgive me for not having a discerning eye." However, inwardly, he thought to himself, "You can act however you want. It has nothing to do with me. It'd be great if Lan Shihe appears and slaps these two posturing men." Lu Zhou glanced at Chun Yu and asked, "Apart from the White Tower Council and the humble white sect, what other forces from the White Lotus Domain are here?" "There's none apart from a small number of sectless cultivators," Chun Yu replied. Xiao Yunhe smiled and said, The White Tower Council is really impressive. Who cares about the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council? All I know is anyone who tries to stealing Zhao from me is going to suffer. Lu Zhou said nonchalantly. Xiao Yunhe grew more curious about Lu Zhou. Just how much more strength did Lu Zhou hide that he did not even care about the Tower Masters of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council? Suddenly, boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions rang from the mountain in front of them. A white-clad cultivator stepped forward and said, Vice Sect Master Chan, the beasts have appeared. The shadows of flying beasts could be seen lurking behind the thick fog at this moment. At the same time, the sound of a stampede and fierce collisions rang in the air as well. All sorts of strange cries from the beasts resounded deafeningly through heaven and earth. At this time, someone pointed to the left. The Black Tower Council. A huge black flying chariot that resembled a boat parted the clouds in the sky. Many blackguards jumped out of the flying chariot with long halberds in their hands when the flying chariot came to a stop in the air. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yunhe asked with a hint of excitement, Shall we go and have a look? There's no rush. The fierce beasts battle has just begun. We rush there now, we'll only become cannon fodder, Lu Zhou said. Chunyu smiled and said, Old sir, you're wise. Ying Zhao is intelligent, and it won't be easy to deal with. Boom, 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 boom. The earth and the mountain shook accompanied by loud booming noises. Suddenly, what seemed like thousands of flying beasts flew out of the dense fog and shot toward the cliff. These beasts were called dragonhawks, and as their name suggested, they looked like a fusion of a dragon and a hawk with their huge wings and long bodies. Their cries were ear-piercing. This is bad. The beasts are coming for people. Retreat quickly. At this moment, the dragonhawks spat out what seemed like a red line that restrained the white-clad cultivators hovering in the air. In just an instant, the dragonhawks' sharp beaks tore into the bodies of the cultivators. Blood rained down the forest. The thousands of cultivators retreated quickly upon seeing this. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, buzzing noises rang out one after another in the thick fog. The silhouettes of Thousand Realms whirling avatars were faintly discernible behind the fog. Xiao Yunhe glanced at Lu Zhou and sighed. Brother Lu, it seems like we've underestimated these fierce beasts. The blackguards who rushed into fog earlier were undoubtedly surrounded by the fierce beasts at this moment. Although the thick fog obscured their visions, one could easily imagine how fierce the battle in there must be. As Chunyu prepared to lead the group of white-clad cultivators away, he asked, Why aren't both of you leaving? Lu Zhou looked at the dragonhawks in the sky that were flying toward him. Clearly, he did not have any intention of dodging. Although there were quite a number of them, they were only fierce beasts, not even as good as ordinary or low-level birth chart beasts. Lu Zhou said tonelessly, Deal with them. Understood. Yushangong tapped his feet lightly on the ground and shot up into the sky. Xiao Yunhe frowned and called out, No, you only have 10 leaves. Most of the cultivators in the humble white sect were 9-leaf and 10-leaf cultivators. Hence, they were very eager to obtain life hearts. However, they were scared out of their wits when they saw the dragonhawks spitting out red energy lines that bound weak cultivators. Their first thought was to retreat, not to put up a fight. Meanwhile, under Xiao Yunhe's baffled gaze, Yushangong unsheathed his longevity sword. As soon as he unsheathed his sword, his killing intent surged. With just a thought, 100,000 energy swords appeared in the air, covering the sky. It's a flood-grade sword. Swoosh! The red energy lines that were about to touch Yushangong were instantly cut by his energy swords. Following that, the energy swords rolled out like a wave toward the dragonhawks. One after another, the dragonhawks were felled by the energy swords. Lu Zhou discovered that these low-level fierce beasts no longer gave him merit points and could not help but feel slightly regretful. At the same time, he confirmed that Yushangong's strength was definitely above the Thousand Realms whirling. Let alone 10-leaf cultivators, even those who had activated their birth charts might not be a match for him. Is this the 10-leaf stage? Xiao Yunhe was baffled. Yu Zhenghai was also shocked by Yu Shangrong's performance. He shook his head and said, I didn't expect second junior brother's strength to increase so much after absorbing 5 life hearts. Since Xiao Yunhe had no experience with this cultivation path, he had no comment. At the same time, Chun Yu and the others from the humble white sect watched Yu Shangrong kill the dragonhawks with their mouths agape. In just a moment, silence returned to the sky. Yu Shangrong flashed and returned to Lu Zhou's side. Swoosh! At the same time, the energy swords vanished and the longevity sword returned to its sheath. This? Chun Yu looked at Yu Shangrong in shock. Xiao Yunhe clapped and said, It's rare for a 10-leaf cultivator to master such powerful sword path. 10 leaves. Chun Yu turned around and looked at his people. The group of 10-leaf cultivators lowered their heads immediately. They were also 10-leaf cultivators, so why was the disparity so big? Lu Zhou pointed at the mountain, range hidden in the fog, and said, Go investigate. Xiao Yunhe said, Let Wu Chao investigate. It's more convenient for us to send him since he can use witchcraft. Understood. Wu Chao left with a flurry of movements into the thick fog. Chun Yu and the humble white sect cultivators gulped as they continued to watch. After a moment, Chun Yu said, clearly embarrassed, I feel ashamed. Lu Zhou said, It's not wrong for the weak to protect themselves. Thank you, old sir, for your understanding. Then our cooperation. Chun Yu stammered. No, Lu Zhou shook his head. I only give one chance to everyone. Chun Yu felt regretful. He had missed out on a great opportunity. Not much time had passed before Wu Chao returned. He called out, I've been discovered. A scarlet flying birth chart beast was hot on his trail. It's a scarlet mystic bird. Chun Yu and the humble white sect cultivators instinctively retreated again. At this moment, Chun Yu suddenly wondered why he was so afraid. He was 1,000 realms whirling cultivator after all. Wu Chao's speed was lightning fast as he used his grand technique. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the others. Following that, he turned to face the scarlet mystic bird and manifested his huge astrolabe. Boom! The scarlet mystic bird crashed into Wu Chao's astrolabe. He's a 4,000 realms whirling cultivator. The members of the humble white sect exclaimed in shock. Just a subordinate possessed 4 birth charts? In that case, how strong were those 2 big shots? Chun Yu felt even more regretful as he watched this. He felt his heart ache at the lost opportunity. At this moment, thousands of black tentacles shot out of the astrolabe and restrained the scarlet mystic bird. Wu Chao hovered in the air and pushed his astrolabe with one hand. Several beams of light shot out and pieced the scarlet mystic bird immediately. The scarlet mystic bird struggled and attacked chaotically before it let out a mournful cry. Now that it was severely injured, it turned around, intending to flee. Wu Chao took a breather and said, Many blackguards died up ahead. There are too many fierce beasts. The Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council are retreating to the sides. Lu Zhou did not respond. Instead, he raised his hand. Unnamed in the form of a bow appeared in hand immediately. Livestock. You think you can leave after coming here? Swoosh. A golden energy arrow that was taller than an adult appeared. In one breath, it shot out into the sky. It was so fast that the wind howled in its wake. Bang! The energy arrow accurately pierced the scarlet mystic bird's vital point. Chun Yu's eyelids twitched. He had come here with a passive tactic. If a fierce beast chased after them, they planned to retreat. Their plan was to lure a fierce beast away and overwhelm it with numbers. However, the tactic was useless. Currently, they were only like background decorations. They could watch the show. Old sir, you're from the Golden Lotus domain? Chun Yu asked curiously. At the same time, he committed the Evil Sky Pavilion to his memory. Lu Zhou ignored Chun Yu. Instead, he ordered, Retrieve its life heart. Yu Shangrong flew toward the scarlet mystic bird that was falling from the sky at lightning speed. It did not take long before he returned with a red life heart. Xiao Yunhe said with admiration, Amazing, amazing. Brother Lu is a very good marksman. Lu Zhou did not say anything. Instead, he looked at the mountain range in front of him. The rumbling sounds in the fog and the sounds of intense battle continued to ring in the air. At this moment, a deafening roar rang in the air. The earth trembled slightly as rocks rolled off the cliff. Soon after, they saw dozens of black lotus cultivators flying out of the huge black flying chariot on the left side of the sky. Boom! 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 With that, the thunderous and jarring sounds of battle grew even more intense. At this moment, Xianxia, whose sense of presence had been reduced for a long time, suddenly raised his head and said, "It's the first Elder's sky-supporting seal." A black energy seal that covered the entire sky appeared, causing darkness to descend. In the dense fog, a huge black astrolabe flashed for a moment before disappearing. 3 mountains up ahead had been destroyed by the black energy seal. They fell violently now that they were reduced to rocks. "Block it," Yu ordered. Everyone formed energy shields immediately. Xianxia said, "If I'm not wrong, Yuran, the first elder of the Black Tower Council, should have 10 birth charts. It's not surprising they sent him to fight Ying Zhao." Bang! 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 Rocks kept falling on the energy seals for a long time without showing any signs of stopping. "We're too close. I suggest that we retreat," Yu said. As soon as his voice fell, an energy with the force of a tsunami and a huge landslide swept over from up ahead, accompanied by a thunderous roar. "Yuran, scram. You have no right to act shamelessly here." The energy rolled out, devouring all the weaker fierce beasts in just an instant. Not only that, but even some of the mountains and trees were swept away. Upon hearing that voice, Xianxia said solemnly, "Su Chan is here as well. Yuran is the first elder of the Black Tower Council, and Su Chan is the first elder of the White Tower Council." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, obviously disappointed, "The Tower Masters didn't come?" Xianxia. "Hey, your joke isn't funny at all." In fact, prior to this, Xianxia expected the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council to only send a judge here. With the presence of the elders, even without Lu Zhou, it would be almost impossible for him to obtain Ying Zhao's life heart. At this moment, the tsunami-like energy drew closer and closer to Lu Zhou and the others. Lu Zhou casually pushed one hand out. However, the flood-like energy was getting closer and closer. Lu Zhou pushed out a palm. The confinement seal shot out as it increased in size, shielding the cliff and everyone behind it. Boom! The confinement seal successfully blocked the tsunami-like energy. However, energy continued to press down on them. The thousands of cultivators from the humble white sect looked at the confinement seal and the tsunami-like energy in horror. At this moment, they realized they had overestimated themselves. Put everything else aside, they were not even qualified to watch the show from the side. At this time, Lu Zhou flew into the air and held the confinement seal up as the energy crashed down against the confinement seal again and again. Upon seeing this, the others moved to stand behind Lu Zhou. They had no choice. If they did not do this, they would die. Whether they had 9 leaves or 10 leaves or the 1,000 realms whirling, all of them followed Lu Zhou. At this time, Lu Zhou said indifferently, "I don't believe the sky will collapse today." Everyone's confidence exploded when they heard Lu Zhou's words. All of them stood carefully under the confinement seal as they rose as one into the sky. Xianxia laughed heartily before he said, "Brother Lu, I'll lend you a hand." He did not hold back as he pushed the confinement seal up. With this, the 2 experts withstood the mountain-like pressure bearing down on everyone. The confinement seal expanded another 100 feet. It was like a gigantic umbrella, shielding everyone from the violent wind and the torrential rain. Yu, who was overflowing with gratitude, fell to his knees in the air and said, "Thank you for saving my life, seniors." Several thousand disciples from the humble white sect followed suit and fell to their knees. Ding! Worshipped by 3,510 people. Reward, 3,510 merit points. Yu Zhenghai turned around and said, "Don't drag us down. Keep up and hold on." Boom! 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 The battle between the first elders of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council showed no sign of stopping anytime soon. In fact, it seemed to grow fiercer and fiercer as time passed. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yu Zhenghai's words, the cultivators from the humble white sect paled as realization dawned on them. Lu Zhou was more than strong enough to lift the confinement seal on his own and save everyone at the same time. However, he was not obligated to do so. With this thought in mind, all of them hurriedly lifted their hands and tried to be helpful. Thousands of palm seals shot toward the confinement seal, lifting it. In just an instant, the pressure on Lu Zhou lessened tremendously. Just as the saying went, "There is strength in numbers." Although the members of the humble white sect were not particularly strong, they were most suited to deal with this kind of situation due to their numbers. Their collective strength easily held the confinement seal up. With this, the confinement seal that spanned nearly 1,000 feet blocked the danger. At this moment, Lu Zhou said, "I'll go up and have a look." "All right," Xiao Yunhe nodded. Needless to say, the others stayed put under the confinement seal. Lu Zhou flashed to the top of the 1,000-foot-long confinement seal and stood on top of it as though it was a huge ship. He held Unnamed that had been transformed into a shield and looked at the sky. While the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council were engaged in a fierce battle, there were no signs of fierce beasts at all. Every time Su Chun from the White Tower Council and Shi Yuran from the Black Tower Council exchanged a blow, energy seals would fill the sky. "Shi Yuran, has your Black Tower Council taken advantage of the White Tower Council for so long that you're deluded into thinking you can take advantage of me? I won't let you act as you please." Su Chun laughed coldly. "Let's see if you have the ability to stop me. If one can win by shouting, donkeys would have ruled the world long ago," Shi Yuran said mockingly. "Boom! Boom! Boom! Let me see what you have learned over the years." Black and white energy swords flew in the air again. Lu Zhou was also surprised. This is the strength of 10 chart cultivators? He would need at least 2 enhanced deadly strike cards to deal with Shi Yuran and Su Chun, unless Xiao Yunhe could deal with one of them. There were still other cultivators from the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council to consider as well, apart from the First Elders. Moreover, there were also those from the Dark Light Alliance and Great Yuan's royal court. "Lower the altitude," Lu Zhou said. The confinement seal lowered itself as soon as Lu Zhou finished speaking. "Advance." With the support from everyone, the confinement seal slowly advanced through the fog, passing by several mountains. At this moment, Wu Chao said, "It's right in front." Upon hearing this, Chan Yu said anxiously, "Senior, we can't advance any further." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said tonelessly, "Think carefully. If you decide to turn back, you'll only be met with a dead end." A sense of helplessness rose in Chan Yu's heart. After a moment, he seemed to have finally made up his mind as he said, "All right, let's take a gamble today. Everyone, hold on." Understood. Their momentum was great. Although their cultivation bases were not profound, they had the advantage of numbers. The confinement seal continued to advance. The dozens of members from the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council on the left and the right respectively were stuck in a deadlock. They saw many dead fierce beasts below, their corpses piled high up like a mountain. Chun Yu and the others gulped when they saw this. Chan Yu looked envious as he said, "At least 1/3 of the fierce beasts are birth chart beasts. There are so many of them." Lu Zhou moved to the edge and looked down. No wonder the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council are fighting to the death. There were so many birth chart beasts that their numbers exceeded the number of birth chart beasts that were seen in the Red Lotus domain over the past 10 years. These life hearts alone could easily raise the strength of a faction to a new level. Although Lu Zhou no longer paid attention to the 2 First Elders' battle, he had no doubt they were still keeping an eye out for Ing Zhao as they fought. He said, "If any of you spot Ing Zhao, inform me immediately. You'll be handsomely rewarded." The people from the humble white sect were not interested in Ing Zhao to begin with. Therefore, they were happy to help Lu Zhou out. At this moment, Chan Yu said, "Ing Zhao has the body of a horse and the face of a human. It's covered in leopard spots and has a pair of wings. Are you sure?" Lu Zhou asked. Yes. Chun Yu nodded. Lu Zhou silently recited the mantra for the power of sight. With the heavenly writing power, he easily saw past the clouds, rocks, mountains, and grass. The ground was littered with corpses, and the metallic stench of blood permeated the air. All kinds of birth chart beasts could be seen on the ground. Unfortunately, none of them matched Chun Yu's description. As expected, the intelligent birth chart beast was really cunning. At this time, a thunderous voice rang from below. Those who have no business here, please leave. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The members of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council raised their heads and saw the 1,000-foot-long confinement seal. Chun Yu and the thousands of humble white sect cultivators were shocked out of their wits. With this, the confinement seal came to a stop. At this moment, Xiao Yunhe flashed and appeared next to Lu Zhou. He said in a hushed tone, I suggest we avoid them for the time being. There's no need to fight with them head-on. Su Chun and Shi Yuran are engaged in a fierce battle now, and the Dark and Light Alliance and Great Yuan's royal court aren't here yet. If we entangle with them, we'll surely end up being targeted. Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged as he stroked his beard and mulled over the situation. After such a fierce battle, the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council were heavily injured. Both sides were just waiting for the outcome of Su Chun and Shi Yuran's battle. At this moment, boom! The clouds and fog in the sky were dispersed by white and black energy seals, causing the sky to brighten for a moment. Following that, it fell eerily silent. Su Chun and Shi Yuran were nowhere to be seen. At this time, Lu Zhou moved slightly and withdrew the confinement seal. The thousands of humble white sect cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. All right, let's avoid them. Lu Zhou decided to follow Xiao Yunhe's plan. Suddenly, bursts of laughter rang from the distant mountains before someone said in a booming voice, Since you're already here, you shouldn't leave. Soon enough, a flying chariot that resembled a black coffin appeared before everyone's eyes. At one end of the coffin was a symbol that looked like the sun. The Dark and Light Alliance. What are they doing here at this time? The members of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council looked at the black coffin in shock. Xianxia sighed and said in a resigned tone, It's not just the Dark and Light Alliance. Look behind them. Behind the black coffin, several huge flying chariots could be seen. The flags on each flying chariot fluttered ostentatiously in the air, looking magnificent. Most importantly, all of the flags bore the character Yuan. Great Yuan's royal court. Chun Yu shook his head helplessly. He looked at the birth chart beasts on the ground with regret. The Dark and Light Alliance and Great Yuan's royal court did not seem to care about Yingzhao. It was clear their targets were the birth chart beasts below. Even if they were low-level birth chart beasts, their life hearts could collectively raise the strength of an entire faction. The flying chariots with the ostentatious flags came to a halt. A man dressed in embroidered robes appeared and looked at the members of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council. There are so many birth chart beasts. It stands to reason that those who lay eyes on them should have a share. King Chun Wu's words are very reasonable. Those who lay eyes on them should have a share. A mocking voice rang from the flying chariot that resembled a black coffin. Lu Zhou did not move. After a few seconds of silence, King Chun Wu, who stood in the flying chariot, said with a smile, Of course, this doesn't apply to the humble white sect. That's only natural. However, I'm curious. Since when did an old man appear in the humble white sect who dared to withstand the energies from the first elders of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council? The person from the black coffin said before laughing derisively. Then he added, Anyway, that's not important. The humble white sect should scram now. Lu Zhou was puzzled. Who are these two people? Xiao Yunhe said, That person in the flying chariot with the ostentatious flag is Chun Tianbao, the king of Wu. 10 years ago, he had already possessed 8 birth charts. That person in the black coffin is a master assassin from the Dark and Light Alliance. His name is Yi Luyun. It's said that there's no one with fewer than 9 birth charts he can't assassinate. Chun Yu sighed helplessly. These were all prominent figures whom they could not afford to offend. He turned and bowed at Lu Zhou. "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior Lu. We'll take our leave now." When Chan Yu turned around to lead the thousands of cultivators from the humble white sect away, Yi Liuyun's voice rang mockingly from the black coffin. "Hey, old man. Your cultivation base seems all right. Let's see you withstand my palm strike." Earlier, when the Dark and Light Alliance were at the horizon, Yi Liyun had seen Lu Zhou standing on the confinement seal. He was puzzled. When did an expert appear in the humble white sect? His interest was piqued immediately. Swoosh! A black palm seal shot out of the black coffin. Xiao Yunhe reminded Lu Zhou in a low voice, "Be careful. It's not a palm seal." Lu Zhou recited the mantra for the heavenly writing's power of sight. In just a moment, he saw a cone-shaped hidden weapon in the black palm seal. Following that, Lu Zhou raised his hand that glowed with a blue light and caught the hidden weapon with 2 fingers. He raised his head and looked at the black coffin. "You dare to plot against me? Don't be petty. It's my duty to test you. Moreover, aren't you fine? Why don't you join our Dark and Light Alliance? How can the group of trash from the humble white sect be worthy of you?" Yi Liyun said with a smile from the black coffin. Lu Zhou shook his head expressionlessly. In his eyes, Yi Liyun was already a dead man. Apart from his item cards, he currently had his supreme mystic powers and all kinds of precious treasures. Even if he could not win, he could definitely escape. How could he allow others to insult him? Therefore, he said, "You better come out and apologize to me now. Perhaps I might spare your life." When Lu Zhou uttered these words, he had already calculated both sides' strengths. He had even hoped the 2 Tower Masters of the Black Tower Council and White Tower Council would appear. Based on his strength now, he could easily go on a killing spree now. However, since all forces were present now, each with their own agendas, there was no need to act for the time being. Everything aside, Lu Zhou was more than confident he could deal with Yi Liyun. Therefore, how could he let himself be humiliated so easily? Initially, he had planned to heed Xiao Yunhe's advice to wait at the sides and act at the right time. Now he had changed his mind. During the 1 month he stayed in the ruins, Yan Jinlua had sent him a message. Although the Black Tower Council had temporarily put aside their internal conflicts, when war broke out, everyone would definitely prioritize themselves. The White Tower Council and the Great Yuan's royal court would not interfere as well, preferring to watch a show. In the black coffin, Yi Liyun laughed. The sound was rather enchanting. "All right, old man. I was joking earlier. There's no need to take it seriously. It's not like it's the first time your humble white sect has been ridiculed and humiliated." Chun Yu and the members of the humble white sect were rather speechless at this unprovoked insult. Lu Zhou said, "Anyone is free to come to the chaotic southern kingdom. When has the humble white sect offended you? It's not that. I'm just stating facts. The weak should have awareness of their strength." Yi Liyun replied, slightly impatient. "So you're saying the strong can insult the weak? This?" Yi Liyun hesitated for a moment before he said, "Reality is always so cruel. Since you're already so old, I'm sure I don't need to tell you this. Then let me see what a good-for-nothing like you can do." Lu Zhou brought an ordinary Deadly Strike card. It was not worth it to use an enhanced Deadly Strike card to deal with trash like Yi Liyun. One of the reasons Lu Zhou was so confident was due to Lu Zhou finding a way to deal with strong enemies. He would use ordinary Deadly Strike cards to deal with enemies with 8 or fewer birth charts. Even with the increase in price, he could afford to buy the ordinary Deadly Strike cards. "What did you say?" Yi Liyun's voice rose. However, he did not want to lower himself to the old man's level. His targets were the life hearts below, not a bunch of weak humble white sect cultivators. "I gave you a chance." Lu Zhou raised his hand. The palm seal Lu Zhou launched was just an ordinary Buddhist palm seal. It did not contain the supreme mystic power or any other tricks. The golden palm seal shot toward the black coffin while the members of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council watched in excitement. Naturally, they hoped other forces would fight among themselves so that they could seize the opportunity to snatch the life hearts. On the other hand, the cultivators from the humble white sect sighed emotionally. They had suffered many insults and ridicule for the longest time. Although they tolerated it, how could they not be angry? Everyone had their dignity after all. Now that someone was venting their anger for them, how could they not feel emotional? Golden palm seal? King Chun of Wu looked puzzled. No one bothered to block the golden palm seal. When the palm seal finally landed on the black coffin, it lit up for a moment before it disappeared with a puff. Upon seeing this, the people from the Dark and Light Alliance laughed uproariously. Meanwhile, the members of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council were dumbfounded. Was this all they had? King Chun of Wu shook his head. He had thought they met an expert, but it turned out to be fake. At this moment, a creepy laughter rang in the air before a figure suddenly appeared above the black coffin. Due to his exaggerated speed, he left after images in his wake when he moved. It was clear that the master assassin had made his move. Yi Luyun said with a sneer, "I wouldn't have made a move if you didn't launch that pathetic palm strike. What a pity. Today I'll show you the cruel reality of life." Swoosh! When Yi Luyun was 50 meters away from Lu Zhou, his eyes flashed with a blue light and he caught a glimpse of the cold smile on Yi Luyun's face. He raised his hand and pushed his palm out. The great seal of fearlessness. No matter how many times Lu Zhou used it, similar to its name, Lu Zhou always felt fearless, and it also put everyone at ease when using it. The feeling was similar to the first time he used it. Yi Luyun, the self-proclaimed master assassin, narrowed his eyes. There was no one with 8 or fewer birth charts whom he feared. However, when he looked at the palm seal, a sense of unease rose in his heart. An assassin's instinct had always been keen. He could tell the palm seal was not simple, but how could he dodge it now? With so many people watching, how could he, the master assassin, abandon his pride and dignity? Yi Luyun moved at a speed that was hard to capture. Like light and shadow, it was dazzling. In comparison, the great seal of fearlessness that was small and light looked as though it was going to shatter at the lightest touch. However, at this moment it suddenly increased in size. The increase in size was so exaggerated. The bottom of the palm seal touched the ground while the top of the palm seal towered over the clouds. Following that, the palm seal fell like a golden mountain. Boom! The great seal of fearlessness landed on Yi Luyun, the master assassin. Everyone's eyes widened in shock by the palm seal's sudden increase in size. They felt chills run up their spines as they wondered what was going on. Yi Luyun's mind went blank. He grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. The force from the palm seal seemed to shock him to the core, causing his body to tremble. He was sent flying back immediately. At the same time, a 1,000 realms whirling avatar suddenly appeared in the sky before it disappeared into his body. Anyone with common sense knew what this meant. Yi Luyun's birth chart was destroyed with just a strike. Lu Zhou did not feel anything about obtaining 6,000 merit points, nor did he feel distressed about having to spend merit points to buy the item card. The important thing was the deterrent effect of the palm seal. Judging by everyone's expressions, his plan was incredibly successful. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun was pushed back several hundred meters before the people from the Dark and Light Alliance finally reacted. Lord Yi. Yi Luyun only barely managed to stabilize himself after he shot past the tail end of the black coffin. When he raised his head, blood could be seen on the corner of his lips. He looked at the old man whom he assumed was a weakling in shock and disbelief. Yi Luyun felt his cheeks burned in embarrassment when he recalled himself saying he would show Lu Zhou the cruel reality of life. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunhe, who had been with Lu Zhou over the past month, finally realized that Lu Zhou was not speaking thoughtlessly when he said he was determined to obtain Ying Zhao's life heart. The people from the humble white sect felt all their anger being vented at this moment. It was as though a heavy weight had been lifted off their chests, and their bodies felt lighter. Chun Yu felt an unprecedented sense of smugness and satisfaction when he looked at Yi Luyun's soulless eyes. Let's see if you dare to bully the weak and poor again. Who are you? Yi Luyun asked with a hint of confusion. Kneel, Lu Zhou said curtly. His voice was not loud. Although it sounded deceptively gentle, it carried with it a huge pressure. Yi Luyun staggered. He did not dare to defy Lu Zhou in fear of being at the receiving end of another palm seal. but he was not willing to kneel either. He pleaded in a low voice, "King Chun, help me." King Chun of Wu shuddered as if he had just jolted awake from a nightmare. He hastily said, "Yi Luyun, how can you ask me for help? I'm not familiar with you. Moreover, you insulted the senior first. It's only fair that you kneel and apologize." "You?" Yi Luyun gritted his teeth, his heart filled with unwillingness. However, what could he do? Reality proved that he was no match for the old man in front of him. All he could do was submit. This was the cruel reality of life. Yi Luyun looked at the members of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council below with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Upon seeing this, the members of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council sneered. Yi Luyun clearly wanted to snatch a share of the life hearts earlier. How could they help him now? Lu Zhou saw Yi Luyun's stubbornness and shook his head. "You're really stubborn. I'll send you off now." "No," Yi Luyun suddenly raised his head as he said in a trembling voice, I will kneel." Then Yi Luyun slowly fell to his knees. Suppressing the unwillingness that threatened to overwhelm him, he kowtowed. At this moment, King Chen of Wu, whose attitude became much more polite now, cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou and asked, "Senior, as it turns out, your cultivation base is so profound. My name is Chun Tianhao. May I ask for your name?" Xiao Yunhe finally understood why Lu Zhou was so confident about competing for the life heart. Even the master assassin, Yi Luyun, from the Dark and Light Alliance was no more than a fly in front of Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou had easily destroyed one of Yi Luyun's birth charts. When he shifted his gaze to the sullen Yi Luyun, he felt rather pleased. Xiao Yunhe tactfully responded on behalf of Lu Zhou. "King Chun of Wu, this senior is the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. You can address him as Senior Lu." He was also tactful enough to avoid revealing Lu Zhou's full name. King Chun of Wu respectfully cupped his fists together and greeted Lu Zhou. "Senior Lu." With this, Lu Zhou shifted his attention away from Yi Luyun. Yi Luyun felt the pressure on him lighten considerably as soon as Lu Zhou looked away. He sighed in relief immediately. Naturally, Lu Zhou knew he had only temporarily deterred Yi Luyun from acting rashly. It was clear that Yi Luyun was unresigned, but he was not sure he should kill Yi Luyun now. In any case, he managed to intimidate these people for now. If the situation was not right later, it was not too late to find a way to kill Yi Luyun. Lu Zhou looked at King Chun of Wu and asked, "Great Yuan's royal court is also here for Yingzhao?" King Chun of Wu nodded. "Yes, there's no one who doesn't covet Yingzhao. I won't lie. The royal court is greatly invested in obtaining Yingzhao's life heart. Well, at least he's honest." Lu Zhou shifted his eyes back to Yi Luyun and asked, "What about you?" Yi Luyun felt ill at ease under Lu Zhou's gaze. Finally, he mustered his courage and said, "Yes, I want." Lu Zhou interjected, "You want Yingzhao's life heart as well?" Yi Luyun gulped. It was obvious the old man in front of him was trying to coerce him into giving up on Yingzhao. At this moment, an expert from the White Tower Council said, "It's better if the Dark and Light Alliance leaves. You don't have a right to be here. Great Yuan's royal court is also." King Chun of Wu smiled before he interjected, "This the land of chaos. Everyone can come here. If the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council can be here, why can't we? Moreover, the humble white sect deserves to be here as well." At this moment, Chun Yu, Elder Wu, and the other sighed emotionally even though they knew these were just perfunctory words. A cultivator from the Black Tower Council, with a black hood over his head, rose into the air and said, "This is between the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council. How dare you barge in halfway when we've killed so many birth chart beasts?" As he spoke, he removed his hood, revealing his face. "Luo Huan, the judge from Black Tower Council?" Luo Huan nodded as he said, "Since the first elder isn't here now, I'm in charge. If you want these life hearts, you need to ask for our permission. Naturally, this doesn't apply to Senior Lu. Senior Lu will have a share of these life hearts. King Chun of Wu and Yi Luyun." This move was too cunning. The Black Tower Council wanted to pull Lu Zhou to their side. King Chun of Wu did not have anything now to pull Lu Zhou to his side. And there was no need to mention Yi Luyun, who had just offended Lu Zhou. It seems like the great show that was like the Three Kingdoms had begun. As expected, the White Tower Council would not make things easy for the Black Tower Council's Luo Huan. Someone shouted, "Luo Huan, the birth chart beasts are killed by our first elder. Even if the life hearts were to be given away, it's ours to give away." Luo Huan looked down at the members of the White Tower Council and said, "Why do you speak as though our first elder didn't play a part in killing the birth chart beasts?" At this time, many people raised their heads and looked at the sky. There was no sign of Shi Yuran and Su Chun, the first elders of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council. For now, it seemed like the Black Tower Council was stronger. Apart from Shi Yuran, the first elder of the Black Tower Council, Luo Huan, a judge from the Black Tower Council, was present as well. On the other hand, Su Chun, the first elder of the White Tower Council, aside, it seemed like no judge from the White Tower Council was present. King Chun of Wu smiled as he watched those from the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council argued. He said, "In my opinion, these life hearts should be divided equally." "Divided equally?" Luo Huan frowned. "You're even worse than the White Tower Council. You have no qualifications to negotiate at all." King Chun of Wu looked at the members of the White Tower Council. Did they really only send Su Chen? If it was true, then the Black Tower Council that had Luo Huan had a high chance of obtaining the life hearts. All of a sudden, a burst of laughter rang from the distant mountain peak. "Judge Luo, since when did the White Tower Council lose the right to these life hearts?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. An excited expression on the faces of a few members of the White Tower Council who recognized the voice. "The judge from the White Tower Council is here." King Chun of Wu and Yi Luyun frowned slightly. With the arrival of the judge from the White Tower Council, this had now truly become a five-way battle between Lu Zhou and the others, the Black Tower Council, the White Tower Council, the Dark and Light Alliance, and Great Yuan's royal court. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou could not help but sigh inwardly at the latest development. Although this was within his expectations, he could not help but think it would be great if his seventh disciple was here. At this time, a figure clad in white appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In just a few breaths, he arrived in front of them. His figure was tall and straight, and he had the appearance of a scholar. Although there was a smile on his face, it did not reach his eyes. King Chun of Wu cupped his fists together. "So it's Judge Ning from the White Tower Council." On the other hand, Yi Luyun only grunted by way of greeting. Luo Huan, the judge from the Black Tower Council, chuckled. "Ning Wanqing, is the White Tower Council short of members that they had to send a blind person here? I heard that Nangong Yutian was killed by someone." Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Ning Wanqing, the judge from the White Tower Council, whom Lu Zhou encountered before. Faced with Luo Huan's provocative words, Ning Wanqing smiled faintly and replied, "Likewise, I heard that Wu Guangping from the Black Tower Council was killed with just a strike." At this moment, Chun Yu from the humble white sect hurriedly greeted Ning Wanqing. "The humble white sect's Chun Yu greets Judge Ning." Ning Wanqing waved his hand dismissively. "This is a matter between the White Tower Council and the Black Tower Council. The humble white sect should leave. If this were in the past, Chun Yu would have left without any hesitation. However, his sect now had the protection of two great experts. If he did not cling onto them now, when would he be presented with such a chance again?" Lu Zhou said indifferently, "Ning Wanqing from the White Tower Council." Upon hearing this voice, Ning Wanqing was shocked. On top of being 1,000 realms whirling expert, he was also blind. Therefore, his senses were much keener compared to his peers. How could he not recognize this voice? As soon as Lu Zhou spoke, he already knew to whom the voice belonged. He immediately stepped forward and greeted Lu Zhou. "Ning Wanqing greets the old senior, King Chun of Wu, Yi Luyun, and the Black Tower Council's Luo Huan." Luo Huan frowned. "You know him?" Ning Wanqing said, "Of course. I'm well acquainted with the old senior." Yi Luyun's eyelids twitched a few times. "What bad luck. Just because of my stupid palm strike, I offended a big shot. Based on Ning Wanqing's attitude, it's clear the old man isn't simple. Ning Wanqing did not hesitate and said, "Our White Tower Council insists the old senior take a share of these life hearts." Meanwhile, Xiao Yunhe grew even more convinced of Lu Zhou's strength when he saw Ning Wanqing's attitude. There was no doubt Lu Zhou had to be incredibly powerful to make Ning Wanqing behave in such a manner. No wonder Lu Zhou dared to challenge Yi Luyun earlier. Lu Zhou's expression was as calm as a still lake as he said, "Leave the dark and light alliance out of it." Yi Luyun felt his heart break. At this moment, a person whom the White Tower Council and the Black Tower Council flew up into the sky and respectively presented 3 intermediate life hearts each to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou remained silent. Xianxia smiled and said, "I'll keep them for the pavilion master." At this moment, Xianxia felt like the bird in the saying, "A good bird chooses a strong tree to perch on." He felt incredibly happy and satisfied. Upon hearing Xianxia's voice, Luo Huan said with a frown, "Xianxia? It turns out to be you traitor." Although Xianxia was a 4-chart expert, in front of this group of big shots, he was not worth mentioning at all. Luo Huan raised his voice and continued to say reproachfully, "Xianxia, you betrayed the Black Tower Council. According to the Black Tower Council's rules, you should be sentenced to death. Come forward and face your death now." Suddenly, Lu Zhou raised his hand. Another blue great seal of fearlessness shot toward Luo Huan at lightning speed. Lu Zhou did not put much supreme mystic power into the palm seal. He only wanted to warn Luo Huan. Needless to say, Luo Huan, who had witnessed Yi Liyun's miserable defeat earlier, was terrified when he saw the blue palm seal. He flashed and retreated swiftly, using all the escape techniques in his arsenal. He managed to retreat thousands of meters back into the mountain peak. Boom! The palm seal landed on the mountain. No one dared to make a sound at this moment. After a long time, Luo Huan's figure finally appeared in the distance after dodging the palm strike. However, he was frightened out of his wits, so he had no intention of drawing closer. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "Xianxia and Li Xiaoma are now my people." At this moment, everyone from the Black Tower Council had an unsightly expression on their faces. Luo Huan was incredibly flustered by Lu Zhou's palm strike. Although he managed to dodge it, fear still lingered in his heart. King Chun of Wu chuckled before he said, "Luo Huan, you need to learn to control your temper." Luo Huan bowed in the distance. "I was rash. I hope Senior Lu can forgive me." King Chun of Wu and Yi Luyun remained silent. If the Black Tower Council was not making a fuss about their men being poached, what right did they have to speak? Yi Luyun's mouth twitched. He felt helpless. At this time, Ning Wanqing smiled and said, "Everyone has their own aspirations. There must be a reason if someone chooses to leave. You shouldn't blame him for leaving. Moreover, if he were truly a traitorous person, how could Senior Lu accept him?" Ning Wanqing's words were laden with ridicule for the Black Tower Council. And at the same time, it could be seen that he wanted to instigate conflict between Lu Zhou and Xianxia. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Don't play your petty tricks in front of me. I know what I'm doing, and I don't need you to remind me of Xianxia's betrayal." An embarrassed expression appeared on Ning Wanqing's face immediately. "I'm sorry. I've misspoken." Xianxia's heart moved slightly upon hearing Lu Zhou's words. Lu Zhou glanced at Xianxia. "All right. His loyalty has increased by 20%. Luo Huan sighed softly. It seemed like after this the Black Tower Council would have to consider rescinding Xianxia's arrest warrant. At this moment, a strange noise rang from the foot of a mountain in the south. King Chun of Wu shouted, "It's Ying Zhao! Take it down!" Dozens of cultivators on the flying carriage rushed towards the source of the noise. Yi Liyun's shadow flickered. He moved faster than anyone else. "Ying Zhao is here. Ying Zhao has appeared." The appearance of Ying Zhao broke the oppressive atmosphere that loomed over the 5 forces in just an instant. Many figures could be seen rushing toward the noise in a frenzy. Some sexless cultivators who were hiding all this time finally made a move as well. Luo Huan raised his head and looked around. He could not help but feel uneasy that the first elder had yet to return. However, he could not wait any longer. He ordered, "Put the life hearts away and follow me." Following that, the members from the Black Tower Council followed Luo Huan and rushed over as well. On the other hand, after Ning Wanqing recovered from the shock of Ying Zhao's sudden appearance, he turned to Lu Zhou and asked, "Old sir, did you also come for Ying Zhao?" However, as soon as this question left Ning Wanqing's mouth, he felt his question was really redundant. Was there anyone present who did not come here for Ying Zhao? Moreover, with such a high cultivation base, how could Lu Zhou miss such a great opportunity? "Aren't you going over there?" Ning Wanqing sighed. He hesitated when he heard the cacophonous sound of battle. The growing sounds of the battle aroused his desire that slowly overshadowed his rationality. In the end, he decided not to care about anything else. He would deal with everything once he had obtained Ying Zhao's life heart. Therefore, he said, "Old sir, this junior will take his leave now." In just a blink of an eye, Ning Wanqing flew away. The White Guards and the other members from the White Tower Council hastily rushed after him as well. For a time, the four forces surrounded the mountain in the distance and attacked relentlessly. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was still not in a hurry to make a move. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yunhe asked anxiously, "Brother Lu, aren't you going to make a move now?" "Ying Zhao is incredibly cunning. It laid 2 traps earlier. I'm afraid it's the same this time," Lu Zhou said. Humans were superior to all beings, hence, there were some who grew conceited. These people would often forget their mistakes and repeat them endlessly. Xiao Yunhe nodded after listening to Lu Zhou's words. "So these fierce beasts were also part of Ying Zhao's plan?" "Shen," she said. "It used the dragon hawks as well earlier to lure the people from the humble white sect. As for the fierce beasts, they were killed by the first elders of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council. Ying Zhao is really cunning. It took advantage of humans' greed." Yu Zhenghai said, "According to your words, it seems like Ying Zhao's IQ far surpassed that of a 10-year-old. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Let's just watch for now. Perhaps we're thinking too much." Everyone nodded. Sometimes it was useless to calculate too much. It was best to observe before making a move. At this time, thanks to the energies from the first elders of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council sweeping the thick fog away, their visibility had improved tremendously. Lu Zhou and the others watched as cultivators surrounded 2 mountains and kept releasing energy seals. The Black Tower Council, White Tower Council, the Dark and Light Alliance, and Great Yuan's Royal Court's cultivators attacked together. All of them restrained themselves and avoided getting into a conflict at the crucial moment. Ying Zhao should be around there. Strange. Where is it hiding? The beast is so cunning that it even knows how to sow discord. How can it be so easy to find? Xiao Yunhe said, "I really want to see what it'll do next after laying a trap." Everyone nodded. Upon seeing this, Wu Chao said, "Why don't I use witchcraft and disguise myself as a member of the Black Tower Council to expedite things?" Xiao Yunhe chided Wu Chao. "Why would you look for trouble with the Black Tower Council?" Wu Chao lowered his head and did not say anything. In fact, with this kind of situation, there was no need to act unnecessarily. Lu Zhou stroked his beard. He was sure Ying Zhao was still nearby. It had yet to achieve its goal, so how could it leave it just like that? Meanwhile, Ning Wanqing hovered in the air and listened to the sounds in his surroundings. Although he could not see, he could hear very well. Upon seeing this, Luo Huan said derisively, "Ning Wanqing, I know you're blind, but are you a fool as well? Do you really think Ying Zhao is going to make a noise for no reason?" Ning Wanqing was not bothered. He only said, "Although you can see, it doesn't mean you'll be able to catch Ying Zhao." On the other hand, King Chun of Wu and Yi Luyun hovered at the west side of the mountain. "Stop arguing. Why don't we put down our grudges aside and look for Ying Zhao first? After that, we can decide on we'll have Ying Zhao," King Chun of Wu said. Yi Luyun sneered and said mockingly, "King Chun, your royal court's methods are useless in the cultivation world. Do you think it's possible for all of us to decide on who to give Ying Zhao to? If you're so willing to give it away, why don't you give it to me?" Yi Luyun. Why are you venting your anger on me after your birth chart has been destroyed by the old senior? King Chun of Wu asked. How dare this person make a ruckus after losing a birth chart? However, Yi Luyun was a 9-chart expert after all. Although he had lost 1 birth chart, he was still left with 8 birth charts. The cultivators from the 4 forces were looking around in confusion when a familiar cry rang in the air again. When they looked in the direction of the noise, they saw a fierce beast with a long and slender horse face and tiger stripes on its body flapping its wings above a mountain peak. Ying Zhao! It's Ying Zhao! Everyone's eyes lit up in excitement. If only they could teleport next to Ying Zhao and harvest its life heart. After crying out twice, Ying Zhao suddenly made an astonishing move. It raised its head as its stomach began to gurgle. Soon enough, it spat out a glowing crystal. Ying Zhao's life heart. Xiao Yunhe, who was watching from afar, exclaimed in admiration despite the complex expression on his face. What a good move! Ying Zhao was highly intelligent. It knew that the experts were all fighting over its life heart. Swoosh! At this moment, Ying Zhao tossed the life heart toward the crowd. Upon seeing this, the usually taciturn Yu Shangrong could not help but cried out, Master! Don't be anxious. The life heart is like a time bomb now, Lu Zhou said calmly. Meanwhile, as the life heart flew toward the sea of cultivators, Ning Wanqing, who was standing closest to the life heart and had the advantage, was the first to leap into the air. He joined his palms together, and scripts shot out one after another. The Yin and Yang's 8-trigram seal appeared under his feet. As soon as he made a move, he used his strongest technique. The countless white scripts converged into a sphere before it exploded outward in all directions. The force of the explosion was terrifying. This Confucian technique was rather impressive. It could choose to be yin or yang. Damn it, Ning Wanqing! Everyone, including those from the White Tower Council, was forced to retreat by this move, the snowstorm explosion. At this moment, a figure flashed toward Ying Zhao's life heart. Just as his hand was about to close around the life heart, he heard the sound of surging primal qi. Bang! Ning Wanqing, get lost! Yi Luyun's speed allowed him to catch up to Ning Wanqing and released a conical energy seal. Due to the unexpected nature of the attack, Ning Wanqing fell from the sky. Swoosh! Yi Luyun was the first to grab Ying Zhao's life heart. The vitality energy surging from the life heart was so rich that he fell into a daze as he looked at it excitedly. After a moment, he turned to look at Lu Zhou, who was standing in the distance, and said in a deep voice, Old man, the Dark and Light Alliance will surely avenge my loss of a birth chart sooner or later. As soon as Yi Luyun's voice fell, King Chun of Wu arrived in front of him along with his avatar. Yi Luyun, leave the life heart here. Following that, his voice thundered in the air as he cried out, The hollow halberd! The air above the mountain range had turned into a battlefield for the 4 forces. King Chun of Wu brandished the hollow halberd, stirring up a storm. Luo Huan initially wanted to charge forward but was forced to raise his arms to defend against the force from the hollow halberd. Meanwhile, after King Chun of Wu brought the spear down like a hot knife through butter, Yi Luyun's eyes widened. When he tried to flee, he discovered it was too late. He had been retrained by the hollow halberd. You! The astrolabe hanging at the back of the Black Thousand Realms whirling avatars lit up with 8 birth charts like stars in the night sky. At the same time, the tyrannical power of the flood-grade halberd rolled out again, causing people to shudder. Once again, King Chun of Wu swung his halberd. Boom! The halberd landed heavily on the astrolabe. Yi Luyun was forced to manifest to defend himself. The impact from the collision rippled out and landed on the mountains nearby, causing a few of them to collapse. Yi Luyun grunted as he fell. King Chun of Wu laughed before he said, The best way to deal with an assassin is to face him in a direct fight. Following that, he controlled his astrolabe and shot a few beams of light down at Yi Luyun. Boom! 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 The moment Yi Luyun landed on the ground, he tossed the life heart away. Luo Huan, who was standing closest to Yi Luyun, grabbed the life heart at lightning speed. He laughed heartily before he said, King Chun, thank you. Ning Wanqing frowned. You're not going anywhere with the life heart. Everyone knew that Ning Wanqing had studied forbidden Confucian cultivation methods. They watched as he rose into the sky before he spat out a mouthful of blood on his palm before he waved his bloody hand in the air. In just a moment, the wind swept the clouds away. The heavens and earth seemed to have changed at this moment. "Are you crazy?" Ning Wanqing's eyes turned completely white. He looked up at the sky and said, "Although I'm from the White Tower Council, I abandon the light and live in darkness. I'm not afraid of darkness because I'm stronger in the dark." King Chan of Wu lifted his hollow halberd as he looked at the sky. Yi Luyun gritted his teeth and quickly retreated. Luo Huan said in a deep voice, "You better stop now." At this moment, King Chan of Wu suddenly flew out as fast as the wind toward Luo Huan, spurred by a conical energy. Then he stabbed his hollow halberd at Luo Huan. "Hand me the life heart. Get lost," Luo Huan said through gritted teeth. Then, he looked at the members of the Black Tower Council and said, "Kill them!" With this, the members of the Black Tower Council rushed out. Needless to say, the members from the White Tower Council, the Dark and Light Alliance, and Great Yuan's royal court made a move as well. At this time, Ning Wanqing's body shone with a dazzling light. He was like the sun in the sky at this moment. The vitality energy in the surroundings surged toward him. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yunhe, who was standing in the distance, said in a grave tone, "Brother Lu, this isn't good. Defend yourselves," Lu Zhou said as he looked at the battle above the mountains with his hands on his back. "Close your eyes," Xiao Yunhe reminded everyone. As soon as Xiao Yunhe's voice fell, a dazzling white light exploded in the sky. Many people were blinded from this alone. They felt their heads buzzed. One after another, 1,000 realms whirling experts fell from the sky. Xiao Yunhe and the people from the humble white sect were not too badly affected by the white light due to the distance and them closing their eyes. On the contrary, not only did Lu Zhou not close his eyes, but he looked at Ning Wanqing, who was hovering in the sky with his supreme mystic power. The battlefield that was illuminated by the white light seemed to slow down. Even Luo Huan and King Chan of Wu were not exempted. This technique? Lu Zhou frowned. Ning Wanqing was not as simple as he appeared to be. Ning Wanqing's figure flashed past several Black Thousand Realms whirling experts from the Black Tower Council as he made his way toward Luo Huan. It seemed as though he could see from his eyes that were shining with a white light. Upon sensing the incoming threat, Luo Huan instinctively released his energy. Alas, it was too late. Bang! One of Luo Huan's birth charts dimmed immediately as he was sent flying back. The life heart in Luo Huan's possession was now in Ning Wanqing's hand. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He used the power of smell from the heavenly writing and sniffed the life heart that glowed with a soft light. It smelled somewhat familiar, but he could place his fingers on it. Ning Wanqing did not stop moving. He flashed toward King Chan of Wu at lightning speed and launched an energy seal. Due to Ning Wanqing's speed that was several times faster, although King Chan of Wu was aware of the incoming attack, there was not much he could do but passively defend against the attack. Bang! It did not take long before King Chan of Wu was sent flying as well. Apart from spitting out a mouthful of blood, his birth charts were not destroyed. Ning Wanqing shook his head. At the same time, the battlefield returned to normal as well as the white light disappeared. He had used his ultimate move to gain a huge advantage, obtaining Ying Zhao's life heart. At this moment, he laughed heartily and said, "Luo Huan, King Chan, give up. You're no longer a match for me." King Chan of Wu wiped the blood off the corners of his lips and said, "This is where you're wrong." Buzz. The hollow halberd thrummed at this moment. King Chan of Wu looked at Luo Huan, who was standing across from him, and asked, "Luo Huan, why don't we work together?" Luo Huan was left with 8 birth charts now that one of his birth charts had been destroyed. With this, he was no longer qualified to compete for the life heart. However, due to the hatred born from losing one birth chart, he nodded. "All right." Ning Wanqing smiled and said, "Don't forget there are still Yi Luyun and old Senior Lu. If you continue fighting me, aren't you afraid they'll take advantage of you?" As soon as Ning Wanqing's voice fell, everyone turned to look at Lu Zhou, who was standing in the distance. They felt chills running up their spines. Ning Wanqing continued to say, "The life heart is now in my hands. If you're not afraid, you can come after me." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his grand techniques a few times in a row and disappeared into the horizon. "Go after him." King Chun of Wu and Luo Huan did not hesitate and chased after Ning Wanqing immediately. King Chen Wu and Luo Huan quickly chased after him. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yunhe frowned and said, "He escaped? Brother Lu, quickly go after him." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "There's no need for that." Shun Shi sighed and said, "He doesn't dare to fight the pavilion master, so he fled as soon as he obtained the life heart. Only Yi Luyun, who was injured by King Chan of Wu, is left. Even then, I have to say Ning Wanqing's skill is impressive. As expected of a judge from the White Tower Council." Yu Zhenghai asked in confusion, "Master, why didn't you chase after him?" "That's not Ying Zhao's life heart," Lu Zhou replied. Chen Yu said, puzzled, "Huh? But I saw Ying Zhao spitting it out." Realization dawned on Xiao Yunhe. He said with a smile, "It's all thanks to Brother Lu's reminder. Otherwise, we would have been fooled by Ying Zhao as well." "How did Ying Zhao do it?" "It first swallowed the life heart of another birth chart beast and nourished it with its qi before sending his energy into it. With that, it'd be difficult to tell the real from the fake," Lu Zhou explained. Everyone was amazed. No one had seen Ying Zhao's life heart. Therefore, it would be difficult for most people to discern if it was real or fake. Meanwhile, the battle above the mountain range ahead was moving further and further away. Silence gradually returned to the mountain range. At this time, Lu Zhou flashed forward. "Brother Lu, don't come over," Lu Zhou said. He closed his eyes and silently recited the mantra for the heavenly writing's power of smell. The smell of blood, lingering primal qi, nature, and all sorts of smell wafted into Lu Zhou's nose. He slowly sifted through them. When he recalled the place where Ning Wanqing stood with the life heart, he moved over immediately. He could smell the aura that was rich with vitality energy. Although the life heart was fake, its aura and energy were real. Now that Lu Zhou obtained the scent of Ying Zhao's aura and energy, he expanded the range of his sense of smell. Meanwhile, the others looked at Lu Zhou in confusion. "Senior Lu, what are you doing?" "Don't be noisy," Yu Zhenghai said as he turned around. "My master knows what he's doing." With this, everyone fell silent again. Lush forests, mountains, clouds, and mist. Their scents entered Lu Zhou's nose as he tracked the unique scent. He kept moving until he faced the foot of the mountain to the south. Following that, Lu Zhou activated the power of sight. In just an instant, nothing could be hidden from his eyes. The cores of trees, the stones, everything was revealed to his eyes. Soon enough, he saw an unmoving beast with the body of a tiger and the face of a horse nestled in the bottom of the pond. "Found you." After he withdrew the heavenly writing power, he stroked his beard. No one would be able to Ying Zhao at all. If it were not for his heavenly writing power, he would not have found Ying Zhao as well. Lu Zhou was not in a hurry to make a move. He did not want to alert the beast. He thought about the best way to capture it. He looked at his item cards and discovered he did not have any binding cage card. Currently, one binding cage card cost 15,000 merit points. 3 cards would cost him 45,000 merit points. If that was the case, he might as well buy an ordinary deadly strike card to take Ying Zhao down. As expected, the most reliable method was to waste merit points. After a while, he changed his mind again and decided to catch Ying Zhao off guard. Confinement seal. With the right place, time, and person, the confinement seal was very useful. There was no doubt this was the most suitable time for him to use the confinement seal. Lu Zhou extended his hand, and the ink-color confinement seal appeared above his palm. In order to prevent it from being discovered, he used the supreme mystic power to conceal its aura. Up until now, the supreme mystic power had not let Lu Zhou down. After the supreme mystic power concealed the confinement seal's aura, the confinement seal quietly descended to the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, the thousands of people from the humble white sect could not figure out what was going on at all. Xiao Yunhe, who had also seen the confinement seal, reminded everyone, "Don't make a sound." It was so silent at this moment that one could hear a needle drop. Xiao's cunning had truly exceeded everyone's expectations. The cultivators had already left, but it was still hiding, unmoving, in the depths of the pond. It was very cautious indeed. Just as the confinement seal was about to enter the pond, it increased in size. Buzz! The sound of the primal chi startled Xiao. It stomped its hooves and emerged from the surface of the pond. Alas, before Xiao could fly out of the pond, the confinement seal increased in size again. It seemed as big as the sky at this moment as it pressed down on the surface of the pond. Boom! 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 Xiao struck at the confinement seal in a frenzy. Meanwhile, when Xiao Yunhe saw Xiao emerge from the pond, he could not help but clap his hands. It's really Xiao. This is the will of the heavens. Upon hearing these words, the thousands of cultivators rushed forward. Don't come over, Lu Zhou said again. The cultivators came to a stop several hundred meters away. Bang! 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 As time passed, the frequency of Xiao's attacks grew. The confinement seal shook and rang loudly. Lu Zhou was not worried Xiao would disappear beneath the pond. After all, once it was completely enveloped by the confinement seal, it would be bound in a sealed space. However, he knew he could not wait until Xiao was bound. After all, Ning Wanqing and the others would return sooner or later when they discovered the life heart was fake. At that time, it would be truly troublesome. If it was possible, he did not want to use his enhanced peak trial card. Who knew when he would be able to buy 3 peak trial cards again? Brother Lu, I suggest we end it now, Xiao Yunhe said. Lu Zhou nodded. Bang! 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 Xiao's attacks grew even more frenzied. Under its violent attacks, the confinement seal shook even more. Lu Zhou raised his hand and clenched his fingers. The confinement seal shrank swiftly. Xiao cried out at this moment. Its cry was unusual. It contained human emotions. Everyone present could clearly tell it was pleading. Livestock. You even know how to beg for mercy? Lu Zhou said in a deep voice. Xiao once again let out a panicked cry. Currently, the confinement seal was the size of a room. If it continued to shrink, Xiao would be turned into minced meat. Lu Zhou stopped the confinement seal from shrinking. Then he asked, "Do you want to live?" Xiao fell silent and no longer made a ruckus. Everyone was amazed by this. They did not expect Xiao to be so intelligent. It could even sow discord and led the cultivators from the 4 forces in circles. If Lu Zhou were not around, there was no doubt Xiao would be the winner today. If you don't want to die, hand over your life heart. Xiao let out a cry. This time, the cultivators did not understand what the cry meant. Lu Zhou turned and saw the cultivators from the humble white sect shaking their heads. None of them understood Xiao. He sighed inwardly, wishing Conk was here. Since Conk was not here, he could only guess Xiao's meaning. He extended his hand and said again, "Life heart." At the same time, the confinement seal thrummed and buzzed threateningly. Don't try to deceive me with a fake life heart. At this moment, a retching sound rang from within the confinement seal. Everyone looked at the confinement seal intently even though they did not have a clear look. On the other hand, as the owner of the confinement seal, Lu Zhou could, naturally, tell what was happening inside. He used his energy and brought out the crystal that was brimming with vitality energy out of the confinement seal. The crystal-clear life heart was like a moon as it hovered in the air. Everyone looked at it enviously. This was the life heart that cultivators fought to the death for. Who would have thought that it looked so beautiful? It shone dazzlingly and looked out of this world. It was 100 times more beautiful than the fake life heart. Its rich vitality energy seemed to imbue the trees and plants that had been destroyed by the earlier battle with life. It seems to be better than an advanced life heart, Xiao Yunhe said with shining eyes. He was really tempted to ask Lu Zhou for the life heart. He was almost certain it could restore his damaged birth disc. However, how could Lu Zhou be willing to part with such a treasure? Xiao Yunhe sighed. Soon enough, a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. He thought about snatching it away and escaping. However, he knew it was impossible. Moreover, when he recalled Lu Zhou's terrifying strength, he decisively dismissed the idea. After sensing the life heart's energy, Lu Zhou asked, "Better than advanced life hearts?" Xiao Yunhe said, "Since it's a fierce beast with such high intelligence, its life heart should be a top life heart." Yu Zhenghai said, "Didn't you previously say its intelligence is that of a 10-year-old child? Are there even more powerful fierce beasts than Yingzhao?" Of course, there are two types of powerful fierce beasts. Those with incredible strength but no intelligence and those with incredibly high intelligence, Xiao Yunhe said. Everyone nodded. Lu Zhou looked at the confinement seal and said indifferently, "Withdraw." Yingzhao fell out of the confinement seal immediately after Lu Zhou withdrew it. Yingzhao, that was greatly weakened after losing its cultivation, flapped its wings. Its face seemed to be filled with panic and fear at this moment. Everyone looked at it curiously. At this moment, a cold wind suddenly stirred in the air. "Who is it?" Lu Zhou frowned, activating his protective energy. A cold light shone in the sky, accompanied by 6 distinct explosions. Bang! 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 At the same time, monstrously huge energy seals sailed in the air as 1,000 realms whirling avatar appeared and disappeared a few times in a row. Lu Zhou, who was lifted up by the huge wave of energy, quickly stabilized his footing. Everyone was shocked and looked over. They were confused. Things had happened so quickly. However, Xiao Yunhe had a good look at the shadowy figure. Yi Luyun. Everything happened too quickly, so fast that it was hard to understand. Yi Luyun emerged from the shadows. He wiped the blood off the corners of his lips before he smiled and looked at Lu Zhou, whom he had pushed back frostily. "A good hunter is always patient. I've been waiting all this time to launch a fatal strike. Old man, it seems like you've lost at least 4 birth charts. Moreover, my dagger is poisoned. Sooner or later, you'll lose all your birth charts." Yi Luyun was elated, buoyed by the feeling of successfully seeking revenge for his destroyed birth chart. He threw his head back, laughing heartily and looking slightly crazy. At this time, he had the highest cultivation base. Lu Zhou looked at Yi Luyun, who did not even bother to conceal his glee. Indeed, Yi Luyun's earlier consecutive attacks demonstrated his skills as a master assassin. Every move was aimed at destroying his birth charts. Yi Luyun said, "It's too late for you to regret your actions now. Hand over the life heart, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse." Xiao Yunhe and the others were stunned, unable to react. They only felt the world was truly unpredictable. Everything changed in just an instant. When Lu Zhou looked at his system interface, he noticed he had 6 fewer critical block cards. This meant that his birth charts were fine. With this, he turned his attention back to Yi Luyun and said, "You're seriously injured." Yi Luyun smiled and said, "So what if I'm injured? I still have 7 birth charts. It's more than enough to deal with you." 7 birth charts? It seems like King Chan managed to destroy another of his birth chart with the hollow halberd. Lu Zhou shook his head. "It seems like you don't understand what I mean." "What do you mean?" "You are going to die soon," Lu Zhou said. He had been holding on to his enhanced deadly strike card all this time. He did not want to use his item card too early in the game. He wanted to sit on the fence and watch the tigers fight. It seemed like he made the right decision. Moreover, he even obtained Ying Zhao's life heart. Yi Luyun burst into laughter. Xiao Yunhe said from the side, "Yi Luyun, your death is near. Who are you?" Yi Luyun felt that Xiao Yunhe was familiar, but he did not recognize Xiao Yunhe. He looked extremely familiar and could not recognize him. At this moment, Lu Zhou said, "I hate sneak attacks the most. Moreover, no one is allowed to covet my things." Yi Luyun said with a sneer, "You're still posturing?" Lu Zhou used Dizhong's power and the supreme mystic power as he launched his attack. Bang! In just a moment, the heavily injured assassin, Yi Luyun, felt his vision blur. Before he could react, a palm seal had already landed on his body. This palm strike contained Lu Zhou's supreme mystic power. Yi Luyun dropped from the sky as though he had been hit by a huge hammer. He did not expect Lu Zhou's speed to be so fast since he thought Lu Zhou was heavily injured. Lu Zhou was so fast that it seemed like he had appeared out of thin air. At this moment, he threw his head back and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood drew an arc in the air, looking dazzling and eye-catching. At the same time, his thousand realms whirling avatar shrank and shot into this body. Everyone cried out in surprise. Then, Lu Zhou appeared below Yi Luyun and sent another palm strike up. The blue great seal of fearlessness shot up immediately. Crack! The sound of Yi Luyun's bones breaking and internal organs rupturing rang in the air. His thousand realms whirling avatar appeared and shrank again before shooting into his body. Yi Luyun, who was forcibly sent flying back, spat out another mouthful of blood again. He roared in a mixture of anger, fear, and unwillingness. Following that, Lu Zhou used the speed he gained from Dijiang and appeared above Yi Luyun. Yi Luyun, who had lost 2 birth charts consecutively, stared at Lu Zhou fearfully. His heart thumped in his chest loudly as though it was going to jump out of his chest. It had been many years since he had felt fear. The last time he had felt this way was before he formed his Thousand Realms whirling avatar. At that time, he was always cautious since there were many experts around him. He knew if he was not cautious, he would die without a proper burial. After forming the Thousand Realms whirling avatar and joining the ranks of the experts, he had won many battles and had never failed any of his assassination missions. Thus, he gradually became known as the master assassin from the Dark and Light Alliance and gained the respect of many people. Perhaps, success had made Yi Luyun careless. He had forgotten his cautiousness and the rules he abided by when he was weak, resulting in today's fatal mistake. In hindsight, he should not have launched that first palm strike. At this moment, Lu Zhou said indifferently, "You still have 5 birth charts." "No, no, no. Spare me. Please spare me," Yi Luyun pleaded. He was terrified. He could feel his cultivation base rapidly declining as it was. However, how could Lu Zhou spare him? He mobilized the power of his birth charts again. Upon seeing this, Yi Luyun bared his teeth and roared, "Don't force me!" Buzz! Yi Luyun's avatar appeared in the air as his astrolabe spun wildly at the back. With his life on the line, he fought desperately and crazily, throwing all caution to the wind. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yunhe immediately ordered, "Retreat!" Everyone retreated hundreds of meters without any questions asked. Lu Zhou stepped on the astrolabe. Boom! Energy rippled out immediately. Lu Zhou drew Unnamed with his right hand. Unnamed that was in the form of a sword shone with a blue light. At the same time, an energy sword that was dozens of feet long shrouded it. "Let's see if your astrolabe is stronger or my sword is sharper," Lu Zhou said as Unnamed along with the energy sword stabbed at Yi Luyun's astrolabe mercilessly. Bang! A loud noise thundered in the air followed by a scream. Lu Zhou pushed Unnamed deeper into the astrolabe. Unnamed pierced through the astrolabe before it pierced Yi Luyun's body. Yi Luyun, who was seriously injured, was further injured. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he pushed Unnamed out of his body. Boom! Yi Luyun dropped to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Following that, his figure disappeared. Lu Zhou shook his head. "It's futile." Then Lu Zhou chanted the mantra for the power of smell from the heavenly writing. Meanwhile, the others watched with horror brimming in their eyes. Xiao Yunhe exclaimed in surprise, "This is impossible." "Why is it impossible?" Yu Zhenghai asked. "The back of the astrolabe is the sturdiest part of the avatar. It's as sturdy as the lotus seat. It's almost impossible to breach the defenses of an astrolabe. Even when faced with overwhelming force, it would yield by caving in. If it was about to be crushed, it would shrink and return to the Dantian Sea of Qi to avoid the attack. However, Brother Lu directly pierced the astrolabe with his sword. "It doesn't make sense at all," Xiao Yunhe said. "You can't use common sense to measure my master's strength," Yu Zhenghai said. At this moment, Xiao Yunhe recalled that Lu Zhou's 2 disciples were from the Golden Lotus domain. It was not surprising they did not understand much about the astrolabe. Xiao Yunhe had noticed that every time the blue energy appeared, Lu Zhou's strength would increase tremendously. No, wait, even the golden palm seal that killed Nangong Yutian was very powerful. In any case, nothing made sense. How was the old man in front of them so powerful? He was puzzled. After a moment, he asked Yu Zhenghai, "May I ask if your master often uses the power of the Blue Lotus?" Yu Zhenghai thought about it briefly before he replied, "It can be said that he uses it rather frequently." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yunhe was certain Lu Zhou had to be some super big shot from the Blue Lotus domain. Lu Zhou must be hiding his strength, pretending to be a pig to devour a tiger. Fortunately, he did not do something as foolish as snatching Ying Zhao's heart away from Lu Zhou. He thanked his lucky stars he had avoided making enemies if it were possible. At this moment, he could not help but feel he was incredibly wise. Meanwhile, when Wuxia saw the strange expression on Xiao Yunhe's face, he asked, "Tower Master, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Xiao Yunhe quickly collected his thoughts and resumed the appearance suited to the former Tower Master of the Black Tower Council. He instinctively moved to place his hands on his back but quickly shifted them to the front because he felt it was too pretentious to act in this manner in front of a true big shot like Lu Zhou. In fact, he did not know where he should place his hands that he even felt like chopping them off at one point. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou slowly descended. He could smell the aura that lingered in the air. Cultivators would usually conceal themselves by stopping their heartbeats and pretending to be dead. They usually disregarded their auras and scents. Lu Zhou walked for about 10 meters before he suddenly stabbed unnamed into the ground. An energy sword shot into the ground immediately. Following that, a muffled groan rang from the ground. "You still have 3 birth charts." Lu Zhou did not have much supreme mystic power left, and he did not want to use up all his supreme mystic power. He pulled unnamed out of the ground with Yi Luyun attached at the tip of the sword. Boom! The renowned master assassin fell to the ground in a sorry state. He was in such a hurry to hide that he did not even use energy to block the soil from his body. A terrified and desperate expression appeared on his dirty face as he pleaded, "Why? Why can't you spare me? Why should I spare you?" Lu Zhou asked. Yi Liyun was briefly stunned by Lu Zhou's question. When he regained his senses, he hurriedly asked, Why you? Aren't you afraid of the Dark and Light Alliance's revenge?" Lu Zhou replied nonchalantly, "I don't even care about the Tower Masters of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council. Why should I care about you or the Dark and Light Alliance?" Yi Luyun felt as though he was drowning in a sea of despair. He chuckled self-deprecatingly and said in a forlorn voice, "I shouldn't have launched that palm strike. Why don't you King Chun of Wu? He's a bigger hypocrite compared to me. There's no cure for you. Hurry up and go on your way." Lu Zhou could not be bothered to speak to such a lunatic. Why should he kill King Chan of Wu when King Chan of Wu did not provoke him? Then he raised unnamed. At this moment, Yi Luyun gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. If I'm going to die, then so be it." Following that, Yi Luyun stomped his feet on the ground and pounced at Lu Zhou at lightning speed. Explode! The power of this explosion was the combined strength of Yi Luyun's 3 remaining birth charts. Lu Zhou quickly brought the Sea Spirit Pearl out. Absolute 0. Before Yi Luyun exploded, he was frozen stiff. At the same time, Ying Zhao, that was standing 1,000 meters away, retreated a few steps. When it looked at the frozen world up ahead, it grew even more frightened and continued to retreat. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunhe frowned. A fusion-grade weapon. Why's the Black Tower Council's Sea Spirit Pearl with Brother Lu? Yu Zhenghai replied, "Yi Yao, a member of the Black Tower Council, tried to kill my master with that weapon, so my master killed him and took the weapon. Don't tell me you were the one who sent Yi Yao." Xiao Yunhe hurriedly waved his hands. "How's that possible? I've been away from the Black Tower Council for more than 3,000 years. Moreover, how could I do such a foolish thing?" "You're right." Yu Zhenghai nodded before he asked, "Then why did you frown earlier?" "The power of the Sea Spirit Pearl isn't inexhaustible. Its energy would lessen with every use. I was just shocked that Brother Lu chose to use absolute 0. After all, Yi Luyun has already lost 4 birth charts. In this situation, Brother Lu can easily kill him with his Blue Lotus power. It seems like Brother Lu likes to torture people, Xiao Yunhe said in a low voice. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun's terrified expression was frozen permanently on his face. Under the effect of absolute zero, the flowers and trees in the surroundings were also frozen to death and turned into ice sculptures. At this moment, Lu Zhou received 3 system notifications regarding the destruction of 3 birth charts. At this moment, the power from the Sea Spirit Pearl dissipated, and the pearl dimmed. In just an instant, the ice sculptures within a radius of a few hundred meters shattered immediately. Yi Luyun fell to the ground like a dead fish before he asked with great difficulty, You've been saving your strength. Up until now, I still haven't even used my full strength, Lu Zhou said. After all, he still had the enhanced peak trial card. At this moment, Yi Luyun finally realized the disparity in their strength. A sorrowful smile appeared on his face as he said, There's no need for you to kill me. I'll do it myself. That won't do. Lu Zhou shook his head and walked over. Yi Luyun bit his tongue with all his might. Blood began to spill out of his mouth down his neck. Lu Zhou said, Rather than suffering a painful death, it's better to have an easy death. Unnamed pierced Yi Luyun's heart. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 8,000 merit points. Domain bonus: 2,000 merit points. Lu Zhou gained 52,000 merit points altogether from Yi Luyun. After putting Unnamed away, Lu Zhou turned around and walked toward Ying Zhao. He knew he had to leave as soon as possible before those people returned. He had just taken a few steps when he felt unsafe. Then, he turned back and walked back to Yi Luyun's corpse and waved his hand. Karmic fire instantly raged around the corpse, reducing it to ashes in just an instant. Xiao Yunhe. The humble white sect. It seems like this big shot not only likes torturing people, but he likes torturing dead people as well.